10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. A requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back.
Metropolis' very own superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally been released.
Hearsay detected.
Cannot be detected within the city limits.
My control. Breathe and sing endless heaven. For you I bring a happiness overdose. Join us in this temple. Now that everything is unchangeable.
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis. But now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3 of the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of This 5 Global Tournament. My name's Eli O, joined here with Nello Mello for our semifinals matchup. We have 2 incredible teams about to play here. We have BL versus NM. 2 teams I'm very much excited for. BL, definitely one of the favorite teams going to this tournament, and NM came out with some incredible gameplay, very strong Hunter gameplay that I'm very excited for as well. Nell, it's great to be commentating with you today. I'm very excited for this matchup. How are you feeling about how this matchup will play out?
Yeah, thank you so much for welcoming me and the fans out there as well. And yes, very glad to be commentating with you for the first time, I believe. And I would have to say, back to your question about how I feel about the lineups tonight, both teams are really, really strong. In my opinion, it can go either way, especially after the performance by Seichu on his match against Sugar Team. I would have to say I have to put some social credits there for him because it's just gonna give so much trouble to BL in this case. But you know what? Before we delve further into that, let's look at the prize pools. That's a lot. Eli, what do you think about the prize pool here?
Yeah, quite a lot for sure. $260,000 USD for first place. That would probably buy me a Tesla. So that would be
A Tesla.
nice. But yeah, that's pretty impressive. You really see that there's a lot at stake here for these teams. Really trying to compete, at least make it into the qualifiers or into the global tournament themselves, at least achieve that 9,000, and then from there you can see how far you can get. And depending on how well you do, again, you could get any amount of this prize pool towards your team, and it really goes to show the competitive aspect of IDV. While you really want to have fun playing the game as well, there's also a lot at stake in these high-level tournaments, and as we can see here, this is exactly the case based on these prizes.
Yeah, definitely. The prize pool itself is telling us that Identity 5 is getting a lot of attention nowadays, and NetEase is just putting a lot just to encourage more and more people to come and compete. And speaking of which, now we are seeing the brackets right here, BL versus NM. It actually looks like a finals game to me, just simply for the fact that because both teams are just so good, and BL having all the mainstream survivors, they've been OG in their days. They represented Call of the Abyss 4, and of course they've also the champions, the previous champions for the IVC, and it just seems very strong with their background coming into this game. Whereas compared to NM, NM is actually a really new team formed. Eli, just for your information, it's a really new team here, and there's veterans and new faces alike. So I'm really excited to see this matchup tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have all the matchups as well, BL versus NM. And then we'll have LUV versus HS right after that. Another exciting matchup, which we're definitely looking forward to. LUV, I had the privilege of seeing play as well. Incredible Hunter gameplay from LUV, which is actually quite interesting because again we talked about how a lot of this tournament may be more survivor sided because that's how the meta has shaped up to be currently. However, we've seen again great Hunter gameplay from teams like LUV and NM, so we'll have to see how they're able to play against HS as well. But for now, BL versus NM. Going to be a very close match, a very exciting one. And I was actually telling the rest of the commentators a few days ago that this was a matchup. If this happened, this was something I'm very much looking forward to, and I'm very excited to have the privilege to be able to commentate it as well.
Mm-hmm. And I also caught a glimpse of when LUV versus Rename was casted yesterday, and Sneaky definitely showing a lot of. Despite being a female player, she just shows that she's so vicious. She's so vicious and she's so violent, especially with a Dream Witch or with a Bloody Queen securing the 5-0, and it just shows like #girlboss. It just opens so much windows for players out there. It doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. Competitive IDV is out there for all of you to enjoy. And Sneaky is just being a role model out there for all these #girlboss. And I just have to say, very excited to see the matchup after that. But we do have to get back to the matchup right now before our hands. BL versus NM. What do you think do you want to introduce, please, the BL lineup?
So looking at the lineup here for BL, we do have Dark as the one of the hunters here on that Naiad. It looks like the main hunter, and Carol, who actually saw I believe the round 1, at least, if I'm not mistaken, in the first round, playing that Breaking Wheel on Moonlit River Park. So that's one of those hunters that you definitely have to watch out for. So we might see a bit of a matchup in terms of similar hunters. We see Breaking Wheel on the side of NM, also on the side of BL. That could be quite a mirror match there. Also, we have BLMX listed as the Thief. I don't think that's the case. I have to look into my notes to see the exact character, but
He plays a menacing forward though. Well,
menacing
MX.
forward. Okay,
Yeah,
there we go. That's good. We also have Rem, also looks like a forward player, also on the Prospector and Seer. We have Mini Blue, who has the option to play forward or batter, definitely be the harassing player of the team with that support. We also have Shadow and Quan Lee also on that forward, and Shadow on the Priestess and Mechanics, definitely playing those decoders and a bit of support there with the Priestess.
Speaking of which, we're going to see Dark Owo has not made his appearance on the big screen just yet, but here you have it. It's a Naiad with a 57% COA 5 win rate, an impressive elimination of 2.24, 6.52 knockdowns, and 0.38 parashocks. Very menacing with the 19 strikes on average and a very above average performance, 38% on a 4 elimination rate. So it speaks volumes on Dark, especially since it's just Naiad is just a hunter he's picked up just for this tournament itself, because as far as I know, he plays a very dangerous bonbon in Sculptor.
We also have Carol as well, listed as that Axe Boy. We did see the Breaking Wheel as previously mentioned. 100% COA win rate. Again, this is more looks to be more of a probably small sample size of matches, but overall, we did see the power of Carol in the first day. So it really goes to show the potential there from this hunter and how this again might play out. Now, looking into how this matchup is going to go as well, if we do see both Breaking Wheels here, we might see a bit of a hunter sided matchup depending on the map. If it's a good map for Breaking Wheels, that could be quite strong as well. But maybe Carol again breaks out this Axe Boy, which they do have listed here. Anything's possible. I know they can also play Dream Witch and Bloody Queen as well. We also have MX rather, not a Thief player as you mentioned, Nell, but instead able to play. I do have him listed as a batter player as well, which definitely could come out. And I think you said forward as well. Not mistaken.
Forward as well.
Yeah.
Harasser / rescuer all the way. And speaking of which, we see Rem, maybe not on the forward just as of yet, but we've seen how menacing he was as the Priestess, as the Seer, and even as a mechanic in the game. So definitely looking forward to seeing how Rem will be the bridge that connects, because as far as I know, he is the pillar of his team, he is the coach, he is the leader. He's just the spiderweb that connects everyone. And next, we are going to see Mini Blue making his first appearance as well on the COA V SEA Qualifiers. Mini Blue, the newest addition to Team BL, very impressive 60% win rate on the batter, an impressive containment time, 79 seconds, 110% decoding progress, coupled with an average of 1.08 rescue every game, and even a 41% escape rate. So we're looking forward to Mini Blue making plays for his team.
We also have BL Shadow here, 76% COA win rate with a containment time of 80 seconds, which is incredibly impressive considering if this is actually a mechanic player, which we do have listed and in my notes as well. 80 seconds of containment time is well above the mechanic average. Most mechanic averages we usually hover between 40 to 55 seconds in terms of main body containment, but 80 plus seconds for a mechanic player, quite impressive as well. It really goes to show the power of this player. Plus the option to go Priestess, which may also come into play as well. 130 for that decoding, which is, does indicate them playing other characters besides the mechanic. Mechanics decoding is typically usually around 180. However, this is still quite impressive, especially with that overall containment time.
I mean, we've seen Quan Lee, we've seen Ram, we've seen MX, we've seen Mini Blue. We have yet to see Shadow, and as far as I know, Shadow is also a very proficient player, definitely worthy of being on the starting lineup as well. I guess they're sort of trying to keep him as a secret weapon, but you know what? Speaking back to Quan Lee is just the backbone of a forward of the team, so definitely one to watch out for. BL Quan Lee right there. And speaking of which, Team NM, Eli, do you want to bring us through it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking into the team and lineup, we do have B as that the backup hunter listed as the Geisha, also has an option to play quite a few hunters, if I'm not mistaken. Really has a plethora of options: Sculptor, Bloody Queen, Soul Weaver, Axeboy, and Bonbon. But the main highlight here as well, NM Seichu has been kind of the big hunter that's come into this event and really showed what NM can bring to the table here with that Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, and Bonbon. Hasn't dropped a single game yet, hasn't even tied, only wins from here on for Seichu, so quite impressive to see. Very much looking forward to seeing this gameplay. We do have Neru as well on that Postman. Also has an option to play some other characters as well. Kiradana, which probably said that wrong, but Mercenary, and also other rescue players as well. Zalcon listed as the entomologist and can also play forward and mechanic. We do have Wolfie as one of the substitute rescuers as well. And JSXD, also known as Joseph GG, has forward psychologist, patient. So quite a few forward players, quite a few supporters. Very excited to see who will be on that main support character.
And for those of you just tuning in, this is NME. With his Geisha plays, 51% win rate on COA 5. And with an elimination of 1.65, 7 knockdowns on average, 0.51 Terra Shocks on average as well, coupled with 16 strikes. So this Geisha is not messing around. Definitely gonna be a menace around the team. Such a high level of danger presence, simply because of the mobility with the butterfly dashes, with the high campings, the ascension camp. I would have to say Geisha, we looking forward to seeing her in this game.
We also have Seichu listed only as a 48% win rate, but really kind to show that they're way past that in the past few matches as well. 37% for elimination rate as well. The eliminations of 1.63. These numbers are around average for a lot of COA qualifying hunters. However, again, it really goes to show, looking at those actions from the first day, Seichu with some impressive gameplay against a very strong team. I think that we're going to see well beyond what's listed here in this match against BL. Again, BL, a very, very strong team. This is definitely a difficult uphill battle for Seichu, but I think this is one of the very few hunters that has the potential to go up against a team like that and potentially bring them down.
Yeah, I mean, definitely making a difference in BO1, leaving those main hunters out. But now we're going to look at the survivors lineup. Neru being featured as the postman right here. Very, very impressive numbers. 71% win rate throughout COA 5 qualifiers. Containment time 91.50 seconds. I believe it's a lot of people are talking about how high it is. That's like a 3.5 ciphers kite, I believe. And even managing 102% decoding on average. So very, very impressive numbers. But again, ladies and gentlemen, these are numbers, statistics in front of you just for you to have a glimpse of what they are capable of. Anything can happen in real time, anything can happen in the tournament. But we're definitely looking to see Neru more on the postman.
Definitely. And our next player here, we do have Kiradana here, which I probably still said wrong, but we do have a 71%.
It's correct.
Oh, okay, good. We do have a 71% COA 5 win rate, which is quite impressive. Again, anything above 60%, especially 70 plus, is quite impressive.
Oh, no.
We see this a lot from the NM players. They've had some very strong survivor win rates as well. 60% escape rate, again, indicating the higher your escape rate is typically more often a rescuer player, because the rescuer is not getting chased in the early game. They're more likely to be the ones escaping. And you really see, it really stresses how much this player is going to be utilizing that rescuer, probably the mercenary. But overall, yeah, an impressive 71% win rate. That's what's to look at here. Again, 143 decoding progress for a rescuer is actually a bit high, which indicates that maybe, again, NM is one of those teams that likes to favor more of a draw mentality, selling survivors and pushing for dungeon in the end game. Yeah, definitely very excited to see how this player is able to utilize this rescuer today.
Yeah, for sure. And the next player we have Zhao Kan. He's also a forward player, but recently he's found a lot of liking towards other support characters like a entomologist and even the acrobat. We've seen him on acrobat as well. But here we have it featured entomologist, 65% win rate. To be honest, Eli, this win rate makes me want to cry because I believe my win rate is only 40% most of the time. And seeing all these players with like what you said, anything above 50% is definitely an indication of how well they can do in the tournament, in games. And 85 seconds containment time, 107% decoding progress. such a good balance between decoding and containment time, and even the rescue at 0.77, which means that in 2 games he'll probably average a rescue in at least once in 2 games. Despite the low escape rate, so he's probably the first kiter, the sacrificial lamb, probably the last person being left out while opening the door, but we'll see what we have. And now it's Wolfie. Can you bring us through it, Eli?
Yeah, we do have Wolfie here, who is, I believe, one of the substitute rescue players here. He's still 65% win rate for being a backup player. That's really impressive, and I'm very excited to see if potentially Wolfie was able to get in and play today. 57% escape rate, again, indicating towards that main rescuer, which is exactly what we would see here. Again, 142 seconds for a non-decoder for a rescuer is on the higher side, which indicates more of a selling strategy, pushing for dungeon. Really goes to show the potential of endgame support and endgame kites from these players, which is very impressive to see. Overall containment type 70%, which is pretty standard for a rescuer. They're not typically kiting most of the time, so there's not a lot of time to gain that containment time, considering that they will be only rescuing and then leaving. 0.85 rescues per game, which is quite good. It's a little bit higher than we saw some of the other rescuers on this team, so maybe Wolfie will be going for a little bit more rescues than the rest of the team. But yeah, it definitely indicates towards a main rescuer player here, and we'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, and this is also the latest addition to NM team. There's Joseph GG, he's from Thailand, and a very impressive 100% win rate, probably from a smaller sample size of data, but still very impressive regardless. 43 seconds containment time, and 100% decoding progress with averaging 1 rescue per game. So I believe, but the 0% escape rate though. I believe yesterday, the viewers were talking about why is it 100% win rate with 0% escape rate? Well, guys, the hero always dies to protect the team, and that's what happened with Joseph GG. So very exciting to see what's going to happen in the matches coming in after this, which is going to enroll.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what we're going to get into here. Oh, and it looks like we do have our map selection, and it looks like BL has selected Arms Factory first. This is a bit difficult for NM here now, considering that, again, I'm imagining that Seichu wanting to utilize that breaking wheel in the round 1, not going to be an option now. I think when you have a main breaking wheel player, map 1 round pick is so crucial for your team. And unfortunately here, BL is going to be taking that round 1 map selection, which means Seichu, if it is going to be the hunter, it's going to be forced to hunt on a map not ideal for breaking wheel. So we might see that sculptor or that bonbon get utilized here, which is something that maybe Seichu doesn't necessarily want to have to use in the first round, but it could definitely come out to play very strongly here. We have seen Seichu play quite well. Also, maybe Bloody Queen as well could be an option. You never know, but we'll have to see. It also depends on what BL wants to play. I'd imagine no breaking wheel from their side. Considering that is an Arms Factory map selection.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage definitely goes to the team that manages to pick the map, especially since it's BO1. Like you mentioned, this is Arms Factory. Definitely looking forward to seeing Bloody Queen. Breaking Wheel, not so much, simply because of the pallets, the corners and whatnot. So it's really hard to utilize it, but you know what? We'll just have to see what strategy they come up with. Because again, map picking is very important, but the picks and bans phase is also equally important. Nothing they can do about the hunter bans, but the the survivor bans by NM Hunter is definitely gonna play a role. And you can see it, the staple Tiger Eli is gonna be taken out, the Seer is gonna be taken out of the game. The vision potential is just so good. The negate, the 1 damage negate, equally very important in the team lineup as well. So yeah, very wise choice taking out the Seer, as should he, but we'll have to see what BL is going to pick straight away off the bat. My bet is the forward. Okay, we're seeing the forward and the mech straight away. What are your thoughts on this, Eli?
So Seer ban here from Seichu is actually interesting, considering that I don't think Seichu wants to play breaking wheel on this map. Seer is typically indicating towards that wheel, but now with a Seer ban, you give the team an option to go mechanic. If you're actually planning on playing a sculptor or bonbon, mechanic is incredibly strong against both of those hunters because they struggle against that bond, they struggle against those Cypher Rush, and they become draw hunters when you're forced to play against a mechanic. So maybe Seichu is just acknowledging, this is going to be a tough matchup, considering it's not one of my ideal maps, and I'm forced to play into a situation I don't want to play, and maybe I just want to try to secure a draw. So that's why we're seeing the Seer get banned instead of the mechanic. And as you mentioned, forward getting locked in, definitely one of those characters. The most common locked in character as well. We are seeing Mercenary instead of something like a Priestess. There's no need to ban Priestess on Arms Factory because of there's not a lot of options for good portals. So, that's what we're going to see play out here. Psychologist as well, a good character against the Sculptor because you can absorb 3 hits if you transition in the open and avoid the statues. Let's see what the last pick is. All right, maybe an Entomologist, maybe a Patient. I feel like it'll be the 2 most logical options if you're planning to go against a Sculptor. But yeah, what does Quan Li want to go with?
You can see that they're taking some time to figure out their options simply because Seichu knows that having another Merc, there's already a forward there. Having another Merc, and especially since Mini Blue specializes in Mercenary, you've seen what an amazing job he has done in the matches beforehand. And right now, they're wondering what role can Mini Blue play, actually. Because Quan Li... Okay, so like what you said, they're going to bring out the combo, the couple, Ada and Emil. So shoutouts to this couple right here. Definitely very good synergy with the team. And it just beckons me to think, what kind of hunter will Seichu bring out? If not the Bloody Queen, or even, okay, there we have it, the Sculptor. So what do you think of the Sculptor in this map? I believe you said that it's a really hard map for Sculptors?
Yeah, it is pretty difficult for Sculptor. Again, there's a lot of blind areas where it's very hard to hit statues because of how high the walls are. It's also very hard to hit statues in the transition areas. One of the most common transitioning routes for survivors to transition to the center 3 pallet because of how strong that is. You'll see them come from factory, go to 3 pallet. You'll see them go sandbags to 3 pallet, shack to 3 pallet, or the front gate ruins to 3 pallet. And because of how open that area is, it's very easy to avoid getting statued while transitioning. And again, the name of the game against Sculptor is transition kiting, forcing them to go in the open to avoid those statues and preventing them from reaching that full presence. And with this sort of team comp, you have 2 characters that are very proficient in doing so, being Patient and Forward. Also, Psychologist can take an extra hit, which means they can, technically run in the open, take a basic hit, and then push the 3 pallet middle area through the open space. And, that's really going to matter how well Seichu's able to potentially counteract this. Again, you're going against a team that's built to play against Sculptor. That's what this team is meant to do. And on a map that's slightly difficult for Sculptor, it's going to be an uphill battle for Seichu again, but the minimum that Seichu really wants to push for is at least a draw. Again, you're going against a mechanic, so it's really hard to do anything more than that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even the hunter from NM is going to be expecting things like this, especially when he sees Arms Factory. I think he has to know that the Psychologist and the Patient might have to come out in this, and he has no choice but to play the Sculptor. Bloody Queen, despite being really strong, I would have said Seichu has been very impressive with the Sculptor, so I think that's where confidence comes into this gameplay. But speaking of which, guys in the chat, don't forget to vote for your favorite teams. Who do you think? I'm actually, both of us are really interested. Chat, who do you think is going to take game number 1, first half? Vote BL if you think that BL is going to win the first half, or if you think that NM is going to take the first half. So share your thoughts in the comments, love and support, spam the love hearts, guys, because this is a very, very potential, exciting, and I don't know, my heart is just pounding so hard now, Eli. This game is like a finals game to me, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
I think so. These are definitely two of the best teams that we've seen perform so far, and they're going at it here in the semifinals. If I had to predict a bracket, I would have imagined these 2 teams being the finals matchup, as you mentioned, Nell. But again, we do see them connecting here in the semifinals for a very intense matchup as well. So I think that, looking into this matchup, I do think BL's favored just for this first round, just because of the map selection. I think that definitely gives them a huge advantage here. We do see the Sculptor spawn over near the Deep Ruins area, heading straight towards that shack, locating the Forward and the Patient. Patient, not a bad target to go for first. Ideally, of course, you'd like to find that mechanic, but let's see what the Patient's able to do. Again, a good transition kiter for going against that Sculptor. You have to avoid those statues before using those hooks. We do see him trying to statue, but again, using a bit of a short hook there, which is going to gain some distance for Stage. Can he take advantage of this and potentially get a first hit?
Yeah, I think if I'm on the side of BL right now, I'm definitely very happy that Patient is the first one to chase. Especially since Mechanic got his robot out, already coding, and even Ram on the main body has already gotten out. And this build, having the Insolence up so early, could it be a Trump card Insolence build though? Trump card Insolence or Confined Space Insolence? What do you think, Eli?
Yeah, let's get fast pallet breaking sleeves. So we might actually see Confined Space and Insolence. We see the other statue hit there. Blink is available. Will he go for it here? Goes to Blink. Blink from Seichu to get that down. Still 5 Cypher Cubes remaining. But again, you're going to see the Mechanic Cypher really start to kick in here with 1 Survivor injured. It means her main body decoding is going to be slowed down a little bit here, but it's not too relevant as long as you have that bot in play. Let's see if they opt to go for a rescue. I imagine the only character on this team probably with Tide Turner is Ford, maybe Patient, but they are sitting on the rocket chair. We do see that first Cypher machine get popped.
You can see the robot running away. He's just so happy, just baiting out the chisel towards the factory area. And the moment he got it, Ram's gonna come for the rescue. He's probably gonna get it right there, unless if Seichu can manage a rescue, but a statue to him. But he's gonna pull off that rescue. Right now, it really matters not to get that double down. Ram managing to stay out of the way. MX is just one chip damage away from going down, so we'll just have to see what's gonna happen. Right now, you can see that the mechanics robot is already running to do the middle cipher. It's actually looking really dangerous right now for Seichu, simply because Cypher Rush is going to be activated really soon.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult as well, considering that there's no trump card most likely. Again, we saw fast pallet breaking speed in addition to that insolence, which indicates more towards the fact that there's, again, no trump card available if that is the case. You know, you could also have insolence and trump card and maybe fast pallet breaking speed, but not a typical common build. To say the least. We'll see if they attempt a rescue. Looks like somebody is coming in behind that root. We'll say to spot them out. And he doesn't see that it is that forward there. Able to get that first activate on them, goes to the second one as well. And they do get the rescue off, but it is a farm, which means that there is no option for a potential rebound kite. Still one puck remaining for the patient, and forward has football, but they are chipped here. And this is a full present sculptor that is chasing down.
Yeah, I mean, Quanli's ready. He's just ready to do the rescue right there. So it's a really crucial moment. He does not want this rescue to be successful. He has to be really careful. He has to get Quanli down. Quanli is already down to 25% health. I think it's gonna deter Quanli from doing that bomb rescue. But I don't know. He seems really determined though. He seems really determined. Oh! And he's gonna get it.
He misses. He missed the stun. He actually misses the stun, gets the drop off, and he's able to get him down. The last Cypher machine's almost primed here. Is it going to be enough to pop? And it's not for the win, at least. You're going to Wanley potentially get up. Can they pop it in time? Keep in mind it is... Oh, no, looks like they're going to stop and heal here and go for a rescue instead. This is a bit risky. This puts a little bit of pressure on the survivors. So it looks like Seichu, because they have Blink, has most likely at least secured a draw here. But again, with no detention, it might be hard for them to get an endgame down. It looks like we're going to see Mechanic be the one go for the rescue. What can Seichu do to potentially at least try to prevent this save?
Yeah, I think he's just going for the early hits and just saving up the full statues, actually. I don't really know if that's really... I mean, wait, what? He has detention. Eli, and late game has been activated. Now Reb is going to be the choice. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen here. Reb is going to go down, and there's not going to be any trump card for Seichu to use though, so rest assured he's used up his Blink, there's no trump card, and that's even a detention. It looks very much like a draw game to me.
Yeah, I believe that the build, at least, you know, now that we see that they do have detention, I believe the build is probably detention, insolence with pallet breaking speed as well. So that's probably the case here. We do see them. Okay, so this isn't over yet. He has looked. Oh, it looks like the bot actually is going to deter him from seeing this character. And this is going to be a foot race, but it looks like BL is going to make it out just in time. If that bot isn't there, he can actually use those full presence statues to find the location of the psychologist earlier and potentially down them and get a 3-person elimination. But instead, beautiful bot placement. That's what you typically like to do, is leave that bot in the center of the map. For for that end game, it can feed Tinnitus and potentially draw the statues away from the survivors, so the hunter will waste time going for the bot, which is exactly what happened. But again, this is the first draw of the tournament for Seichu, but still in a position where you have a team that's really strong against Sculptor. Securing a draw on a bad Sculptor map is very impressive, and this is a good start here for NM.
I'm actually wondering about, despite being a draw, I'm actually wondering about the decision to bring detention instead of the trump card, simply because, like what you can see, there's not even much of a chance to use the power of detention, especially when mobility is so important, especially for hunters to catch up late game when Cypher's been popped. And but this is just my opinion, because a trump card would have enabled at least you could have insisted on saving the Blink and changing to teleport, and maybe you would have been able to catch up. But again, there's so many variables going on. But GG, well played to both teams. They're managing a draw, not too bad for both teams, considering how bad this map is. Not the optimum map for a Sculptor to perform at 100%, like what you said, Eli. But right now, it begs the question: next round, the second half is going to be the BL survivor, and you know that Carol has so many, so many different hunters, not just the sculptor, the Dream Witch, the BQ. I don't know. I don't know. How do you prepare for this, Eli? If you're the survivors on NM side, how can you prepare in Arms Factory against a three hunter choice from the side of Carol? You've seen how good Carol is on BQ. You've seen how good Carol is on the sculptor and even the Dream Witch. So Dream Witch we haven't seen. Sorry, have we seen the Dream Witch yet? No, we haven't seen the Dream Witch. But still, so many choices.
Yeah, so yeah, it's really interesting to see, considering that it really depends on what the survivors are, expecting to actually get here in the first round. It is a round one Arms Factory, which indicates Dream Witch or Bloody Queen more than Sculptor. But again, it also could indicate that they were just trying to counter Seichu's round one Breaking Mill. So, looking at the match data here, we do have an overall containment time. First kite, 71 seconds from the patient, which is pretty good enough for a draw. But again, we saw Seichu bring kind of a draw build. When you have Detention and Blink, but no trump card on pretty much any hunter, it means you really just want to secure a draw. And the reason why is you use that blink to get your first down within 60 seconds, which is pretty much what happened. And then you're able to blink someone with detention in the end game to get that second kill to guarantee that draw. And that's kind of that was kind of the game plan for Seichu here. But again, talking about how you prepare for Carol's hunter is that, luckily for the survivors, Dream Witch and Bloody Queen are both single hit hunters, so you can play characters that are strong against that. Most likely the Psychologist is going to be the first pick that the survivors are aiming for, because Psychologist strong against Dream Witch, strong against Bloody Queen, it forces multiple hits. Now, against Sculptor, it still works, right? We talked about how Sculptor is a character that can be you can dodge those statues easily without without the full presence. So you're able to force 3 basic hits and you can extend your kite that way. So I think that's going to be the biggest strategy for the survivors of NM going against Carol. If it is indeed Carol playing Hunter, again, you also have Dark as an option. But I think Psychologist is going to be one of the big characters. Mercenary as well, very strong rescuers. And Forward is also very good against Dream Witch and Bloody Queen.
Yeah. I mean, they've done their best in the first half for the side of the NM Hunter. So right now it's really up to the NM survivors to put up a fight against the BL Hunter Carol. And like what you said, it's just so hard, especially since there's so many hunters that Carol. There are quite a few hunters that Carol is very good at using, and also very good in this particular kind of map, Arms Factory. So pointing out that having a psychologist is definitely going to make a difference in the team. Coupled with, I think if they leave the machinery open, it would have been a really good choice. But then again, if they do not ban, but if they ban the mechanic first, they're gonna pick up machinery. If they ban mercenary, if the hunter bans machinery, mechanic is gonna be available to pick. It really just makes me wonder what survivor would we have to ban first? Like if you're on the side of BL.
So the BL, I think you're 100% banning Seer. And, it's not just because Seer is one of those characters where you're, that's whatever it bans. Let's ban Seer. It's because it actually makes sense with the hunters Carol plays, right? You have Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, both single hit hunters. Seer Owl is always very strong against a Dream Witch because you force an extra hit, which, again, Dream Witch is built to essentially go for 2 hits in the early game. They usually will go for a double patroller, or they'll go ahead and trap in a survivor, get a hit, and go for patroller mate with the main body. So having to get 3 hits as Dream Witch is never ideal. That's, again, why Psychologist is a good character for Dream Witch. So, but again, also against Bloody Queen, you force an extra mirror. If you're able to owl one of the mirror hits, then you force them to use an extra mirror or expend that blink, which is not ideal for a Bloody Queen. Ideally, you can get it down within 2 mirrors. And if you're forced to go for extra, then you're putting yourself in a bit of a difficult situation. So I think Seer is definitely the number 1 ban for Carol. After that, I think if the survivors are aiming to potentially draw, which I think is should be the game plan here, is at least draw this first round, considering you're on the opponent's map, the map that they want. If you're able to draw that first round, then you're in a good spot. So I think the survivors should lock in mechanic to put themselves in a position where they can at least draw this round, and then and just kind of progress from there and win in the later rounds.
Yeah, I really like what you said. Trying to draw in the opponent's choice of map. At least that will be a moral victory, even if it's a draw. It will be a moral victory to NM. But of course, on the side of BL, definitely we cannot discount the fact that it's still really scary. Carol is really a scary hunter, despite not just the Dream Witch, but even the Bloody Queen. Having a Seer, even if Seer isn't banned, like, hypothetically speaking, even if Seer isn't banned, I think just the way that Carol places the mirror is gonna pose a lot of trouble. Like one hit, TRL gone, but again he can still transition with the mirror swap. He can still proceed if there's time with the mirror. So I'm I'm actually I'm actually really worried for what awaits them in this round, especially since Carol is just so strong. But again, NM survivors did also display their prowess, especially with the psychologists Neru, Joseph Gigi, and Zhao Kan. They're really working really well. Kiradona also providing that really good rescue on the mercenary. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they are gonna bring out in round number 2. Technically, it can go to anyone. It can still go to anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the round two situation definitely benefits NM more. Again, considering it's their map selection, right? So here again, it's like you're on a map, and not only is drawing on the opposing team's map pick good, it's really strong when your main hunter plays a specific character, in this case Breaking Wheel, and they can't even use that hunter. The fact that NM has to use their main hunter's sort of round 2 pick in the first round is not ideal, right? And now you're in a situation where where you could still potentially draw that round. So the team that's able to draw on the opposing team's map pick always has the advantage. So that's NM's goal here, right? It's to get that draw, like we talked about. So if they're able to get the draw for this round, maybe if they're able to win this round, then they're at a huge advantage, right? But if they're able to at least draw in this round, then they're already put in a strong position. So again, as you mentioned, it's going to be tough. You're going against Carol, who's a really good hunter. Now the question is, what does Carol want to do, right? Does Carol want to push for a win by playing Dream Witch, or do you want to potentially just play it safe and get a draw by playing Bloody Queen, right? You have both of those as an option. Bloody Queen, of course, can always win, but it's a lot more challenging to do because Bloody Queen's built to draw rather than built to get more than 2 kills in a game.
Yeah, I have to agree with what you say regarding what if he wants to go safe and get a draw with Bloody Queen or even a Dream Witch. But I believe no matter what hunter he picks, he's definitely very confident with his hunter. And despite whatever the hunter that Carol picks, and I'm pretty sure NM survivors have also prepared for all these meta kind of hunters. So it can go either way. So right now, Seer, as you mentioned, gonna be the first ban. And we can see actually a mirror pick by the NM survivors as well. The forward and the mechanic first.
I think the mechanic here is a really good pick for NM. Again, NM wants to draw on this first match. They want to draw this first round, and mechanic is the best character for that. Forward, of course, always very strong. Forward, one of the best rescuers and harassers and support characters in the entire game. Always one of the most logical, locked-in characters. Arguably the best survivor in the game. So, forward being locked in here along with that mechanic makes the most sense for the survivors if they do want to try to push for a draw. We do see mercenary ban from Carol. Now, what do the survivors opt to go with, right? Are you going to go with that psychologist? I think definitely makes the most sense here to prepare for all of Carol's hunters. But what's the fourth option, right? You have a few things that you can look at. Entomologist isn't bad, but it's not too good against Bloody Queen, not too good against Dream Witch. So maybe it's not ideal. Maybe it's not an ideal pick here. You do have Patient, which is not bad against Bloody Queen, and also not too bad against Dream Witch. Even Acrobat wouldn't be bad. Acrobat with that charge ability, those mirror images, can also escape being trapped. Actually, if you time it right, you can cancel a Patroller Bite with the Acrobat Ball. So that's actually something that you could also see happen here if the survivors have to go with the Acrobat.
Yeah, I was about to say I will laugh my ass off if I see the exact same mirror pick, because here you have it, Psychologist and the Patient, the power couple of 2022 right here, Emil Ada. It's exactly the same mirror pick as the BL survivors, with the exception that Carol might not go for Sculptor simply because he has, like what you said, the Bloody Queen, a Dream Witch at her disposal, and you can see straight away Dream Witch gonna be picked. What are your thoughts on this? Who do you think would be ideal chase for Dream Witch to just shut down the team?
Well, typically the ideal chase, of course, is always the mechanic if they're found early, but you don't really want to find the mechanic late. As a Dream Witch, for example, if you spawn into the match and say you find the forward and the Patient and you opt to leave them because you really want to find that mechanic, it's really not ideal, because the reason why is if you kill mechanic and their bots in play, the Cypher Rush is have control, even so much so that a Dream Witch can't even handle it. If you're able to find the mechanic early as a Dream Witch, it's very, very strong because you know where the bot is. If you find the mechanic right as the game starts, then they don't have enough time to hide the bot. You can kill the bot and then eliminate the mechanic, and then the mechanic becomes useless, and the Cypher Rush is slowed down significantly. So that one bot really makes a difference in the match. If you're unable to find the mechanic early on, the best target after that is the patient, because psychologists can take a whole bunch of hits. You don't want to have to deal with that. But if you're able to down the patient, the mechanic's main body decoding is slowed down, and that actually slows down Cypher Rush. So even if you're not able to find the mechanic and eliminate the bot, then at that point you typically want to try to down a character that you can down in 2 hits, and it can also potentially slow down mechanic's decoding.
Yeah, and one very important point I would like to mention. Last game, the sculptor actually found the patient first instead of the mechanic, so it might be a very big difference maker. Simply because Dream Witch, the host just runs around so fast. Even if he doesn't find the mechanic first, he can just simply transition. I think he can afford to do that simply because of the boosted increased speed on the host and the follower just following wherever she goes. So I would have to say, mechanic, hide, please hide. Avoid being found first. And you can see the robot being let out, gonna hide between the pallets. Zhao Kan is going to be hiding, but going to be discovered by Carol straight off the bat. Definitely the best find. You can see Carol there, gonna be leeching straight away. Do you think Zhao Kan should stick in the factory with the leech there?
Well, you would typically want to, well, yeah, looks like they are going to go ahead and leave. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you can get trapped. They find the bot first. This is the best situation for Carol. This now becomes increasingly difficult for the survivors. Again, killing bot first as mechanic is, as Dream Witch is so powerful. It does give the mechanic a little bit of time to transition away here, and it does waste some time, but you have to be careful as mechanic. You don't want to kite 2 people's Cypher machines. You cannot afford to die on your teammate Cyphers against a Dream Witch. So I think we're going to see most likely this mechanic kite over here. You want to force, it does take the hit there. It is going to be a leech hit, which is ideal, but the spawn follower was not stopped, which means now spawn follower can keep on walking. You're most likely just going to see a patroller from Carol, and this should down the mechanic here. But mechanic was able to drop the bot, so it does have a little bit of extra decoding available. Forward in for the support. This is actually pretty good. This forward, wow, beautiful forward keeps them alive. I don't know if it's worth it though, considering the mechanic is still kind of trapped in this area and has a patroller on them. He's going for another one and hits it again. Wow.
Wow, what a difference maker right there. I mean, like, the first time we were just thinking about it, like, is it worth it, like what you said, but the second time, the patroller's off, Zhao Kan is still running right there, but again, we have to remember, despite the support by forward, that's potentially 1 person less on decoding, and the forward did leave his station right there. So we'll just have to see. But Nero is still sticking around. He's still sticking around. Do you think he wants to go for a block there?
Yeah, you definitely want to keep harassing here. He knows the Dream Witch cooldown, leech cooldown is on cooldown. You can't leech right now, which means the Dream Witch cannot use the play where they use 2 leeches to prevent the harassment. Because there is no leech available, he can continually harass, and the Dream Witch can't do anything about it until they either force them away, which we do see here, or go for a second leech. We're going to see the forward go for the stun. Can he get it? No! Does not get the stun. This is actually not too bad. Getting that free hit because there is a psychologist. Psychologist can easily just heal the forward. Forward can freely go for risky stuns there because if they do take that hit, they're going to be at full health regardless, and that's exactly what should happen here.
That is very, very true. And oh my god, he actually dodged the blink right there. Such an amazing awareness right there. But now Nero, he will not be able to rescue because he got hit by the leash the second time, and Nero has to abandon station. Zhao Kan is going to be rescued at full blood, but right now the chase is onto Neru. Neru has expended all of his balls right there. I don't know. 3 ciphers remaining, but you can see that there are 2 ciphers being decoded at the same time right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nero got a little bit too. Oh, we're gonna see another blink and another opportunity of rescuing now gone because of that. So the survivors getting a little bit too aggressive. If you're Nero there after you footballed away that blink, I would have gone immediately for that rescue. Even if it was an early save, I think that was your best option. Now, no rescue will even come into play at all here, considering the psychologist is forced to stop and heal the patient because there's one in order. Dream Witch knows where they're healing at. I don't even know if they're able to get the heal off in time. No, it doesn't look like it. So now, this is a really bad situation for NM. They're really going to commit to this heal, and they're still not able to get it off. And he hits through the psychologist, getting the down. This was such a strong position for NM. A second hit as well, and all of a sudden it's fallen right into the Dreamwitch's favor. I don't see how the survivors can come back from this, especially because the basement is also here.
Yeah, not to mention that Nero has already expended all of the balls, and Mechanic, I definitely agree with what you said. They're definitely trying to be too greedy right there, too close to the, and getting that free hit. That definitely made all the difference. The unsuccessful rescue has definitely put Carol on the advantage side right now. I don't think they can even afford to rescue Neru at this point, and they just have to heal up and try and go for a draw. But at this rate, 3 ciphers remaining, it seems really hard for NM right here.
Yeah, there's just too many cipher machines for them to have to put down here, and we're gonna see the patient attempt to rescue, but rescuing a Dream, which is not easy. You have one follower camping the top of the stairs, you have another one at the bottom, so it really doesn't matter what they do. It's gonna be hard to make this save. We see Carol changing targets over to the patient here. Again, Psychologist not able to make the save. This should be a 4-person elimination. Yeah, it really came down to just that one play. Beautiful mind game from Joseph. GG not being hit there, but yeah, it came down to that one play from the Ford. If they're able to get that rescue off before the halfway mark, this should have been a win for the survivors based off of the position. But as soon as you're unable to make that save, it really falls right in their favor. And 2 survivors unable to rescue after the 2 hits there, and it just fell right into Carol's favor. And now, 2 people injured, 2 ciphers left. There's not much that NM can do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of NM right now, the best case scenario is try and force a chair so that at least one person can go to the dungeon. But it looks really unlikely because Kiradona is out on the open, is gonna get herself leashed, and there's practically no way that they can. They cannot even touch the ciphers. You can see that they are both at half health. Everyone is at 1 hit away. I don't know. Eli, it looks like a potential 4K to me.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Psychologist get knocked down here, and the patient shortly after this. So this is a really good start here for BL. This is the map that they selected, so they definitely do want to win here, and that is what we're seeing. And yeah, I mean, again, just looking back into this match, I do think the survivors had a winning position. As soon as that survivor's placed on the rocket chair, they had enough cipher progress, they had enough cipher rush where if they the forward makes that rescue, the survivors would have most likely been able to win from that spot. But because of that prevented rescue, again, Nero getting a little bit over aggressive there, trying to save it closer to the halfway mark, and a little bit of a messed up hook here as well. Gonna be able to get the down on the patient. Psychologist back up, but there is a leech waiting for him, waiting for her as well. So yeah, again, there's not much you can do here. Gonna vault this pallet, try to stay alive as long as possible, but Dreamwitch just gonna take their time down both of these survivors and secure this 5 points.
Yeah, I have to agree with what you say. The pivotal point where everything went downhill for NM survivors is when both survivors, not just one, but both survivors were unable to rescue Mechanic. And given the position you're in, I think it's a very definite 4K right here on the side of BL. And yeah, it's gonna be GG. The first round is going to go to BL.
Yeah, so BL is taking round number 1 here again on their map selection. So this is what they want to be able to do. So, I mean, NM losing this first round isn't terrible. It's not too bad considering that it's not their map pick, but it's still not ideal considering how strong that position was. I mean, their hunter, they did their job. They got a draw on a map they weren't really, they wouldn't really want to have to play on, but yeah, and it's just, it really goes to show the power of that round 1 map selection. If you're NM here, you get to pick that map. You could potentially go something like Chinatown or Ever Sleeping. Ever Sleeping isn't too bad for Dreamwitch, but Chinatown isn't too good because of how spread out it is. It's hard for Dreamwitch to cover all those cipher machines. And maybe that would have benefited NM more, maybe not. Maybe Moonlit River Park would have benefited NM more. But yeah, here you do see Arms Factory coming into play. Seichu doing their job, but unfortunately, the survivors put themselves in a strong position, but they unfortunately lost it after those 2 prevented saves, as you mentioned.
Yeah, but it's okay. As I always mention in every single game, this is just the beginning of the day. Game number 1, they have to reset. They have to find their way on the side of NM. They have to reset their mindset. They have to just breathe in and take it to game number 2, because they still have a fighting chance in game number 2. Whereas if you're on the side of BL is definitely feeling very comfortable, at ease, and game number 2, they're definitely going to be performing at the optimum level, simply because of the advantage they gained 7-2 in game number 1. So, 7-2, that's correct, in favor of BL. So you can see on the match data right here, Joseph GG and Kiradona actually managing the most decoding of the team. Whereas Tokan, you can see that as the mechanic, he took the first kite. Neru as well, not decoding really much, simply because of the containment time, trying to harass the hunter, which makes really good sense. The first two stunts were really, really good. Taking the risk, like what you said, simply because of the availability of the psychologist to heal even after the third unsuccessful bump. But yeah, but on the side of Carol, just a monster right there. Why don't you take us through the stats of Carol on Dream Witch?
Yeah, so it really goes to show how Carol's able to come back from a difficult position. I mean, we did see the bot get eliminated early, which again is something that's really important if you're able to eliminate the bot. As a mechanic, as a Dream Witch player against a mechanic, you're in a good spot. But the kite from Zhao Khan with the support of Nero was so long, to a point where the survivors were able to promote so much Cypher Rush. Even the bot was able to do almost 50% of a Cypher machine, even though it already died once. So that really did put in a lot of work for the survivors. Again, Nero, if you're able to get 2 stuns against a follower while they use that patroller, you're usually able to kite it out. And that's exactly what happened. You know, the mechanic was able to kite it out because of that second stun. The first one, not too important, but once you get the second one in, that's really where it makes the difference. And then at that point, the mechanic's able to force a second leech hit. Once that second leech hit activates, it leaves the Dream Witch on cooldown. She's still going to be on about a 30-second cooldown at that point, and because of that, the forward can freely harass without any worry of any backup leeches potentially preventing that.
Yeah, so this is why all character, all survivors, all hunter must bow down when Tomie comes into play, especially when it's in the hands of a scary hunter like Carol right there. But you know, this just shows that Dream Witch, despite the various nerfs onto Dream Witch, she's still a very, very scary hunter, still an S tier hunter, I believe. Just because of the multitasking, especially when you're a multitasking god. The leeches just providing so much harassments left and right. And like what you said, even but I have to give props to Carol. The non-hesitation change into blink, and just like the moment forward was near, blink hit, and it just forced Neru to run away. And then the second time, the patient was like, you know, intermediate area, just the blink hit so aggressive, so there was no hesitation there, and I think it sort of took the survivors by surprise, knocked them off, and things just went downhill for the survivors there. But again, we can see the score right here. Again, a reminiscence of what happened in game number 1. Round the first half, 2-2 Seichu on the Sculptor, getting a draw for the team. And in the second half, Carols from BL's Dream Witch getting the 4 eliminations, securing them a 5 points advantage, total 7-2. Now here begs the question: in round number 2, what do they have to do? What do they have to do? Like BL, you're practically very at ease. You're not stressed. The pressure's not on BL right now. But if you're on the side of NM, if you are the coach of NM right now, what do you think that they can do in round number 2?
Yeah, so I think you really have to look at what map you're going to pick at first here. So if you're NM, what hunter do you expect to play? You have to pick a map that's good for Breaking Wheel, because if you don't, they're not going to ban Breaking Wheel. If you pick a map that's not good for Breaking Wheel, then they're just going to ban your Sculptor. If you're Seichu, they're going to ban Seichu Sculptor, and it's already not a good Breaking Wheel map. So then you don't get to play Breaking Wheel. Then you're forced to play something like Bon, which maybe isn't so good in the round 2 situation. You want to have Breaking Wheel and Sculptor early on. So if you're NM here, you really want to pick a map that's going to be good for Breaking Wheel, which forces the BL team to ban the wheel. That way, you know, you at least will still have Sculptor available, or, you know, maybe Bon if you really want to play it. But so it really depends on that. Now, what's the best map for this situation? You have to keep in mind Carol also has a Breaking Wheel too, so you don't want to put yourself in a position where you give Carol a really good map for Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch, and then also also give your hunter a good map, but it's too hard on your survivors. So you really want to be able to put Carol on a bad map for either Dream Witch or Wheel, and then ban the other one. And that's also good for Seichu's hunter. So to do that, you have to kind of look at the maps that are bad for Dream Witch, right? Because you want a map that's good for Wheel, but not good for Dream Witch. So the maps that are bad for Dream Witch are typically things like Chinatown isn't too strong. Moonlight Park is okay, but it's not one of the super ideal maps. Red Church isn't too great, but it's not good for Breaking Wheel. So there's kind of a lot of things you got to think about. But I think overall the best potential map here would maybe be Chinatown. I think it's good enough for both Breaking Wheel players, where you can ban Carol's Breaking Wheel and also force them to play Dream Witch on a map that maybe isn't the best for Dream Witch. It's not too bad, but it's not too strong as well. And then you can also play Sculptor. So it's just really tough. Maybe NM just goes straight with the Ever Sleeping Town as well. But if you go into Ever Sleeping Town, that plays into Carol's hand because that's a good Breaking Wheel and a good Dream Witch map. So unfortunately, getting round 2 map pick here is just so incredibly difficult for NM. It would have been way better for them to have the first pick. So round 2, it's going to be really challenging to see what they go with here.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the insight. I'm actually looking at the chat right here as well. They're saying maybe bring out the Joseph, which I don't think either one of them have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Joseph. Maybe if they want to make it a really dragged out game, but to be honest, in this kind of map, like what you said, the map choice is really important. There's not exactly a map that can give either side an advantage because of how similar their hunter pool is, with the exception of Carol being able to bring out the Dream Witch. Whereas in Seichu's case, we haven't seen him bring out Dream Witch, nor do we know if he is capable of bringing out the Dream Witch. And I think that's the one factor which discerns between these two main hunters. But on the side of the survivors, though, again, depending on the map as well, what do you think the strengths are? Like based on what you've seen in the previous matches, what kind of survivors do you think that they have done really really well in? Like characters that could have made a difference, like what you said just now in Arms Factory. Maybe if there's an acrobat, maybe it might have been a difference there. Would it have made a difference? The character choices.
I don't know that it would make too much of a difference. Again, the big turning point in the match is when the Ford was able to make that rescue. So maybe having a Mercenary would have been better because at least Mercenary can complete the save. But even then, it's still a bad position because if Mercenary gets double hit, then actually maybe not because the leech cooldown. The leech was on cooldown because you had just, as Carol, you just recently leeched the mechanic because you had to waste that leech. So maybe it wouldn't have been too bad. Yeah, if a Mercenary was there, I think maybe a Mercenary still makes that rescue. They do get double hit, but they do make the save, and survivors can still draw from that position. So you can't leech the Mercenary. So I don't know. It would have been interesting for sure, but I don't. I'm not entirely. Well, actually, Dream Witch would have had full presence, so maybe they would have been. I don't know. It's a lot to think about, but anyways, I think that Mercenary could have made a difference in the match. That's why you see the Mercenary get banned because it's such a strong character, I just think that again, if Nair was able to go straight for that rescue, even if it is early, I still think the survivors potentially win that position. I think it's just maybe a little bit of an oversight there, but it's a tough position nonetheless. So I don't know. I think that definitely makes the difference. Now it really comes down to as well what the survivors want to give Carol. Do you want to give Dream Witch or do you want to give Breaking Wheel? You have to give one or the other here, right? And the problem is that Carol's going to probably ban Forward and Seer, no matter what character they give them. Because Forward and Seer ban work for both hunters. They work for Dream Witch, they work for Breaking Wheel. So then if you give Breaking Wheel, what harasser do you have? You need to have a harasser if you want to beat a Breaking Wheel. Do you go with the Batter? I think Batter would definitely be a good option. It also depends on the map as well. But we may actually see a Batter here if they opt to give Breaking Wheel and Forward does get banned.
But it also shows just how much strategy is involved. Like there's so many strategies involved into bannings and pickings and even the map choice and even the hunter choice. But at the same time I'm also very delighted because the level has increased tremendously, especially in the local scene, not only in Southeast Asia region, but also in the NAEU region as well, right? I've actually seen and I'm really amazed with what the significant improvement of all teams and even the rise of new players. So that's definitely something that we really hope to see. And the audiences at home, I'm really sure you appreciate and want to see what's going on and learn from that. But speaking of which, round 2, there we go. The map, Ever Sleeping Town, Eli. Is it going to be the battle of the Ubers in this map?
Breaking Wheel would be very good on this map. I just don't think Seichu's going to have an option to play it. I think it's probably going to get banned. So I think the benefit for Seichu here is that while Breaking Wheel is getting banned, you do get to play Sculptor, but you have 2 bans. So you can actually ban Mechanic now, which is really good because Mechanic is that one character that helps promote that Cypher Rush to a point. If you saw in the first game, Seichu was able to only get a draw because of how fast the Mechanic Cypher Rush was. The patient went down quickly, but it doesn't matter because the Mechanic's able to do 2 Cypher Rushings at once, and then they're able to pop a whole bunch quickly, and then it goes right into the survivor's favor, and they're able to get a draw. But now Seichu actually can ban Mechanic if they would like to, considering that the Breaking Wheel probably will get banned. So if you ban that Mechanic and you can play Sculptor, then it puts you in a position where you can actually push for more than a draw. You can actually push for a win depending on how quickly you can get that first down.
Yeah, definitely. Having more bans means that there are lesser survivors that they can play. Definitely gonna affect their lineups as well, because I'm sure that they've trained specifically hard for certain characters. And right now we are gonna be heading into BL versus NM lineup. Definitely excited to see what's gonna happen right here. They're definitely gonna respect ban. I have to say 90% respect ban the Breaking Wheel simply because of the prowess right here. And Seichu is gonna take out Seer and Priestess. Wow. Oh, so leaving the Mechanic and the Merc open. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I don't know. Priestess makes sense, obviously. Because, yeah, it is Breaking Wheel, as you mentioned. There's no reason to ban anything else here. But yeah, banning Priestess is strong simply because Priestess on this map is so hard to deal with. But yeah, still giving a Mechanic, it makes it so hard for Seichu to actually win. You're probably playing the Sculptor here for Seichu, but if you have a Mechanic on the Survivor side, even if you chase the Mechanic first and get them down quickly, if that bot's still in play, the Cypher Rush is just going to be so fast and so hard for Seichu to deal with.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking about another possibility. Maybe the Bloody Queen. I mean, Bloody Queen is quite viable in this map as well, especially if your mirrors are really accurate and the presence you've seen just being around this map. This map is not particularly big, so we'll just have to see. Banning the Seer and the Priestess, it would make sense not only for the Breaking Wheel pick, but since it's banned, he can still go for the Bloody Queen if he's not confident with the Sculptor. But you can see they are not wasting any opportunity. They're gonna go straight for forward Mercenary. Obviously, they don't really emphasize decoders just as much yet, because Mercenary is just too hard to pass up, I believe. Mercenary and forward first, leaving the Mechanic open.
Yeah, no Mechanic take. Yeah, so immediate Mechanic ban from Seichu. So yeah, no Mechanic taken here from the Survivors. I think they're kind of in a situation where they're like, we already have a lead. We don't really need to guarantee a draw here. We can play a little bit more aggressively rather than conservatively. But I think that's also the opening Seichu needs to potentially come back and bring NM back into this. So I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, but again, we'll have to see how it's going to play out here. Yeah, I don't think we'll see a Bloody Queen here, just because again, Seichu's down, right? NM is down. They need to play a hunter that potentially could win and get them more points back, whereas Bloody Queen could really only draw. And Ever Sitting Town can be difficult for Bloody Queen because of all the big walls that can be really hard to mirror around all the buildings and stuff, and a lot of two-stories to work with as well. So I think Seichu has to play Sculptor. I think you have to play a hunter that can give you a lot of points and bring your team back in this, considering you are down by 5.
I can't think of any hunters, to be honest. But to be honest, Seichu did bring out the Sculptor in this map, if I remember correctly. No, it wasn't. He actually brought out the Breaking Wheel in BO1, and now you're gonna see a different mix though. There's a Patient, but no Ada anymore. So they're swapping it out with Postman instead. What do you think of this?
Yeah, so Postman is kind of the second decoder that we see often. I mean, a lot of people would say, oh, Prisoner, oh, Explorer. No, it's actually Postman. And the reason why is the Postman letter is so strong, giving a 20% increase to one of those rescuers makes it so they almost have no decoding debuff at all. And in reality, the Postman's 20% decoding letter, it actually ends up being stronger than Prisoner's Cypher Rush. Actually, it ends up being very similar, but Postman has more kite potential because they have that dog, which they can use to slow down the hunter, whereas Prisoner only has a single shock, which really doesn't gain them a lot of distance. And the Postman dog ends up gaining them a lot more, and they can also reuse it during their kite if the cooldown comes back. So the Postman's really strong against Sculptor as well, because you want to be able to kite in the open to dodge those statues, and if you're able to dog them at the same time, it gives you a free open transition kiting option.
Yeah, I'm actually loving the BL picks right here. Like what you said, the dogs are definitely gonna bring trouble, especially when the hunter makes that corner and gets slowed by 100% getting slowed by that dog. And even the Patient as well. I think everyone in this team is potentially a cockroach to catch. It's like they're running all over the map. It's so hard to catch either one of them, especially in Seichu's position, not enjoying the success that he would have hoped for in game number 1, and now coming into game number 2, bringing out the the sculptor in this map instead of breaking will, which is his specialty. I would have to say pressure is on Seichu. NM right now is down by 1 game, 1 loss, and BL up by 1 game. This could potentially be the decisive game, depending on how first half goes. So definitely seeing what Seichu will be bringing to the table. Let's not lose hope just yet. We might see a miracle run from Seichu. I mean, he's done it before. In the previous match, he's done a 5-0 before with Sculptor. So we'll just have to see which one lasts longer. Which mentality, the winning mentality, is stronger? Is it the side of BL? Do they want this more than NM? Or is Seichu the one that's gonna be like, no, you know what? Round 1's over. Round 2 is where I make a redemption hunting. So definitely looking forward to this. Yeah, predictions, Eli. What do you think? Who's gonna have the harder time right here?
Yeah, so this comp is meant to go against Sculptor. It's pretty good against Sculptor, but still with the lack of mechanic, it's harder to actually secure a draw. I think it really depends on who you're able to find first and where, right? So if you find Forward or Mercenary first, you're in a pretty bad spot. But if you're able to find the Patient in an area that's not near one of the 2-story areas or graveyard, then you're actually in a pretty good spot because Patient doesn't have a lot of great hook areas in those locations. Does find the Mercenary first, so this is not good for Seichu. Immediately going to go ahead and leave here, and now that the Mercenary knows where the Sculptor is, they can communicate their location, so they're able to rotate accordingly. I think the Postman should rotate early here, and they are going to do so, immediately heading towards the backup graveyard. Will Seichu be able to find them or cut them off? If you're able to find the Postman in a bit of a bad kiting area, he does find, I think that's not ideal as well. Oh, does see the Postman. So this is actually really good for Seichu. And the survivors weren't able to do quite a lot because the Forward and the Mercenary were off of their Cypher machines.
Yeah, a really good dodge right there. But very unfortunate, Seichu has found the trail. Gonna get that one. He's almost got that one Cypher chip damage there, but you know, the beginning part is just so hard to get the chip damage, especially in open areas. And like what you mentioned, even the blind areas in behind the high walls. So Rem is gonna get that 25% damage again. And wow.
Beautiful statues, yeah. That was incredible, and I think the big situation there was Rem actually missed the Postman dog as he vaulted that graveyard window. He actually went for that after he vaulted. Oh, does die near the Patient as well. So you can actually share on the Patient Cypher machine and not even have to extend the blink. This is a quick down for Seichu after getting rotated a little bit in the early game. Still has the trade available, can now pressure one Cypher with the Chisel and also pressure this corner house Cypher by simply just camping it. So now Seichu already has put himself in an incredible position considering there's no mechanic. This is hard for the survivors to come back from. Seichu is looking very strong in this match.
Yeah, Seichu right now, I think he needs to get that early hit. Yeah, they definitely, the dog missing again the second time right there. Getting that hit onto, yeah, he definitely needs to get that chip damage onto Rem, building that full presence. But Rem is still hiding around the area. MX is trying to finish that Cypher right there, but he's gonna expand that blink. He doesn't want to deal with any more of that kiting nonsense. He is gonna carry Rem right here. MX is gonna try, but at the same time, you have to look at the Cypher progress. Forward has already finished his Cypher. Even MX has already finished his Cypher. There are potentially 2 Cyphers remaining. But the saving grace is those are fairly new Cyphers right there.
Question is, we actually see the Patient use that hook there to be close to one of those Cyphers, which is interesting choice. I don't know if I quite agree with that, but we're gonna see the Mercenary coming to the rescue, and he actually, wow, that hits the chair. That's very unlucky there for Seichu. And it looks like Rem gonna be able to make it to her house potentially. No, not even going upstairs. Forward. He's able to get that stun. Yeah, he's able to get that stun off as well. But and now this gains a ton of different distance for Rem here. We do see Seichu has realized where they are for them to potentially keep harassing. But Rem is kiting on the Cypher machine of the Patient. So that's really not ideal. You really want to try to transition away here, and that's exactly what he's able to do.
Yeah, I think he doesn't really care, simply because he knows that one is behind. Look, the second stun again, expanding almost all of the balls, and it does wonder. Rem is still kiting. 2 Cyphers are already past half. Accelerated decoding has been activated, and Seichu has yet to down Rem, and this is looking really, really good for BL. And again, the saving grace right here is definitely that. How do you put this? Forward, I don't know. It looks really grim right here, Eli. I think the Quan Li is still trying to provide assistance, but Seichu might not know that he has already used up almost all of his balls.
Yeah, unfortunately, the downside for this is that if Seichu actually hits the mercenary, not the rocket carrier, he has full presence, which means he actually get click down on the postman. But because there was no hit on the mercenary, he doesn't have full presence, and now they're able to pop the cipher machine. We're pushing to the end game here, and now Seichu in a really tough position, trying to potentially. Oh, beautiful down quickly on Ren here. He has to share here. He has to potentially teleport. And look at oh, he needs to switch here. He switches a bit late. If he switched earlier, he actually would have been able to have that cooldown up in time. And I don't know if it's going to be ready. We're going to see that the forward is going to go for that dungeon as well. And we're going to see 3 survivors potentially get out of here. And it looks like this is going to be, yeah, 3 survivor escape here, forward sitting on that dungeon. And there we go, 3-1 lead in this round. Seichu actually being defeated here, and it looks like this is a very good position for BL. Again, you saw Ever Sleeping Town being a good map for Sculptor, but now you kind of put all your marbles in one basket here. You really relied on Seichu doing well by going Ever Sleeping Town, and now you're playing into a map that's good for Carol as well. So you're kind of hoping that Seichu was able to do well. Now that the survivors of BL were able to outperform expectations, it's now on the survivors of NM on a good map for Carol as well. So this is going to be really difficult for them. They need to at least get 3 out if they want a chance at tying this round.
Yeah, this just goes to show that why BL has been very, very consistent. They have been representing Southeast Asia region in COA 4, and right now they are also looking to represent Southeast Asia again in COA 5. So this just shows how much of an experience they have. They have the players that they need, they have the talents they need, and they have the coach that they need. And it just shows tremendous teamwork right there. And I have to say, Seichu, despite his best efforts, he did show a lot of heart with picking the Sculptor the second time round. I believe that would have been after the first game, I believe that it would have been better if he reset or at least try a different hunter. For example, maybe even Bloody Queen, because you saw how much trouble he has trying to land that cheap shot, cheap damage right there. But of course, you have to put it up for BL. Their harassment has been on point. They made the harassment count, especially with Quan Li coming in last, just trying to provide assistance to Rem. I think that was the point where they bought the last remaining time that they need to prime the cipher.
Yeah, and I think the big turning point in the match was simply just hitting the chair. That one chair hit is so crucial because you don't get the full presence. If Seichu has full presence there, downing that postman, yes, the forward is able to get 1 stun off there and give the postman some distance. But if you have full presence, all those statues afterwards, you're easily able to hit those. I mean, a lot of the statues missed because all Rem had to do was run in the open. And once that happens without full presence, there's nothing the Sculptor can do. I mean, and once you have the full presence, it's so much simpler, it's so much easier to get that down. So that unfortunate share hit, Mercenary getting a beautiful rescue there, that gives that gives BL the advantage they need, and Rem the advantage he needs to potentially rebound kite. Again, Ever Sleeping Town can be good, but if you're able to kite in the open, you're able to avoid those statues. So yeah, without that full presence, it's so much difficult. Insolence not being a factor here. We saw trump card and detention instead of insolence, and unfortunately worked into the survivor's favor this time rather than Seichu's.
Yeah, BL definitely giving Seichu a run for his money. But also, I would have to say MVP. Who do you think the MVP for this game is? Rem or Quan Li? Because Rem has done an amazing kite. I have to say it's actually a 5 cipher kite. Or is it Quan Li who provided the assistance at the very last minute? Who do you think is more deserving of that MVP?
I think it's definitely the forward. The postman, the postman did good with what they were given. However, they put themselves in a situation where they weren't able to land the first dog, which allowed the hunter to catch up. They gave a free hit in the open, and then after that, the Seichu was able to hit 2 back-to-back statues to instantly down them at corner house. So that puts Seichu in a good position. If forward doesn't go for a stun there, even without full presence, Rem's still going to go down quickly. You can still get to that pal, you can still vault it, but you're going to eat 1 statue on that fall, and then Rem's 1 statue hit away, and Seichu's already really close because there's no forward support. So that 1 stun from the forward actually wins them the game. Also the 1 rescue. I think the mercenary, registering the hit on the chair and the forward getting that stun actually makes the win happen. Without either of those 2 things, Rem's still going to go down in a pretty quickly to a point where the Sculptor's able to at least draw or maybe even win, because then they have full presence and they can then pressure cipher machines. So that one stun and that 1 rescue from the mercenary actually gives them the ability that they need to win that match.
Yeah. And right now, looking at the match outcome, there is only one possibility left. They have to BL will win if NM gets anything less than 3 escape. 3 escape allows NM to at least go to a round number 3. And anything less than 3 escapes, BL will be crowned the winner and advance to the grand finals. So right now, the miracle is no longer on Seichu to make. It's on the side of the survivors of the NM team. So Neru, Kiradona, Chokan, and Joseph Gigi will have to pull off a miracle run if they want to keep their hopes alive in this tournament. And speaking of which, they are going to take out the Rascal. Breaking Wheel, no Ubers tonight, Eli. We are just going to have to walk. We're just going to have to walk and find the survivors. Yeah, so potential Hunter picks. What do you think, Eli? Bloody Queen?
So we do see Forward and Seer here. Mercenary and Priestess lock in here. Are both characters very strong for a Dream Witch? If you're Carol, you would probably actually ban Psychologist here because you don't need to ban. Patient. Okay, so maybe we will see Bloody Queen. I was going to say Psychologist would make sense if you're going Dream Witch. You don't actually have to ban Mechanic because you only need a draw. Yeah, Bloody Queen on this map is just so hard because just all the buildings and all the 2 stories, it's hard to mirror. It's not a map that a lot of Bloody Queen players like to play on. So I think that, I don't know, especially because Mercenary, you can't chase Mercenary, and Priestess actually hard counters Bloody Queen on this map because as soon as they mirror, you just portal through one of the buildings, you make so much distance that the mirror can't even catch up to you. So I think that here it's just kind of like, it's tough. What does Carol play? I actually think we're going to see... Okay, so Psychologist and Acrobat. This team comp is trying to counter Bloody Queen and Dream Witch. Psychologist and Acrobat, good kiters against Bloody Queen and Dream Witch because they can take 3 hits. Oh, it's actually Bon Bon. So this is actually going... Yeah, this is actually going into the favor of BL because this is a comp... Again, this comp counters Bloody Queen... Or strong against Bloody Queen, strong against Dream Witch. But Bon Bon, not so much. This is actually going to be a little bit challenging. Priestess, Acrobat, and Mercenary are fine, but Psychologist may have a difficult kite. And it is Ever Skipping Town, which is not a great Bon Bon map because there's a lot of transition areas. So we'll have to see, what Carol's able to do. No support in terms of harassment. So that's going to be a little bit difficult for the survivors. But, first kite's able to last for a long enough time. This could be really strong for NM.
Yeah. I mean, basically at this point, Carol is just comfortable playing whatever he wants. He can go for Bloody Queen, he could have gone for a Dream Witch, he could have gone for Sculptor even, but he decides to go for Bon Bon. Like what you said, maybe wants to counter this kind of lineup. But at the same time, it just shows how confident and how deep his pool is. Because as far as I know, he does not play Guard 26 as much, which is why we never brought it up in the pre-analysis itself. But then again, we cannot. It's his world right now. He can put he's just so relaxed. He's just so confident because all he needs is just a two man down, and that's it. BL moves on. So he's definitely feeling less pressured, very free, very confident to go into this match. Whereas NM has to make this work with his lineup. Doesn't matter. But based on this, it looks like a potential pure kiting. I have to say, they really have to get that pure kiting up because there's no harasser in this team. There's no batter. There's no forward. There's no walling. This just looks like a pure kiting team. To be honest with you, Eli.
And I think if you're Carol here, you definitely have Blink. I think maybe up down Blink with so having that attention is good for that end game. We do see the Bon Bon heading over here, finding a lot of survivors first. Who do you find first? It looks like it is the Psychologist. Is going to go through that portal there. Psychologist is able to potentially vault this, get a speed boost. Can Carol hit this bomb? No, able to dodge that bomb. That one dodge bomb, the bomb dodge is actually really important because now you can get to this portal, you don't have your stress starting to go down, and Psychologist can make a lot of distance to this upstairs 2-story, and this is where things get tough for a Bon Bon player because you can't really bomb the survivors as well in the upstairs area.
Yeah, I think the choice of just staying on top there, it just allows Bon Bon to just keep spraying bombs there. I definitely think he would just drop down the hole there and risking it because the 2 bombs hits there was definitely unwarranted. But now you're seeing that Joseph GG is gonna kite into I don't know what Chao Kan is gonna try and do here, but he missed the bomb, and Joseph GG down to the very last chip damage right there. And this is the thing about kiting. Oh my god, just as I mentioned, the time bomb, the Wi-Fi bomb has gotten Joseph GG down. Carol is going to be chairing Psychologist first, and very near to the Acrobat himself.
Yeah, so the survivors actually had a good position, but that one route from the psychologist actually kind of messed them up a little bit. Going upstairs there is strong, but you have to be able to drop down as well. You got to keep changing that elevation, making it hard for, for them to land the bombs. If I'm the psychologist there, you want to do one of two things. You want to go upstairs and drop down into the alleyway, or you want to go upstairs and drop down the hole, but instead they stayed up there allowing a bunch of free bombs from the Bonbon, and that's what made the difference there. So yeah, Joseph GG, a few little missteps is costing him a decent kite, and now the survivors on the back foot again. They need to get 3 out here. Bonbon is a hunter. You can kite 2 dungeons in the end game, so maybe they don't rescue, they just push for an end game kite, but in reality, it's going to be really difficult with if you're going for that strategy, considering that this Bonbon still has Blink. Maybe they can use it in the end game. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. Looks like they are going for that. They're saving all their items. Priestess, a good character for kiting the dungeon with those portals. Acrobat, a good character for kiting the dungeon with the bombs. And, of course, Mercenary has a bunch of elbow paths to work with. So, it's still not at, NM's not out of it just yet. They can still Cypher Rush here. But if Carol does have detention and Blink in the end game, it's going to be tough for NM survivors.
Yeah, looking at which they are going to sacrifice Psychologist, definitely does not want to risk putting a second survivor in danger. And number 2, they just want to conserve resources like what you said. And definitely, this is really, really looking hard for the survivors to make a difference here, simply because it's 3 versus 1 now. Bonbon is still very strong, and he has not revealed what traits he's brought. So they are really, really scared of whether it's a blink or even a teleport. But at this point, Kiradona is going to be the second kite, and Carol is going to try and make Kiradona waste as much pad as possible on the Merc. Very smart decision going up the second point, but let's see if he actually drops down, and she did this time.
Yeah, so the drop down there is very good. You see why breaking that line of sight and also breaking that elevation is really good, because it's hard for the Bonbon to hit those bombs. Mercenary getting the next kite is actually really good. This is what the survivors want. They want the Mercenary to get chased, and Mercenary needs to save 1 elbow pad for an endgame kite. You cannot use all of them up here. If you use all your elbow pads, then it's going to be a lot harder to kite to that dungeon. Because again, survivors need 3 out. You cannot afford to only go for 2 here. So will Mercenary use their last elbow pad, or will they potentially save Mercenary? That vault there does get that second bomb hit. Blink still available. Cypher machines are almost done, though. We see the last 2 at 60 and 90% of the way done here. Will they go for the last elbow pad? We're going to see the Acrobat potentially come in and support here. Will Carol use the Blink? I think she will use the Blink. There's the bomb, and it is a miss, it looks like. And he goes for the Blink and does get it down. Does get it down with the Blink, but the Blink is now accounted for endgame, which is this is actually good for the survivors, because the Mercenary has an elbow pad, and also with no Blink, it means they can't down the survivors easily in the endgame.
Yeah, but right now, Priestess, Neru, oh my god, Tomka has got the trend once again, the trend! What is going on? The tram! the tram actually got Saukan, but fortunately the Cypher has been primed, and there's no tight turner on the Acrobat, so it really is up to Carol to just suffocate them right here, because again, all Carol needs is just 2 men down, and that's it. And Kiradona obviously has the 1 last pad. She has to last long enough so that the moment they open the gate, she could have at least tried to escape. And it just seems like Kiradona is rushing towards the gate now. He knows that she knows that Bonbon does not have a teleport anymore. She's just gonna try and make it. And with the oh my god, the assistance.
Wow, they're able to get up through the portal. Acrobat's going for the dungeon. I think they can actually 3 escape this now.
Wow.
This we're gonna see. Yeah, Acrobat's standing on the dungeon. They get out, and wow, they actually make it out. That was incredible.
Wow.
Beautiful Priestess support there. I didn't actually expect them to make it once the Mercenary went towards middle, but as soon as the Priestess is able to set down that portal, it pushes them right to the exit gate, and because of that communication, Acrobat knew where dungeon was, went straight to it, and that was not looking good at all for NM, but that really goes to show Carol needed to save that Blink, and using that Blink there makes it so you have a harder time downing a survivor in the end game, and it just worked NM, and they were able to get that 3 escape. That was incredible. I was actually very excited to see that.
Yeah. that support gave me goosebumps. My hair was literally standing because I it was looking so good for the guard 26, especially with the dominance, like getting rid of the psychologist so early in the game. There was already four ciphers remaining, despite having the ciphers decoded and all. Just shows how determined they are. I have to say, I wouldn't even use the word miracle here. I just have to say the survivors are very determined to at least bring this into a game number three. And their determination, not giving up, has paid off. They brought the game to game three. So basically, this is an all or nothing round. We are going to see a game number three. I'm so excited for this, Eli. Two hunter bans this time. It can be anything, and even the maps as well. What do you look forward to in game number three?
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting for sure. I think what is if you're NM here, what do you go with as Seichu? What hunter do you play? Right, you need to potentially go for a win because you're down 7-2, right? So NM has to win 7-2 or better. So if you're Seichu, do you go for a tie and have your survivors try to four escape, or do you go for a four-person elimination, have your survivors tie? I think it's more logical for the hunter potentially try to be the one to get the win because it's really hard to four escape, right? So I think maybe here your hunter's the one trying to go for the win, but I don't know. It's really going to be interesting. It depends on the map, and it depends on Seichu's hunter pool. What hunter does he have still available? If it's simply just Bonbon, if it's going to be a Sculptor breaking low banning, only a Bonbon, you may have to rely on your survivors because of how hard it is to four-person elimination with a Bonbon.
Yeah. Either that, or he could at least we might see the substitute coming in. We might see Yi potentially coming in because again, when the bands come in, two hunter bands come in. Well, having that extra hunter choice would make a difference. And even if you go to Chinatown, Leo's Memory, or even the Moonlit River Park, there's always a Robbie to pick. There's always a geisha, like you've seen Yi. He has a geisha in his pool. He has geisha. He has sculptor. He has even the X-boy. So there's so many potentials going in. But right now we're gonna look at the match data. Definitely, I have to say this game, Neru providing the support. Everyone is MVP, to be honest. The Bonbon with the meticulous bombing, just being a terrorist right there, like just bombing every survivor's left and right. But I have to give my hats down to Kiradona, really pulling through when needed. That second kite actually lasted long enough for the survivors to pop that last cipher. And despite the funny incident, MVP Tram as well, getting Chao Kan down, I think that was hilarious, and it could have potentially break the game simply because if the cipher wasn't primed, there would have been chaos. Do you agree with that though?
Yeah, absolutely. The trim almost worked out in Carol's favor, but unfortunately with the Cypher Machine being primed, you're still able to pop it, and that goes to show the survivor-sided aspect of this game. You can still stuff a rescue, but as long as the Cypher Machine's primed, they're just going to pop it and make that save. And I mean, going from a survivor getting hit by a trim and getting stuffed to a win, I mean, that's that's pretty impressive, I have to say, for NM. So that's, it really goes to show the power of, survivors as well. Kiradona as well, saving the elbow pad, right? We talked about this. If you use that elbow pad earlier, your kite can last longer, maybe until the Cypher's primed. But if you don't have that elbow pad for the end game, then Kiradona's not making the gate there. They're not making it to that portal. They're not making it to the exit gate. That one elbow pad save there gives them enough distance to make the portal, avoid the bombs, and make it out the exit gate for the win. And then, of course, the Acrobat goes and camps that dungeon. So that's why saving your items for endgame against a Bonbon is so crucial. Because Bonbon is a hunter that struggles in the endgame simply because, Bonbon's meant to camp. They're meant for their camping. They're not meant to necessarily down survivors quickly with the tension in the endgame because they can get transition kited. And that's exactly what happens as, if you're going against a mercenary and they still have an elbow pad available.
Yeah. I definitely love your point where they conserve their resources for late game. They know that Bonbon might not have the chase potential in the late game just to get anyone like mercenary. You saw the power. You saw the power of the priestess having connected that very last moment, connecting Kiradona to the gate, and Chao Kan as well on the Acrobat with so much mobility, already waiting at the dungeon, and at that moment. Bonbon without the teleport as well, that's gonna be a really hard. That had been a really hard thing to do. But what do you think of the decision though, not to ban the priestess in this map? Do you think that would have contributed? Because there are some people in the chat there saying maybe if the priestess wasn't around, the results might have been different. What do you say to that?
It definitely could have been. I think the Priestess definitely was a difference maker in that game. So I think banning Priestess could have worked. I think also, I mean, Ford and Seer bans are always strong. Those are Ford and Seer are the two strongest characters in the game, even after the Seer nerf. I don't know if Seer's still the second best after the nerf, but he's still very strong enough for a ban almost every time. So Ford and Seer ban, you can never go wrong with those. But Priestess, giving it an option ever sleeping town, I think Carol had thought they had enough to work. I mean, they thought they had a position where all they need to do is draw. So Priestess, even with the Priestess support, it won't really matter. But on this map, Priestess is a character that helps help the survivors win because of that support. With the survivor meta being very support oriented, if you're able to support enough, especially with Priestess on this map, it's enough for win. So I think that the Priestess ban, I think Forward ban is 100% good because Forward is a character that supports for wins. Seer ban, if you're planning to play Bonbon, as Carol in the spot, maybe Seer ban isn't as good because Bonbon against a nerf Seer is really strong. So I think that I think Forward and Priestess might have been a better ban there for Carol.
Yeah, for those of you who are still not aware or just tuning in or not keeping up with the updates of Identity 5, Seer recently has undergone a debuff. How many seconds was it, Eli?
It went
8
from
seconds, I believe.
15 to 8. Yeah, 15 to 8.
15 to 8, yeah. So having that 8 seconds window frame, like what you said, maybe not as effective banning Seer as compared to Priestess, because Priestess has that connection, that portal key has been has been distracting a lot and providing opportunities. Like you saw how Joseph GG managing to go from one end to the other simply because of the portal key in the first kite, and even at the late game, allowing Kiradona to make it to the gate. That for me was very very precise, very effective banning, picks and bannings. They already won it in draft, I believe. And Carol as well. By no means is Carol a weak hunter. He is a very, very strong hunter. Probably getting cheeky with the Guard 26 because he does play Guard 26. And speaking of which, there is a question here. Wow. Which hunter is more rookie friendly for rank match in the card version? What do you think, Eli?
Oh yeah, I think we did have this question already, but yeah, I did last time I answered this. I think there were a few people in chat who got mad at me for saying this, but I promise you
X-Boy?
guys, yeah, Axeboy, it is Axeboy. I promise you guys, Axeboy is a rookie-friendly hunter, and the reason why is I'll explain a little bit better if people need more of an explanation. But basically, with Axeboy, it's characters that are semi-autopilot or autopiloted hunters that rely more on the game giving their abilities for them than having to be able to use it are really good. So, for example, the other hunter I mentioned was Ripper. Ripper is very good because you don't even press a button for his ability; it just naturally happens. Axway is good because half of his ability naturally happens. Once you drop a tree, the fireballs will spawn for you, and once you leave a corrupt zone as a survivor, the purple flames spawn for you anyways. So all you really have to do as Axway is pull a flame, and then you have to know where to put your restless roads for speed boost, which is not too hard to do. So Axway is is what I like to call semi-autopilot because it's a good hunter for understanding how to play other hunters, and it's not too difficult to play. You look at something like, Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel or Wuching. Those are all hunters that are hard. You have to have a lot of game sense to play. Whereas Axeboy, the main idea with Axeboy is hit your flames, use the path to try to chair a survivor on a cipher machine because you have the speed boost, and that's it. Just win the game from there. Stuff a rescue with the flame. Like, it's not that hard to do. You have to. It understands. It helps you understand how to chase, how to camp, and also how to pressure ciphers. And those are the three main things of playing hunter. So Axeboy has all three traits of understanding how to play hunter, and also is not too difficult to play.
I'm sorry. I was kind of smart. I was kind of thinking to myself. I tried X-Boy a couple of times. I really want to believe that it's really easy. Unfortunately, my aim is so bad that my flames always missed. And even the way I position the restless roads is very sus. So for me, yeah, I've gotten tier 2, tier 3 survivors kiting X-Boy until end game, so I have trauma because of that. But I really want to get better with X-Boy and maybe improve my aim. But unfortunately, we'll have to leave. We'll have to leave another pro to play X-Boy for that. But for me, being a rookie-friendly hunter, I have to agree. Jack is definitely autopilot as well. Simply because you don't need to click anything to activate the abilities. The foggy blade just happens when you hit. So I definitely love that choice for a beginner-friendly hunter. And that's another one that's actually quite controversial. Some people say that it's beginner-friendly. Some people say it's not. I have to say The Disciple. I really love the Disciple. I actually did an experiment. I'm a survivor main, but I did an experiment onto playing certain hunters in beginning tiers, tier 2, tier 3s, tier 4s, all the way up to tier 5s. And Disciple has actually gotten me a 100% win rate. And the reason being is because I just love how even if you miss the cat, you could use it to close the distance between you and the survivor. And it helps me a lot, especially I think a lot of beginner hunters are also struggling with this. It helps a lot with people who camp pallets as well, who camp palace and just keep looping that area. They're just so good at looping. They're playing that mind game. So I think Anne is a very good anti-looper kind of hunter, and even the guaranteed stun when you leap and get it. I believe in that sense, Anne is strong for me and quite beginner friendly. And I've seen a lot of players picking it up in quick matches now as well. So I really appreciate that. But that's for my part though.
Yeah, there's one thing I also wanted to address. I know some people like to think that Geisha is easy. I know some people will say Geisha is an easy hunter to learn. I promise you guys, Geisha is not a good hunter to start with. The reason why, I'm just going to explain real quick. The reason why, this is something I'm very adamant about, but the reason why is Geisha's playstyle is way different than every hunter in the game. A lot of hunters are hunters that rely on cutting off tight kiting and struggle against transitioning, but eventually you're able to adapt to play around that. So, for example, Sculptor, Bon, even things like Feaster, Violinist, whatever it may be, those kind of hunters are good against tight kiting because you can throw bombs in those areas, statues, but if you transition and make distance, that's when it becomes hard. Geisha, on the other hand, is not like that. Geisha struggles against tight kiting because you get pallet looped, but she cuts off transition kiting because she can dash after those. So it's not that Geisha is incredibly hard to play. She does take some game sense, and you have to be good with her to play her. But it's more that Geisha's playstyle is different than every other hunter. So if you're learning to become a new hunter, Geisha is not a good hunter to start with because learning Geisha is not going to help you eventually be able to play these other types of hunters as you progress with your hunter skills.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Geisha. The art of I myself have been laughed a lot simply because of the way I dash, the failed dashes. That's actually the beauty of Geisha. It seems very easy, especially in open areas where you want to catch up with survivors. But in those tight spots, I find myself getting pallet slammed a lot. I don't know if you if you face this as well, but the hitbox, the short hitbox especially, coupled with tight kiting around the pallets, around the corners, I just get myself pallet slammed a lot, or maybe because I'm just very very bad at it. But again, I agree with you. It's not a very hunter beginner hunter friendly sort of things. But in the chat here, they're saying Joseph. Is Joseph a
Oh.
beginner friendly hunter?
No, photo's hard to play. Photo's hard to master. You have to know how his ability. I mean, I know everyone loves photo, but he's hard to play. You have to know how to. You have to know, how much damage certain things do in the photo world. You have to know when to try to jump scare, when to try to camp, when to try to pressure. Go into photo world. It's a lot of strategies you have. I mean, I'll tell you one strategy. There's one hunter on NAEU that we call Potato, who's the #1 photo player. They play. They play teleport trump card photo. They start with teleport instead of blink, and then they go into photo. They don't take a picture immediately. They go look for survivors, take a picture when they find one, kill that survivor in photo world, then teleport across the map, go out of photo world, try to jump scare someone. If they don't find someone there, they go back into photo world and find the image of the person that they just teleported to and killed them, place them on a chair, and then they. So
I had that
that's
case
kind
similar
of
to that.
yeah. So that's kind of they have a completely weird, unique strategy, but their win rate's up in the 80s with a photo, which is almost unheard of. So that's photo is a hard hunter to play. You have to have a lot of game sense, a lot of knowledge to play him properly. So
Yeah.
he's a fun hunter, and I know everyone loves him, but he is difficult. He's not a good starter for sure.
Yeah. I believe everyone loves him because of how handsome he looks. Kind of looks like you, Eli. Yeah, and also Wu Chang as well. Like so many people simping over Joseph, over Daddy Wu Chang. They even call him Daddy. Do you agree
Yeah.
he's a daddy material?
Yeah, I call it. Yeah, see, every time on my streams, we call him Daddy Chungus. That's what we
Wu
call
Changus.
him. So that's
Honestly speaking, I don't know why it's Wu Changus though. Do you mind
I
telling me
don't.
why?
I don't know either. That's what a bunch of people told me to say, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna say that because you guys like it. So I don't know. But
Oh, okay.
anyway,
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's see if we still have any more questions from the chat. Let me just bring you up. Again, big shout outs to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for making it here tonight. I know that not everyone is in the Southeast Asia time zone. There are a lot of people, Eli included, and even Grizzly. They're in a very the opposite end of the time zone. They're staying up um, early in the morning to come here and share their experience, their insights, and even commentate for this tournament. So, and even the viewers out there, thank you so much, guys, for supporting. Thank you so much for being very positive in the chat. And I believe there's so many people in the chat. I would like to give a shout out as well. Mark, Humble Gamer as well, Penguin, LYR, 30 seconds challenge to see how many names I can name. Ray Ray, Ruby is tired. Joggy, Innocent Mango as well. So thank you so much, guys. You guys have been really, really active in the chat. Thank you so much again for supporting. Both teams are equally good as well. Thank you for supporting the teams, BL, NM. Um, in my rights, no matter the outcome of the tournament, I'm equally proud of both teams because they are representing Identity 5, Southeast Asia region at the highest level. So I'm very, very proud of them, and we all should be proud of them. What
Yeah,
about
for
you,
sure.
Eli? Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
definitely. Yeah, no, I'm really excited about just these tournaments and being able to support these teams. And I also want to say to everyone in the Southeast Asia chat right now, thank you for all the positivity as well. Everyone who's just here supporting the stream, supporting the commentators, supporting the teams, it really means a lot. Us as commentators, sometimes there's people who don't necessarily agree with how we commentate, and that can be difficult for some of us. So it's really nice to have all. It's really nice to have all that positivity towards the teams, towards the players as well, and towards us commentators. So thank you to the Southeast Asia chat for that. It actually really means a lot. It's really great, especially for me. This is the first time I've actually commentated any tournament besides NAEU. So coming into a new region and having this sort of support, it's just incredible, and it's really awesome to see.
Yeah. Fun fact, guys, Eli is actually very, very, very dedicated. He even knows BL. He even knows all the teams in this tournament. Most of the teams here, he did his homework. All the commentators here, we did the homework. But Eli, especially insightful. Thank you so much for bringing in the insights, even to the teams outside of NAEU. So it shows volumes on how dedicated um, the admins, the commentators, the people here trying to build up Identity 5 community. I know that you're trying to build up Identity 5 community in NAEU as well. And you're just very, very dedicated, and I really admire you for that. And you know what? You can just share with us if you need any support or anything in whatsoever. Because I believe with how positive everyone here is, yeah, I believe everyone will show the most support in whatever you're trying to do as well in NAEU.
That's awesome. That's always great to hear because sometimes it can be tough with NAU. I mean, especially considering that it's we're as NAU we're known to be one of the servers that's not that usually doesn't have the most success. But I think it's always nice to see any support we can get is awesome, and I'm very excited to see, of course, the NAU team compete in COA this year. Hopefully, they'll be able to perform well. I'm excited to see just the entire COA qualifiers themselves and how it will play out. But yeah, let's we can talk about this third round as well. I think we should definitely bring that up. So looking into this third round here, I think the biggest thing is, again, we talked about how does NM come back from this? They need at least 5 points to come back. They're at a 5-point deficit, right? So you need to be able to gain these points and get back into this match. So we're in a situation where one team gets to ban a map and the other team gets to pick a map. What map do you go with your NM? If you're NM, no.
Um, Definitely a map that gives trouble to Dream Witch. Definitely a map that gives trouble to Breaking Wheel if they have no choice but to let Breaking Wheel out. I would have to say Chinatown. Chinatown simply because on the side of NM there's a lot of diversity there. If they decide to bring out E as the substitute hunter, there's Geisha, there's the Soul Weaver, there's X-Boy. There's just so many choices for NM in terms of the substitute E. If we're gonna see him. Whereas Dreamwitch, like what you said, maybe not the best map to thrive in, or or even like Guard 26 Sculptor, I don't think they're gonna be as effective simply because of so many elevations there. And I especially hate one part of the Chinatown. I don't know if you share that same feeling where there's the hotel part and then there's the back door staircase. That's such a hard place to catch survivors, especially like if you have a priestess toy merchant running around. What do you think
Yeah,
of that
yeah.
place?
Yeah, it's definitely the best cutting area on the map for sure. And that's actually why you mentioned Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver is actually really good on Chinatown because they can actually prevent that looping area. Because if you're going to go up those stairwells, Soul Weaver can easily drop a bunch of webs. It's such a narrow stairwell; they can drop so many webs for such a limited cost, where they can just catch up to the survivor easily and cut off that looping area. A lot of survivors love to loop the hotel area. You can't do that against a Soul Weaver. You also can't do that as well against a Geisha as well. So both of those hunters are pretty good. So maybe as you mentioned, now we might say Yi Sub in here because he has two hunters that are very strong on a map like Chinatown. Now, if you see Yi come in as as BL, do you ban that Chinatown? You may actually do that because he has such strong hunters for that map. Yeah, again, we're gonna have to see exactly what's gonna come into play here as well. But and then if you're BL, what map do you go with? So if you're BL, obviously you just need to not lose 7-2, right? You need to either win the round or tie the round, or even lose the round but not by 5 or more points. So maybe if you're BL, you pick a map that's good for Carol. Maybe you pick a map that's weak for Seichu. I think your best bet is probably to give a good map for Carol. I think that makes the most sense. And if you're Carol here, what hunter are you going to play? Probably Breaking Wheel, probably Dream, which will get banned. Unless the survivors want to win, they might ban Bloody Queen instead. So we'll have to see. But if you're going for a map that's good for Carol, I think probably one of the best maps would. I think Moonlight River Park is actually not bad. It's good for Wheel. It's pretty good for Bloody Queen, and it can also work for Dream Witch. But we'll have to see. What they have to go with.
Yeah, or we could see Leo's memory.
You can see Leo's memory. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Leo's memory, I don't know why. I'm not pretty sure about this, but Posh and Grizzly actually joked about it being a cursed map. I kind of I don't really see why, but to me, it's just as on the hunter side, it's so hard to see survivors. If you and because of the snow, because the map is dark, I think sometimes I just bring as a survivor, I just bring costumes that are white, and I just crouch at the corner, and the hunters might even catch glimpse. But do you think that the Leo's memory is not as popular as other maps simply because of are there any reasons though why it's not such a popular map to pick in BO3 even, or BO1, BO2, BO3?
There's a few reasons. One of them is that I think one of the reasons is why is because there's a lot of weird spawns on Leo's memory. While there's technically only about 6 or 7 key spawns per map, Leo's memory kind of has 9 because the hunters. Well, there's a key spawn that works for 2 different spots on a hunter spawn. It's weird. Leo's memory has a lot of weird spawns that a lot of teams don't want to have to necessarily deal with, and also it's kind of like not that the factory area is so hard for a lot of hunters to deal with, so no hunter likes to play on the map anyways. We do have the maps in here. It looks like it is Moonlit River Park, banned from NM, which does make sense because I think Moonlit River Park would benefit BL, as we talked about, and it looks like it is Red Church selected from BL. So this is actually unfortunate for NM that they weren't able to get map pick in a situation where you're down points. You really want to be able to pick that map, and now BL has a huge advantage because of that map selection. It is going to be a Red Church, which is interesting. The survivors probably will ban Dream Witch. I don't know if they'll ban Bloody Queen because Bloody Queen's not particularly good on. Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel's not particularly
Breaking
good.
Wheel, yeah.
Yeah, Breaking Wheel's not particularly good on Red Church. So they may actually give Breaking Wheel here and maybe ban Bloody Queen or Dream Witch. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like they could just they could allow Seichu. Like they might want to just take out this map is not particularly good for Breaking Wheel. Maybe they just want to let Breaking Wheel out and decides to go and ban his Sculptor Beekeep, and that's gonna make life difficult for Seichu. But on the side of Carol, even if his Breaking Wheel is released, he has so many choices though. Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. If they decide to ban his Bloody Queen and Breaking Wheel, Carol still has a Sculptor and Guard 26. What do you think though? Is Sculptor good in Red Church? Is it still as effective as before
It's not
on the Red
bad.
Church?
Yeah, it's not. Sculptor's not bad for Church. There are better maps for her for sure. Church can be difficult as well because there are some blind areas, but it's more narrow than Arms Factory. The transition areas aren't as easy. I think the biggest problem for sculptors is Church loop. If you're able to loop Church with a Priestess, that can be very difficult. Priestess support is super strong at Church against Sculptor because as long as you can constantly go around Church breaking that line of sight, it's really hard for a Sculptor to hit those statues. We are going to get into the band picks here. We are going to see who is hunting for an M here. I'm actually quite curious to see. And it looks like, oh, actually, BL is going to be hunting again here. So we do have Carol hunting for round number 3. What is Carol opt to ban here again? Carol's probably trying to get at least a draw. If Carol can actually win, then it will secure the win for NM because, NM does need to get 5 points here. But I think based off of these bans, we're going to be able to tell what Carol is trying to at least play. Will the survivors ban the Breaking Wheel is the question as well. It's not a great Breaking Wheel map, but Carol does have a strong Breaking Wheel available.
Definitely gonna make sense. We're gonna see more of what Carol is gonna be potentially picking once we see the bans, which is gonna be the forward, the seer, and the mechanic. So it opens up possibility. I don't know, maybe a Bloody Queen Dream Witch. I think he's definitely capable of playing either one of those two. Whereas in the terms of NM, the hunters that I think that they have to get rid of from for Carol to be unable to play that character, Sculptor Dream Witch, or even Dream Witch Bloody Queen, allowing the Sculptor to be online or the Breaking Wheel to be online. Okay, they banned both of those, Bloody Queen and Dream Witch. I think they are very comfortable allowing the Breaking Wheel to be in this matchup. But the question is Carol going to persist and pick Breaking Wheel? Or is he going to go for the Sculptor instead?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see on a bad Breaking Wheel map. Maybe Sculptor makes more sense, but also giving Priestess. I think with these bans, Carol probably is aiming towards Breaking Wheel. Mechanic, Seer, and Forward are the 3 hardest counters to Breaking Wheel in that. Mechanic Cypher Rush is very good against Wheel, and it's hard to deal with the bot. Seer's Owl, of course, is always very good against Breaking Wheel, can absorb an entire 2-spike hit. Plus, it can farm Owls easily against the Wheel form, and Spin is always just very strong. Now, the other survivors opt to go with a Harasser here. The only real strong Harasser would be Batter. I don't know if NM has that as a possible strategy, but it would be good against a Breaking Wheel. It's like Entomologist as well. Entomologist very good against Sculptor and Breaking Wheel, so this definitely makes the most sense. And as the last pick, it looks like Acrobat. So Acrobat, not a bad kiter for Sculptor, not a bad kiter for the Breaking Wheel. So yeah, they're going really all in with this comp. I think if you're Carol, yeah, it's tough. This comp is really strong against Sculptor, and it's also not a great Breaking Wheel map. So if you're Carol, what do you go with? I don't know. Oh, it's like going Bonbon.
I mean, it is a smaller map, and he doesn't have to worry about the chase as much as the bigger maps like in Ever Sleeping Town. So it makes a lot of sense. I think, but he's taking a really, really big risk though, going with the Bonbon straight away instead of the Sculptor or even the Breaking Wheel. I mean, we know that there's a lot of windows here, but still, Breaking Wheel is still very strong, and his Uber driving has been really, really good. But going with a character that allowed 3 escape in game number 2, that says a lot. That brings a lot of confidence on the part of Carol. So basically, this pick breaks or makes the team, breaks or makes the decision that's gonna come in the first half, because it's gonna affect the second half for sure a lot. Carol has to get as many kills as possible in order for them to gain advantage and not allow the point difference for NM to catch up. But the way I see it, NM's like, if they're gonna do this exact same thing as what they did in Ever Sleeping Town, I would have to give the benefit of the doubt to NM team, simply because even if he gets one person down, is Bonbon gonna change? Unless if Bonbon changes traits to teleport, which do you think it is though? Blink or teleport better in this game?
Yeah, Blink is definitely better. Again, if you're Carol, you probably just want to draw. If you get a draw here, then your survivors only need 1 survivor out to win. So if you're Carol, I actually think you go up, down, Blink. So you have Detention, Confined Space, and Blink. You don't even need Trump card. Just go for a draw. Just go for a down early game with Blink, and then go for a Detention Blink in the end game. I think it's the best situation. Similar to what Seichu did on the Arms Factory in the first round. So here, this is still kind of difficult. Again, you mentioned, Nell Bonbon had a rough game last round, but it is an easier map for Bonbon. Ever Sleeping Town is difficult, whereas Church is more favorable. But still, this comp isn't too bad. It depends on who they find first. Immediately going Looks like Bonbon going towards bottom broken here into that Priestess, but isn't able to catch sight of him as well. Carol getting a little bit of rotated here, not able to find any survivor, so good rotation from the NM survivor side. Will he commit to this Priestess? And you do have to chase a Priestess in church and you don't want to get looped here, but it looks like he is able to catch sight of the, I believe that's
the mercenary.
Yeah, that's not a good find at all for Carol. So this is really good for NM. Wow. So they're off to a really good start.
Yeah, and all Kiradona has to do is just loop around this area, expand the pad as soon as he throws, and then you see it. Like as soon as she dashed, she used up the pad as soon as she reached the blind corner, and now Carol is gonna switch his sides, going through the portal that Neru has made. But unfortunately, this is also like the site, there's no sight for Carol at the moment. He doesn't know where the survivors are at the moment. And already you can see the Acrobat is almost done with the red carpet cipher. 80%, 84%. And I would have to say, Acrobat, is he a good person to chase in the beginning of the game as well?
He's not bad considering there's not a lot of great targets. But yeah, this is the problem with this Acrobat is now you just throw this bomb down and the slow bomb, and now you have to change targets because you get slowed down too much. He's going to change targets to that Demologist, but Entomologist running right into the Bonbon there. Dodging his bombs, takes one hit and the other one as well. It was looking really good for the survivors, but Entomologist walking. Oh, what a portal setup! She can get them all the way to the graveyard, which means that they can potentially keep hiding here. Still no timer bomb available, which means that now you might have to target.
Changing targets again, I don't know. I think, like what you said, it's definitely a very good kite. But right now, Joseph is in danger of getting that chip damage, and he needs to just break that line of sight right now. But again, things are looking really good for NM because they are already almost done with 3 ciphers, and even the 4th cipher is being loaded as we speak. Oh, gonna expand that blink right there. I think he has no choice. He has to use it. Otherwise, the entomologist is gonna buy so much time right there. And that's the first chair right there.
Yeah, I think that's actually really important. The bees stay alive, and the bees being alive here is so good because it helps the mercenary get the rescue. Saving off a Bonbon is so incredibly difficult to a point where a lot of the time you're actually getting stuffed even as a mercenary, but because there is bees available, it makes it so much harder for the Bonbon to stuff the rescue because the bees can simply just push the Bonbon away, and here we come the bees to potentially support here. Mercenary going in for the rescue. Oh, the bees get canceled by the bomb though, and now this is going to be a difficult stage for Kiradona. Can they make it? Oh, he gets Terror Shock on the rescue, and all of a sudden the favor is back in Carol.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, very unfortunate that the bees had been dispelled by the bombs, and I definitely think that that's one of the main things that break or make a team. The kites can be good. I always say this: kites can be godly, kites can be really good. But once one survivor is down, if the rescue fails, it's gonna affect the whole game. This was a potential 3-man escape, 4-man escape, but because the machinery was unsuccessful in rescuing, the tides are gonna change right now, and it's looking to favor Carol at the moment.
And it's not over yet. Again, the survivors, they need to at least draw. If they get a draw, then we still have a second half of this round in which Sage can perform elimination. But now, the survivors, it's actually not. The Terror Shock isn't quite as bad as it's. And the reason why is they just had to do this round for it to actually make a difference. If they don't get a 4 escape, then Sage is going to have to tie regardless. Sage is going to have to 4-man regardless. We do see him going after the Acrobat here. There's that bombs from Carol. Let's see what Zalcon's able to do. Trying to transition away. Another beautiful bomb there. Trying to get away. Oh, basements here as well. You got to get away from that last cipher machine. It looks like they are able to do so. Does Carol have trunk card? I don't know where to see the Acrobat go down here. Mercenary trying to rush this cipher. And he is going to get basement, but there is a Priestess. So this is still not too bad for NM. And yeah, we see Carol acknowledge this. You cannot afford to take them to basement. It's too easy to save for the Priestess. Rather than take them to basement, take them to a chair that's out in the open part of the stage, for the Priestess anyways. And the cipher, but Carol's giving up on the camp, which means a free rescue is going to pop off here, and the mercenary should be able to pop the cipher.
Oh, nice. Okay, he's gonna get that. And Endgame is in effect right now. But no, he's running towards the Bonbon. And that's a detention right there on the Bonbon. So definitely, I think it's gonna be... Is it a 3-6 though? Because we have not seen him change the trade. I think Carol is just settling for a draw right here at the moment because he knows that BL Survivors is really, really hard. It's really, really hard for... How do you say it? I think it's just strategy at this moment. Settling for a draw and just relying on the BL Survivors to make that score difference even more. So we'll just have to see right now. The best possible scenario for Carol now is just to get that draw, and then we'll have to settle with the draw because both of them are already at the front gate. They're just gonna leave, and back once again. The decision, the fate of the team is going to rely on Seichu, because Seichu has to manage a 4-man down. Otherwise, the dream is going to end here for NM, and BL will be moving forward. So, what do you think of the game just now? Do you think that they could have a potential to get the 3-man escape at the very least? And what was the key moments that you think that could have allowed so?
Yeah, I think of course the key moment was that one rescue, that one terror shock. So it comes down to a big moment as well was when the entomologist actually rotated into the bonbon. If they're able to kind of avoid that, as an entomologist player or as just a survivor decoding top broken in general. What a lot of people do is they'll try to like loop around the breakable walls area, but if they're not broken, then there's a risk of you rotating into the hunter, which is what happens. So it's actually safer to rotate towards middle broken and try to go towards bottom broken. Unfortunately, Joseph GG didn't do that. He tried to do that play where you go around, try to mind game the bonbon, but it ended up working into Carol's favor. So that's a huge risk in doing that. It pays off if the bonbon goes the other way around because you make a lot of distance. But if you do run into them, then it's just really, really weak because you take a bunch of hits for free. So it's usually not worth it, especially in a position where you already have good rotation and good kites. So I think that was a big moment there. I think for Joseph GG, it would have been safer just to simply rotate towards middle broken and at least make distance that way. I think it's a lot safer, but it worked into Carol's favor. But again, the terror shock is really important. That's really big for Carol because now, as soon as you get that terror shock, it eliminates them getting a forced survivor escape. And again, if they get a 4-survivor escape, Seichu only needs a draw. But if you get a draw as survivors, you need to get a 4-person elimination as Seichu. So the Terror Shock, again, isn't too important because as long as it's not a 4-survivor escape, it doesn't really matter too much. But at least NM gets a draw. That is the bare minimum for them here. And again, BL still in a good position. They're up 5 points. It all comes down to what Seichu can do here in this last half of the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think it's a very tall order. Again, BL survivors are definitely not one to be underestimated, and to pull off that miracle, I would say if they allowed for a 3 escape, I would have said that there is still a very high possibility that NM would be able to turn the tables, like getting a 3-1 score. That would have been a 3 kill on the part of Seichu might have been more feasible as compared to getting a 4K, simply because number 1, the BL survivors are just so strong. Number 2, it is Red Church. They have the potential to kite 5 ciphers, 3 ciphers, 5 ciphers, and not to mention, again, on the side of BL, there are more harassers. And let's not forget NM. Once the 4 is taken over, there's practically no harassers in the team anymore. But whereas in the part of BL, even if you take out forward, they can still play around with the walling, the batter, or even a prospector. Ram plays a prospector as well. So there's so many factors there, and all they have to manage is just even a 1-man escape would allow BL to advance. So it's a very, very tall order right now for the side of NM, Seichu, because this is the last game. Potential, very, very big potential probability of the last game for Team NM.
Yeah, so if you're Seichu here, what do you play? Actually, it's better to look at it this way. If you're BL survivors, what do you ban, right? So if you have, Seichu has 3 hunters in particular. That's Bonbon, Sculptor, and Breaking Limb, possibly also something like Bloody Queen. So you also have to consider, right, what do you not want to have to deal with. I think it makes most sense to ban Sculptor and Breaking Wheel. Those are the 2 hunters that have the best chance at getting a 4-person elimination, whereas Bonbon and Bloody Queen don't because they're more of a draw. They're more draw hunters than anything. So I think that it makes most sense to ban Breaking Wheel and Sculptor, but they did pick Red Church, which means that BL is doing this because they think that maybe Seichu won't play Breaking Wheel on this map. Breaking Wheel's not great on Church, but it's still playable. It's not as bad as Arms Factor. You can actually play Breaking Wheel on this map and potentially win. So I think if BL gives Breaking Wheel here, I think that ends up being a mistake just because of how good Seichu's Breaking Wheel is. Based off of their map selection, it makes sense that they would give Breaking Wheel because they want to, put Seichu on a bad Breaking Wheel map, but I think that's just gives Seichu too much to work with if you do that. So I don't necessarily agree with BL's with BL's Red Church map selection. Maybe it's to help Carol's Bonbon, but it's also, it's still tough because even if you don't ban Breaking Wheel, you're still giving Seichu Breaking Wheel on a map that you can still play on and at least perform well on.
Or BL could just be safe and they just take out Breaking Wheel altogether. Take out Breaking Wheel, take out Sculptor. What's left? Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen. Um, I can see Bloody Queen having a potential of 4K. Which one do you think is more likely? A Bloody Queen getting a 4K or a Sculptor getting a 4K in this kind of scenario?
Well, definitely, I mean, Sculptor has more win potential as Bloody Queen's more of a draw hunter. I
Mm-mm.
think that they're going to ban Sculptor. I think it's really just it comes down to do they give Bloody Queen or Bon? I think both of those will be given because I personally believe that Sculptor and Breaking Wheel should be banned here. I don't. Those are
Mm.
the two best hunters for securing 4-person eliminations, and I don't think you can actually afford to give either of those to Seichu. So I think that you give him Bloody Queen or Bon and try to win against them. Now, which hunter has more win potential, Bon or Bloody Queen? I think Bloody Queen has more win potential just because of the map pressure against Bloody. You know, Bloody Queen's meant to be a draw hunter, but Bon is just so limited with map pressure that you can't control that Cypher Rush, whereas Bloody Queen can. So while Bloody Queen may have slow chase in terms of that her mirrors take long to cool down, she has good chase. Where so does Bon, but Bloody Queen still has the Cypher pressure that Bon doesn't have.
Yeah. But then again, I think round one, game number one was definitely the game that was a very, very huge contributing factor towards how the game proceeds in game number two, game number three. Because right now, getting a draw, I have to say very, very boldly that the survivor had the most chance getting more points than a draw. And so right now we ended up in Seichu being the saving grace of the team again. He's the last line of defense. What is he gonna ban? What is he gonna pick? Because right now it's 4K or nothing. He has to play very, very aggressively. And knowing this fact, I have to say, if BL does not ban Breaking Wheel, he has to pick up Breaking Wheel no matter what, because Breaking Wheel is the only one with the fastest chase potential. The fastest chase potential, the fastest, the one of the best cipher pressures. We've seen what happens when he's on the wheels, just creating chaos left and right, applying pressure, very, very super aggressive. So if you are on the side of BL, even though this map is not as good for a Breaking Wheel, you might have to consider banning Breaking Wheel and even the Sculptor, just allowing a Bloody Queen, because they have to bet on Bloody Queen just getting a draw, and that's gonna give the advantage to BL.
And I think if you're Seichu, Forward Seer, Mechanic have to be your 3 bans. I don't think there's anything else you can ban. Mechanic you have to ban here because it's the best draw survivor. It's the best survivor for getting at least 1 out because of how good the Cypher Rush is. You can't give a decoder in a situation where you need a 4-person elimination. You just can't. It looks like they're still deciding on the bans here, but yeah, I think Mechanic, Seer, and Forward are the best. Forward support is just too good. Seer Owl is just too strong, and again, Mechanic is just too. It's too easy to get at least 1 survivor out with a Mechanic on the team. It's just too easy because of how good Mechanic Cypher Rush is. So if you're Seichu here, I think those have to be your 3 bans. Maybe Priestess instead of one of them. Maybe instead of Seer if you're trying to go Bon. But I don't think it makes sense. I think you just have to ban those 3. We'll have to see. I think it's going to be some combination of those for sure, but I think those are definitely the best bans for Seichu if you need a 4-person elimination, which in this case, if you're Seichu, you do.
Yeah. I'm also interested to see what the team, the chat is thinking about this potential round 4. This Red Phoenix saying there can be a round 4. Well, only if NM manages a 4 kill, which is gonna be a huge challenge, like difficulty level, Greek god. I have to say, like, so it's really, really very difficult to achieve that. But you know what? We're interested to see what you think about the game. There are some people saying that maybe Bon not the best hunter to secure an advantage, but I believe that there's plenty of advantage. I think their BL is being very, very strategic with their picks. Bon getting a draw is already a very big win on the part of the team. And yeah, apart from that, just very happy to see everyone here. Just remember to hydrate, bring your popcorns. That's my favorite combo when watching a movie or commentary. What about you though? What do you usually bring or gather to eat when you're going for a movie or watching something, binge watching something?
Yeah, I usually, yeah, definitely water. I usually like to eat like and watch stuff with a meal or something. For example, like if I'm about to have dinner, like, oh, let's go watch a movie while we have dinner or something. Something like
Oh,
that. That's sort of my sort of thing. Or watch a TV show or whatever. So that's always my kind of thing for sure. So yeah, so definitely make
nice.
sure you guys are. If it's around mealtime for some of you in the world, for me it's not. For me it's like what 3 a.m. So it's sleep time for me. But
Supper.
it's yeah, or late dinner, really late dinner. But yeah, for those of you who are about to around mealtime, that's how I always recommend: get some water, get a good meal, and watch this
Yeah.
matchup play out.
Yeah, well, it's 6 p.m. here. It's close to dinner time. But you know what? No end games, no no dinner. So we're gonna be cheering on for both of these teams. They definitely prove that they deserve to be here. Another thing, despite whatever things that you might have seen in other channels or in other pages or in other commentaries as well, we believe here, right here in Southeast Asia region, we believe in building the community up. And speaking of building community up, what better way than to look at pretty fan arts? What so cute though, Eli. This fan art by Noe.
Yeah, very nice. Include a lot of characters in it as well. Typically, we see a lot of fan arts are usually just like one character, but I love to see plenty of characters. This is actually great because these are literally three of the characters I play the most. I play Seared Mercenary, a lot of
Oh,
Survivor. I play a lot of Bloody Queen. So this is actually three of my characters that I love to play when I play. So this is actually really cool to see. Excellent job here. And yeah, it's just very cute, very well done drawing overall. I wish I could draw this well. I definitely can't.
I
So
hope so too. I
uh,
also want to draw as well as this. Like it really just take a second to appreciate the details as well. Like you can see Eli smiling with just the blush effects and all, and even the icons is really cute. Speaking of which, Bonbon. Wow, we just saw Carol's Bonbon, and now we're in for a treat. Parut. I don't know how to pronounce this. How do you pronounce this, Eli?
Perut, maybe. Yeah, I think something like, or maybe parrot with
Par-
like two O's or something. I don't know, but
Parrot.
yeah, very
Parrot.
cool. Very parrot. I don't know. But
A
yeah, very
bottle of
cool.
water. Oh my god,
Very
I'm
cool.
doing that.
Very
But the
cool Bonbon
Bonbon.
drawing here. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, Bonbon. Bonbon, not a hunter that I play too much. My Bonbon kind of is bad, but it's I'm bad with
I,
Bonbon, but
I'm
it's
so bad
okay.
with it too.
Yeah, it's still a very cool, very well done drawing. It's really cool how a lot of people. It's like kind of the uh,
Watercolor? It looks like yeah.
yeah, I think something like that. It's really cool.
Wow. Well, if I can draw that well, I'd be an artist. I definitely wish I can draw something really nice. My favorite character. I mean, I know your favorite character is Seer, but I actually love a prisoner a lot. Even before his buff, he wasn't able to. He didn't have this. What do you call a pre available electric charge, and even before that I was already loving playing him. So really props out, man. Like it just shows that Identity 5 you can enjoy it in so many different ways. You can enjoy the gameplay, you can enjoy the funny moments. I know a lot of YouTubers here in the chat as well, a lot of artists as well, a lot of content creators. Thank you so much. Make more contents, guys, and cheer for them because you know what, you're building the community. Let's just fill everything with positivity. And even Eli, follow him. He has such a great guide. He streams as well his rank, and you can see how he just bullies the hunter. Just go ahead, and when he plays hunter, he bullies survivors. So yeah, definitely is very entertaining. I actually dropped by your channel the other day, Eli.
Oh,
And
awesome! Yeah, yeah, I'm
everyone
glad.
was
Yeah,
so
I think of
friendly.
yeah. I've seen yeah. I saw you comment on one of my videos at some point as well. I saw someone named Weeping Nello. I don't know if that was you or somebody else.
That's me. That's
Oh,
me.
that was you. Great. Okay, I wasn't sure. I was trying to figure out. I'm like the right Nello. I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I try to do my best when people I know are watching. Sometimes what happens is people I know come and watch, and I'm like, oh no, I gotta do good. I can't look bad in front of them, and then I like mess up. But usually it works out fine. So
I know how you
it's
feel. I
good.
know how you feel. But do you like just maybe a sharing, a little bit of sharing. Like, do you find it difficult, like trying to play and at the same time because you're using mobile, right? So for me, I'm using PC, so I can just look at the screen. I can just look at the left for the monitor, like just read the comments. But as a mobile player, like and trying to stream and engage with the with the viewers at the same time. Do you find any challenges, or is it hard, doable?
Sometimes, yeah. So when I play, I have like, so I have like my, I use the iPad mini. So I have that in front of me, and then I have the computer screen in front where I can read chat. So sometimes
Oh,
I'm playing, and then sometimes I'll just be like, oh, I wonder what chat said. So I'll look up and read it. And then like someone gets a free save because I'm not paying attention or something. I'm like, oh, dang, I was reading chat. And then, so that happens a lot when I'm playing. Is like, it's good. I love it when people like talk a lot in chat because it really brings a lot of good energy. It brings a lot of nice conversations out. But sometimes I'll just be playing, or sometimes I'll be decoding, and then a Wu Ching teleports something while I'm reading chat, and I get a free hit or
oh.
something. So, so sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's hard because you got to
But
look
your
up and
viewers
down,
gonna
back
love
and
you,
forth.
right?
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
viewers
it's
gonna love
fun.
that moment.
Yeah, the viewers love it. They think it's funny. We're like, oh, I'm reading chat, and everyone just laughs or something. So it's great. It's great.
Oh, that's another question. Do they cheer for you to win matches, or do they cheer for you to do something like get Terra Shock or something? Which one more?
Usually they cheer for me to do well, but then when I do mess up,
Laugh it off.
they'll laugh about it. They're like, oh, the terror shock, oh, the messed up mirror or whatever. So it goes back and forth.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we are gonna be coming back to the lineup of BL, and sometimes just having a casual chat like this, we're just trying to keep the chat very informative and at the same time very interactive, just having fun here and there, getting to know each other better, getting to know you guys better, and I'm sure everyone loves to know each other better as well. So right now, back to the Red Shirts. Second half, all hopes on Seichu. The deciding match of the night. It's 4K or nothing. It's 5-star rating or nothing. I don't know. Like what you said, taking out the forward and the seer first, but not taking out the mechanic, but taking out the priestess. And there you have it, the respect ban. Doesn't matter if it's the Red Church, they definitely have to take out the breaking wheel and sculptor. What does that leave Seichu with?
Yeah, that leaves Seichu with Bloody Queen and Bonbon for the most part. Yeah, instant lock of the mechanic. And this is why, mechanic, I feel like Seichu just had to ban mechanic because it's too easy to get a one survivor escape with mechanic. If you ban mechanic, then Seichu's probability of getting a 4-person elimination definitely goes up. But as soon as you get mechanic, it's so slim now. I don't know. I really don't agree with this, but we'll have to see. Maybe Seichu has something planned that we don't know about. I mean, the only way this actually works is if you're playing a hunter that doesn't mind going against mechanic. And the only hunters that really are those types of hunters are, like Dream Witch or Geisha. Bloody Queen sometimes doesn't mind going against mechanic, but it is a situation where you have to get a 4-person elimination as a Bloody Queen. So I feel like you just kind of have to ban it.
Yeah, definitely a very tough spot for Seichu here. I can't think of. I have to say, like, this favors Team BL a lot. Like having the mechanic loose, like what you said, definitely one survivor out at least because of the mechanics prowess, especially if left unattended. The Cypher Rush with the bot at the late game is also going to play a big difference. Right now, they're going to pick up the Psychologist, maybe the Patient too. No, the Thief! Oh my goodness, the confidence from BL. I think this looking to have some fun. I think they're having a really good time right now.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to go through with the Thief though?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's, I don't, looks like they're gonna lock it in. Yeah, I don't know. This is, it could be, the only way Thief actually makes sense in terms of a strategical standpoint is if you're going against Geisha. Thief's pretty good against Geisha. But, I mean, other than that, it's just, Thief is a really bad survivor. Thief is arguably the worst survivor in the game. So I don't know if, and it is gonna be Bonbon. So the Thief strategically makes no sense. It's just that, it must be there for fun. So I guess the survivors, yeah, I guess they have a lot of confidence that they're gonna win. And so Seichu's going Bonbon with no mechanic ban. So I don't agree with this, but maybe, of course, Seichu knows more than I do. Seichu, incredible hunter. We've seen very good gameplay so far. So let's see what they're able to do. Again, you have a few easy chase targets. Maybe you want to give yourself a better chase target. Again, Mechanic is an easy target for Bonbon to chase. Psychologist is easy for Bonbon to chase. And Thief is incredibly easy for Bonbon to chase. So I think that Bonbon makes sense against this comp, except that you need a 4-person elimination. It's going to be difficult because there's still that mechanic.
Yeah, but I have to say, despite it not making any sense, I really like the Thief simply because, a psychological warfare. I think in strategy terms, he can. I don't know if this is appropriate to do, but I really like the emotes by the Thief, especially the silly dance that he does. And not to mention that it's not totally irrelevant because he does have the spotlight, and the spotlight does like blind the hunter at a much faster rate. So we'll see how it happens. And either way, they just need one survivor out, and that's it. And that's it for Team BL. They're gonna move forward, and with this composition, I can see why they're taking the Thief into it. Like IMAX does play a really good Thief as well. So I'm really looking forward. The focus definitely onto the Thief and what he can do. But otherwise, other than that, I think it's gonna be really hard in case one person goes down first. The rescue, I don't know, Eli. It seems really hard because even if Seichu gets one survivor down, they can just sacrifice and just go proceeding with the other ciphers and potentially just getting one or even two survivors out. So I definitely think, I don't know, Seichu needs to bring trump card, Bling into teleport. What do you think?
I think you definitely need that trump card. It can't be the same strategy that Carol did. Carol's up, down, blink, Bon. They might not have actually had an up build, but they definitely had detention. You can't afford to go with that. You have to, it's a do or die situation, right? It's 4-man or no man here, essentially. So you really have to go with a strategy that's going to help you in the end game in addition to the early game. And the best way to do that is blink with trump card so you can switch to teleport later. So yeah, the best build here for Seichu would definitely be trump card and blink. Now the question is, do you go detention or you go confined space? It really depends. If you're trying to win the game before the exit gates open, then of course you're going to go with confined space. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Some bonbons will go either way. They'll go with detention. They'll go with trump card. In NAU, confined space is more common, but in China we actually see a lot of detention. But we do see the mechanic. I lost my train of thought. We do see the mechanic get found first here. This is actually a good find here. I'm not sure if they're wow, nice. Beautiful bomb right away. Could they get a second follow bomb and an instant down? There's the bomb and the down on the mechanic. And Seichu with an instant kill on the mechanic, and all of a sudden, now Seichu could potentially forfeit this.
Wow. But then again, the mechanics bot is still out, and you can see that he's trying to decode. But he has to be really careful with the bot because right now the bomb is there. Is that the bot decoding?
Yeah.
It is, and he has to be careful not to lose this bot. Otherwise, it's gonna be really hard for Team BL because again, the decoder side is on the part of BL's mechanic. Other than that, there's only the Thief left, and Psychologist, Machinery just providing support. You can see it seems like no one is coming for the rescue at all. I think Seichu should just pursue the bot, simply because no one's coming for the rescue. And yeah, and that's gonna be nice. Very nice.
Gets the bot down there, no one coming up. He has no tinnitus, so he knows no one's rescuing, which means he can simply go away here and chase somebody else. Still 5 cipher machines remaining, but the bot did get 50% of the Shack cipher done. That was the important thing. That's still going to be difficult. He's going to go towards bottom broken. I think this is mercenary. Now, a lot of hunters would love to switch to teleport and teleport on a good target, but the problem is that bottom one isn't full presence yet. So if you teleport, you're still having a difficult chase. Does he know this is mercenary? He needs to keep this as mercenary and change targets, trying to potentially... Can he get a first chip on the mercenary? Does get that chip. So this does set the mercenary up for a difficult rescue later because they have that chip damage. And he should possibly change targets, but he's really committing to mercenary here. He really wants to change targets, but we'll have to see if he opts to go somewhere else. No, still going for the mercenary.
Yeah, I think the idea is if the machinery dies. Oh, the mishap there! If the idea is if the machinery dies, then no one will be able to rescue, and that's gonna make a very big difference. And you can see Seichu is just trying to save up his bomb. Oh no, he's not gonna anymore. He's just gonna get him down straight away, and that's gonna be the deciding blow. But look at the cipher progress. Everything is like at more than 50%. It looks like they are really just prioritizing decoding at this point.
But he hits basement and it's on the cipher machine that's 50%, which means they have to start a new cipher machine or go for a basement rescue against a bonbon. So it's actually still good for Seichu because he died on the cipher machine. Who goes for rescue here? The problem is you have a Thief. You don't have a character that's going to be good at rescuing. Thief can't do anything against that. And that's why going for the Thief there is just a little bit too risky in my opinion. They're going to be able to get these last ciphers almost done. They may actually just pop the ciphers and not even go for rescue at all.
What? No one's gonna go rescue for this is very, very daring. They're just going for all or nothing. All or nothing right here. They just wanna be like, okay, you know what, we're gonna depend. We're gonna just provide tinnitus and we're just gonna depend on, how do you put this? Rely on the power of decoding versus the hunter just camping the basement, because right now one cipher remaining. Even if MX chases, even if one more survivor gets chased, they can just easily decode another cipher, and that's the problem. Look, no, zero rescues this game, Eli. What game is this, Eli?
This is crazy. No rescues at all. It goes to show the power bomb, but we did see confined space go up there, which means Seichu's not going to have the tension. He's going to have confined space and most likely trump card. We actually don't know if he has trump card, but I expect so in this situation. He's going to potentially try to find these last survivors. You have to be careful that no one pops Shaq, because Shaq is 50% of the way done. You have to keep checking it, make sure no one's here. He's going to go ahead and look, sees that no one's here, gets no tinnitus, which means he knows someone left.
Yeah.
Now the question is, which ciphers do you pressure? It looks like the survivors are trying to pop middle, but the problem is, look at the cipher layout. Now they're all in the same spot. You have Backgate, Shaq, and 3 Pallet. And Church. They 3 ciphered themselves. So now Seichu can go back between these ciphers and constantly pressure down these survivors.
Yeah, but he's trying to chase right now, and you can see that the thief is already at the shack. Very, very brave there though. Like he just decides to pursue, and look, Thief is already at 71%. I think BL is taking a very, very big risk here. Like the 0 rescues and just depending on the pure kiting. Look,
He's down. Can they pop the cipher? That was the question. He needs to pick up before they pop.
No, he needs to pick it up now.
He teleports.
Oh.
And now I think that's the game changer. I think that's the deciding factor, that he's unable to pick up there. I think you had to go for that pickup. If he's able to pick up there and then go for the thief,
yeah,
4-person elimination. But now all the survivors have to do is split the exit gates, and they're going to be able to get one out here regardless, because no teleport is available. So Seichu taking a big risk. It did not pay off here, and we're going to see the thief go for the back gate. You have to try to kill this survivor quickly and then maybe go to the other exit gate, but I don't think you have enough time as Seichu.
Yeah, I definitely think that it was a very big risk. I mean, he knows that the cipher in the shack was almost done. Definitely a very big risk not picking up the psychologist at all, because right now all the thief has to do is just go. But wait, thief has only reached. Okay, the thief has already reached the back gate. He is decoding and it's already almost done. It looks like he is going to be one survivor out. And
yeah,
MX
so close. Yeah, so close. Just a little bit off there, unfortunately. Seichu just needed to pick up that psychologist. Thief is going to be able to get out of the exit gate there, and Seichu almost able to pull it off with a mechanic against a Bon, but ultimately BL will be winning. Yeah, if Seichu picks up psychologist there. Yeah, congratulations to BL. I just wanted to stress how point this is. If Seichu picks up the psychologist there, then I think it's a 4-person elimination, because if Thief pops the cipher, he teleports to backgate, chases Thief, and wins. If he doesn't, and if Thief doesn't pop, then he just needs to find him, and at any point, and he wins the game. So, so BL ultimately clutching up there. Because of a risk that Seichu went for and it didn't pay off. It worked into BL's favor, and BL will be advancing to the finals to play against the winner of the next semifinals round.
Yeah, but really, really impressive though, both of the teams. It really shows. They are providing us with so much pro gameplays, and it's very, very entertaining to watch. Both teams are definitely carrying their own weight in their respective ways. But it's just that the small difference right there, which is experience, I think it comes to show, because right there, I believe that there's a few mistakes that have been done in some of the games. For example, the survivor side, a slight mistake in the rescuing, and in just overall just the timing as well with the bees, and even at the very last one, and like what you mentioned, the make or break situation where the psychologist was not picked up. Definitely feeling the pressure there by Seichu, but still, GG, well played. Congratulations to Team BL, Team NM, very, very new team in this scene, despite having veteran players. But well done, guys. You can still keep trying, because there's always going to be a next event. So well done to you guys.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations again for BL advancing. Again, well done for NM as well. Excellent job. From both sides, and ultimately looking back at these rounds, I think that the ultimate decider It did partially come down to that first round. Again, the first round position was good for NM, but then Carroll was able to overtake that and gain the advantage. And then looking into the second round as well, it was ultimately in a draw. NM able to clutch up and keep things tied up. But then from there on, it came down to the last round. Stage 2 again, almost able to pull off so close, but BL ultimately will be moving on to the next round. And we'll see who's going to be able to win between Love and I'm not sure who the other team is.
HS, Hokkaido Shrimp.
HS. Okay, there we go. And we'll see who's able to play against BL in the finals.
Yeah, but either way, very, very proud of all the teams, the top 8 teams in this Southeast Asia qualifiers. Don't give up. Don't be too disappointed because experience, there are no winners. There are only people who gives up or people who just decides to continue. So experience-wise, definitely, I believe all the teams that unfortunately did not make it definitely have something to take home, definitely have something to reflect. And this experience is going to be very invaluable, and hopefully it's going to bring your team to the next level in the next event. So yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure sharing the screen with you, Eli. First time working with Eli. I'm very intimidated because Eli is so good looking, and I just feel like a gnome beside him. But on the lighter side, just really happy, very insightful from you. I learned a few things from you as well. Definitely gonna take it, use it to improve my own gameplay as well. And thank you so much, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love commentating with you, Nell. You're one of the funniest guys I've ever met, I'm gonna be honest, which is great. For me, I'm the kind of person, I love comedy. I love, my favorite type of like movies is comedy movies. So when I meet dudes who are like, super entertaining, super funny like you, it's awesome, dude. It's great. So, it's great to be commentating with you. I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
So
You
yeah,
should come to
it's a lot.
you should come to Southeast Asia server and play with us sometime.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, for sure. I was thinking, but yeah, I've actually made an account. I've started to play a little bit, not too, mostly just Hunter. But yeah, definitely will come over and play sometime.
how's your ping when you come to Southeast Asia region though? Yeah.
It's
Is
really
it
not that
playable?
bad. Yeah, it's only like 120 to 130. It's not too
Oh,
bad. So it's just like yellow. It's not like red or anything. So it's playable for sure. It's not bad.
I see, I see,
Yeah.
I see, I see. I actually did try to go to NAU and play as well. Unfortunately, it's very, very unplayable. I think I got bullied so much, but I had a good time laughing. Everyone in NAU is actually very, very chatty. I have to say, everyone is very chatty and um, very friendly, I have to say. I like you. I also appreciate a very overwhelming chat. So yeah, thank you so much for being so interactive with us and putting up with my nonsense. Sometimes, yeah. But there you have it, the match data. My goodness, this is gonna be one match to remember because, ladies and gentlemen, the zero rescue strat. The ditch everyone, leave everyone behind, and escape alone strat by the creature has been implemented, has been successful in this match. And there you have it, 3-1, one survivor escape. Unfortunately, unable to tie it up, and resulting NM is going to be going home. BL, congratulations, 224% on the Thief itself. I would have loved to see more Thief action though, in that map, in that game
Yeah.
itself.
For sure, yeah. Looking at this data, it's just so many zeros across the board. Just zero pallet strikes, zero rescues, zero heals. Yeah, it just goes to show leave everyone behind strategy. Pallet strikes being zero as well it really indicates how quickly Seichu was able to get downs. No one over 60 seconds except for Minimu, barely over 60. So very impressive, very quick downs. But again, it really goes to show the downside of not banning mechanic. If there's no mechanic there, Seichu wins that so much easier because the mechanics bot did 50% of a cipher. So take off the 50% of that Shack cipher. When Seichu downs the psychologist and teleports on Thief, that cipher is only 50%. It's not completed. So that's why banning the mechanic there really could make a difference. Of course, the first chase might be more difficult. Maybe you get a character that's better at kiting than a mechanic, but it still would have made more of a difference in Seichu's favor. So, but yeah. BL taking advantage of that, able to get 50% of the progress done with that bot. Excellent job from Rem to be able to do that. And, the no survivor rescue strategy, It works for BL here. Excellent game sense from them for acknowledging I only need one survivor out. We don't have to go for any sort of rescues, and they're able to secure that 1 point. They got the bare minimum they needed to win here and advance on to the finals.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to what BL will be doing. I believe this is definitely this is not the full extent of what BL is definitely capable of. But again, I think they are very confident to just play it safe with the zero escape. Imagine if it's not a one-man escape, and if the psychologist was shared like what you said. But again, high confidence, just sticking to their plans, which proves that Identity 5 is competitive. Identity 5 is not just about kiting, pure sport, pure rescue. It actually involves a lot more than that. Technicalities, the draft picks, the strategies. So that's what sets competitive IDV apart from just a ranked session. So definitely learn a lot of things here. Hopefully you guys in the chat have also learned one thing or two in the chat as well, and bring it back to your games. And yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing NM in the team as well, in future events as well. And congratulations, BL. Definitely looking forward to who will be facing BL, Love, or HokkaidoShrimp. And speaking of shrimps, I'm dying for some shrimps now. But yeah, there you have it.
We'll see which those two teams they will play against BL. Remember, the winner of this tournament will be doing GH in the COA V 5 global tournament against the rest of the world. So definitely a lot on the line here for BL and for Love and HS. So we'll see, again, who's able to win that next round. It's going to be very interesting to see. We saw some incredible gameplay from both sides. Unfortunately, was not able to catch the HS matchup as it was happening at, I believe, about 5:30 in the morning for me, and I was passed out asleep, so was not able to catch that one. But as for Love, I didn't see a lot of that matchup. Some incredible hunter gameplay from Sneaky, who I'm actually really excited to see come up and play here. But looking at our final match results, we do have BL squeaking out the victory here, 14-11. You see very close matchups back and forth here again. BL only getting one extra survivor out to ultimately clutch this up. And, NM put up, for playing against a really good team like BL, put up an excellent fight. But again, BL really showing their true colors, really showing how strong the team they are here, and that they are able to win. Again, taking that round 1 victory and tying round 2 on NM's map pick is always very strong. NM was able to go ahead and lead in BL's map pick in round 3. But again, BL clutching out the victory here, and we'll be going on to the final match.
Definitely looking forward. Again, I have to say, very, very creative picks. MVP going to BL Carol. I think it's very, very well deserved. His Dream Witch has done a lot to influence the mark and to influence it to the stage of where both teams ended up with. MVP 0.67 ciphers remaining. The survivor hits also at 13.3. And also the knockdown 6.3 with a 2.33 elimination. Might not seem like a lot of knockdowns or even not seem like a lot of hits, but right there, some of the favorable plays that made Carol's Dream Witch the MVP is because of the constant fierceness, just blinking and thwarting the rescue twice, not once but twice, on 2 different characters, and that's what allowed the 4K to happen in game number 1 itself. So congratulations, Carol, you have won MVP twice in a row. Please buy me McDonald's if you win. Thank you very much. So moving on, we are going to see Love versus HS. Grizzly, a very popular YouTuber and a very well-known name as well. Gaming Grizzly Eli combo is coming up next. Not gonna be for $10.99, but you're gonna see it free of charge. All you need to pay is your love and support for them, guys. And so stick around, don't go anywhere, because both of these awesome commentators will be casting Love versus HS after this. So don't go anywhere, guys. And yeah, speaking of which, Love versus HS. Who's your favorite boy? I mean, we're not supposed to have favorites, but who do you think has the slight edge coming into this? Love, or because Sneaky has been so dominant, right, in the side of Love, but HS has been showing a lot of pro plays with the Bloody Queen itself. So who's your pick? Like just for the sake of just for the sake of between us.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a close matchup for sure. Again, I think just slight advantage here goes to Love just because of how incredible Sneaky's Hunter is. It was very surprising for me to see them come out and dominate as they did yesterday. But yeah, HS, another strong team. It's going to be a very exciting matchup. And I'm very excited to see this play out. This is the other one I was really looking forward to. So, let's see what they're able to do here. We are going to go on a short 10-minute break before our next match, so Grizzly can come in as well, and we can get ready for our next game. Thank you guys so much for watching. Stick with us. We'll be back shortly, and looking forward to this next matchup.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Hey bears, I am the Gaming Grizzly and I am more than excited for the Call of the Abyss 5 Southeast Asia Qualifiers this weekend. Make sure to join the live stream and cheer for your favorite teams.
Hey everyone, this is Kahel and the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 Qualifiers for Southeast Asia is about to begin this weekend. Now I hope everyone's excited for that. These are the top 8 teams in the whole region, so we are about to see some top tier gameplay from these teams. Do show your love and support to them by sharing it to the whole community and tuning into the stream. I will see you there!
Hello everyone, my name is Eli O, North American streamer and commentator. This weekend will be the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. We will see the best of the best from Southeast Asia competing it out to see who will reign victorious and who will earn the right to compete against the rest of the world in the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. This is going to be a very intense, very fun, and exciting tournament. I hope to see you all there. Let's have ourselves an amazing qualifiers.
What's up, IDV fam? This is Nello Mello. We will be heading into the Southeast Asia qualifiers this weekend to determine which team will be joining Team GH to go into the Call of the Abyss 5 main stage. Don't forget to come and support your favorite team because they will be needing your support. And mark your calendars, I will be seeing you there.
Hey guys, Botch Spice here reminding you that Call of the Abyss season is upon us. You heard that right. The Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 Southeast Asia qualifiers will be happening this weekend. So I hope you guys can take this time to support your favorite team, send them your love and support, and we'll see you at the stream. So good luck and have fun, stay focused, don't give up, and let's make Southeast Asia great.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. unfailing bait.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories. back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However,
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. I'm very excited to be here. We are spectating the matches between LUV and HS. Next, I want to give my congratulations to BL, because they were performing extremely well. It was extremely close, honestly. It was really, really close between BL and NM, and I was very, very excited watching these matches because BL was having the upper hand, but NM was definitely coming back, almost getting the points that they needed. But again, congratulations to BL. And now, next up, we're gonna find out who is going to go against BL in the match between LUV versus HS. I'm very excited about it. Eli, nice to have you on my side yet again. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. Still a bit tired because of the time zone thing, but I am very excited for this matchup as well. You know, we saw both of these teams have some really great games yesterday. So very, again, very interesting hunter-sided aspect from some of these matches. We see a lot of, you know, the meta being very survivor-sided, but we see some of these hunters coming out and just outperforming any expectations anyone has, and it's quite impressive to see. You know, we saw Sneaky on the side of LUV have some very good gameplays. I honestly did not expect that. They had some, you know, I think they got a 4-person elimination with Bloody Queen as well on Moolah River Park, a large map, very hard to win on, and they were still able to do so. Also on the side of HS, just unfortunately didn't catch too much of the match, but just some very well done gameplay overall. And we're gonna have a very good matchup between these two teams. Again, the winner will be advancing to play against BL in the championships of the of this qualifiers.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that too. Yesterday, when I was casting HS versus GG, we saw that 5 out of 6 matches were Bloody Queen matches, which was a big surprise, at least for me, to see the Bloody Queen being utilized that often, especially since in round number 1 between GG and HS, we saw the Ever Sleeping Town, and we saw both teams in round number 1 when they had all chances to pick, for example, the Dream Witch or the Breaking Wheel or even the Sculptor. They both went for the Bloody Queen, and I have to say HS was doing a fantastic job getting what I think was the 4 survivor elimination on the Ever Sleeping Town with Bloody Queen. I want to ask you about your opinion on that play. Would you say that Bloody Queen on Ever Sleeping Town is a good pick just because she can utilize the mirror? Or do you think that a different hunter like Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel would be the better pick in this case?
Yeah, usually Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, even Sculptor, are a lot better on that map just because Bloody Queen loves to have those open areas where they can freely mirror, they can freely walk around with the main body to move that mirror image across the map. But when you're in Ever Sitting Town, there's so many buildings, there's so many walls you can easily just run into, and it can totally, just mess up your mirror image, and it allows the survivors to transition away. And on top of that, the 2-story areas. There are 2 different 2-story areas on this map, and Bloody Queen, as we know, can struggle against that because the mirror image can't reach to that 2nd story. So Any sort of map that has that second story potential is really difficult for Bloody Queen. Ever City Town, one of those maps that it's just usually not common for Bloody Queen. In fact, Bloody Queen in rank is one of the most commonly banned hunters, but when you get into a situation where you're at Ever City Town, sometimes you won't even ban it just because it's so hard for them. So yeah, seeing Bloody Queen on arguably the worst Bloody Queen map, Ever City Town, very rare, but these two teams really being able to use, the two teams we saw yesterday, able to use Bloody Queen on those maps. It's uncommon, but when you're able to perform a Bloody Queen that well, it really goes to show the power of these hunters.
That is for sure. And before we talk more about this, because I want to talk more about this, I also want to mention Season 20 Essence 1. I know everyone is waiting for this. The new season started and we have a new Essence with great skins. We have an S tier skin for the forward, which I absolutely love. S tier skin forward, one of my favorite characters. I always appreciate that. We also have the gelato skin for the breaking wheel, arguably in a long time one of the most, at least for me, funniest looking skins. And I definitely love these skins that are just bringing a love to the game, because obviously you are going against such a difficult and such a powerful hunter, but then you're just like, all right, that's gonna be fun. And also for the Perfumer Fantastic, what I think was called the figure skating skin. Also very, very beautiful skin, all white, and you just have this, this touch of elegance.
Beautiful display of those skins yet again. We have seen this video a few times, and every time it really makes me more interested in wanting to get these again. I'm one of those people who typically doesn't go for a lot of those really nice, expensive skins, but I think this time around, this is something that I definitely will look for. Personally, for me, I love the Olympics. I love the sort of sports theme And I've always been into this sort of thing. So I think that definitely we'll try to go for some of these. How about you, Grizzly?
Absolutely, and I have to say, I just want to highlight this too. It's not only about Season 20 Essence 1, Identity 5 is always coming out with new themes, new creative ways of displaying skins and bringing cool skins to the game, so I'm always excited to look forward to new essences, new skins. But let's jump into the team introduction. I think all of these teams, they don't really need an introduction too much anymore because we have seen them and we have seen them perform. We have Love right here jumping straight up into the Hunter side. Sneaky was utilizing Sculptor, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, performing very, very well. We can see COA win rate of 66% and a 4 elimination rate of 44. Here we can see the second Hunter, which is Senki, who has a little bit less of a win rate, but that could also be the case because these Hunters might be utilized in later gameplay, in later rounds, where it's a little bit more difficult for them.
We also have the forward player, Lee Yin for Love here, 60% COA win rate. Again, anything above 60%, very outstanding numbers. 78% seconds of containment time, quite impressive. Definitely goes to show the support potential from them. We also have Adore Mio, who is, it looks like to be a little girl player, but we're probably, obviously we're not going to see Little Girl in this tournament, but still, nonetheless, definitely a formidable player. We're going to see potentially come out with some other characters. Prospector and Seer, I believe, are also characters they have been known to play. Additionally, we also have Meaningless, another Little Girl player, but a 65% COA win rate. Impressive containment time of around 85 seconds. That is very, very strong here for Meaningless. And I definitely would expect to see them as one of the main kiters, possibly on Prospector or Seer. We see that being one of their characters that they like to play.
Meaningless has been playing Mechanic, Acrobat, and Better too, so I'm very, very excited to see these characters, Acrobat and Better especially. Then here we have Young, who has also a very high win rate, escape rate at almost 50%. We already mentioned it. The overall stats usually look very, very similar across the entire board when it comes to all the survivors. There's sometimes one survivor that has a little bit less of an escape rate because that survivor is taking the late game kite, is being the late game sacrifice, so the rest of the team can escape. Here we have MKai. MKai was seen in this tournament as Mercenary, very, very strong Mercenary, and we can see it in the picture. Mercenary main can always bring a lot of action to the game, but we have also seen how the Mercenary has been banned quite often in this tournament, so I'm very curious to see more of MKai.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely a good display of the Love players there. Again, I'm very much looking forward to Love's Hunter as well. Sneaky with a very impressive performance yesterday. Without further ado, let's get into the HS player lineup here. We do have Yasu, Ripper Nun as the two main hunters, and we do have them on Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel as well. Unfortunately, we don't have too much commentator statistics besides the match we saw yesterday, but as you mentioned, Grizzly, we're going to see quite a bit of Bloody Queen most likely from this team. I'm very excited to see. Depending on what map we're going to see, will they continue to play Bloody Queen as well? As you mentioned, we did see it on Ever Sleeping Town, which is arguably the weakest Bloody Queen map. So the fact that we saw it there, I think we're going to see at least one Bloody Queen from one of these rounds, from one of the HokkaidoShrimp hunters.
I can only agree, especially since we saw Bloody Queen not only on the Ever Sleeping Town, but also in round number 1, where you could pick any other hunter. We saw the Bloody Queen come in. I still want to hear your opinion later on about this play, because Yasu was utilizing the Dream Witch in round number 2, so I'm really curious to hear your opinion about that, because obviously this could be a great play. Throwing off the opponent's team by utilizing a hunter that they might not necessarily expect on the Ever Sleeping Town, and then basically letting them respect ban the Bloody Queen, allowing you as a player to use the Dream Witch in round number 2. And here we see the player introduction of Yasu, who was utilizing that Bloody Queen to a very, very well extent, as well as the Dream Witch in round number 2. So absolutely looking forward to the play of HokkaidoShrimp right here.
Definitely an interesting strategy. Going with the Bloody Queen into the Dream Witch is typically the other way around, but in this situation, or in that situation of last match that this team played, it might have worked. It might have thrown the other team off, and obviously did it. They are here. However, now that that's happened, it looks like Love most likely should be prepared for that sort of strategy. It's no longer going to be a surprise for them. We do also have Riffernon with a 67% COA 5 win rate as a hunter. That's very impressive. A little bit of a lower 4 elimination rate, only about 2.33 per game, which indicates more of a draw hunter and possibly maybe Bloody Queen as well.
And I also want to highlight that we saw Riffernan on the Survivor side in the past matches yesterday, where he was utilizing the Patient as well as the Psychologist, which was very surprising, at least for me to see, especially since we were expecting him on the Hunter side. Now we have Cho Peng, which is known for the not only Priestess but also Psychologist. We haven't seen much of Cho Peng in the Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers, but if we look at the numbers, again, they are always very, very similar. You have a win rate that is above 50, we have an escape rate that is somewhere around 50%, and then the decoding progress as well as the containment time, again, it always looks the same because they are just very, very consistent, and they always get the chance when they kite, when they are put on the spot to contain the hunter, to perform extremely well. Here we have Tonton. Again, just look at these numbers. Very, very similar to the survivors that we have seen before, with a win rate of over 60%, almost 50% of an escape rate, and also coming in as rescue with almost 1 average rescue per match.
Yeah, definitely 0.8 rescues, definitely up there. So we do see them on Painter, but as you mentioned, Grizzly should be a rescuer player based off of that statistic. Although they do have a decoding progress of 142%, which is a little bit high for rescuers, so possibly going back and forth. We also have Kuropon as well, with 57% COA win rate, 43% escape rate. They do have on Mercenary with only a 43% escape rate and 125 with decoding. It indicates that maybe they play other characters as well. 0.65 rescues per game could be a rescuer, but again, the escape rate is usually higher for rescuers, and this is more of a kiter type escape rate. So I definitely believe this player has the option to go back and forth between rescuer and potential containment types. Containment time around 62 seconds, which of course is quite impressive. Anything above 60 is usually enough for a draw or a win with support on the survivor side. So we should see some excellent gameplay from Kuropon.
That is for sure. And here we have Kuna Shari, who is known for the Mercenary as well as Perfumer. And that is what I mentioned before. Usually we have one survivor that has a little bit of a lower escape rate, but that doesn't mean that this survivor is any worse. If anything, it's a very, very crucial player in the team, because that survivor is taking the late game kite, is trying to lure the hunter away from the exit gates and buy enough time for the rest of the team to make it through the exit gates or to get to the dungeon as well. And that is definitely a very, very important role, especially when it comes to securing points for the team. I want to highlight about the player that we saw before, Kuropon. We saw Kuropon playing the Cowboy. I'm really, really curious to see if we can expect the Cowboy today yet again. And Atabomon is very well known for the forward as well as Psychologist, and Gravekeeper was coming out yesterday. Here we have the numbers, rescue 1 point, almost 2, very, very solid rescue numbers, and the decoding progress a little bit less, which also means that Atabomon will be more on the kiting side, more on the rescuing, more on the harassing side of the survivor team.
Absolutely. 76 seconds of containment time per game does indicate more of a sort of a mid-level in terms of harassment, in terms of conservative decoding, kind of like a bit of an in-between area. So this forward can go back and forth in terms of support, in terms of decoding as well. We do have the map selection here. It looks like Love does have first map pick, which does give them the advantage here. Arms Factory is their map of choice, which I think heavily indicates towards Sneaky's Dream Witch. We saw Sneaky play Dream Witch yesterday on the Arms Factory. Bloody Queen also an option as well. The only downside of this, as you mentioned, Grizzly, is HS loves the Bloody Queen, and Bloody Queen very strong on this map.
That is for sure, and I'm very curious to see if we are actually going to see the Bloody Queen on this map, because it is round number 1. We might expect a Dream Witch ban in round number 2, so maybe HS is also opting out for the Dream Witch. I can't really recall if HS was utilizing the Dream Witch yesterday, round number 2. Yes, they were utilizing the Dream Witch, but I think it was Arms Factory too. It was definitely a smaller map, so therefore HS could accelerate as Dream Witch on these maps as well. So I'm
again, very, very open to see either Bloody Queen or Dream Witch. It's definitely going to be a spectacle. It's going to be very interesting, especially between the match of Love and HS. And HS, again, was utilizing a little bit more of a surprise lineup. We saw Cowboy, we saw Gravekeeper, we saw Perfumer, but then we have Love, where we already saw the Acrobat, the Embalmer, and the Better come into the mix when it comes to the Survivor side. So as always, very, very interested in seeing not only a little bit of off-meta Hunters, but also off-meta Survivors. We are jumping straight up into round number 1. The first half, we have HS on the hunting side. We're looking forward to see either a Bloody Queen or a Dream Witch. We have the first ban locked in, which is the Seer. Now we have Love picking their Survivor side.
Yeah, so we do have Mercenary and Forward locked in. These are two good characters to lock in for Bloody Queen and Dream Witch that work effectively against both of them. Forward and Mercenary both unchaseable for Bloody Queen because, you know, they can simply elbow pad or football away. Whereas with the Dream Witch, Mercenary obviously can save at any point if half health. We do see Psychologist getting banned. This also doesn't really give us an indication on what we're going to see. Psychologist ban works for both Bloody Queen and Dream Witch, so it could still be either character. I think it makes a little bit more sense that it's going to be a Dream Witch, just because Patient would be a more logical ban for a Bloody Queen player. But we actually see Meaningless lock in Entomologist, which is a bit of a surprise. Entomologist is not a good character for when it's a Bloody Queen because you can simply mirror image. Those bees aren't really going to do much for you. And also Entomologist not the best against Dream Witch, simply because you can patroller them off of those bees, but still can work in certain situations.
That is for sure, and we can see MKai coming in as the mechanic right here, potentially mechanic. We can see in the bottom where we see the Survivor picks that it is still on the table, which it's still open for everyone. Now we have them locked in. It's not going to be the Entomologist that we will see. We will see the Acrobat. As I said, very curious to see more of these a little bit more off-meta characters also on the Survivor side. So Acrobat will come in, as well as the mechanic for the decoding speed that will be provided. And we can see that Yasu with the Bloody Queen that was performing extremely well yesterday, going against Love right here. I'm curious to see which Survivor they will find first, if they will concentrate on the Survivor that they find first, or if they are rotating around to find the mechanic. That's another thing that we saw yesterday, where the mechanic was on the field, which was definitely providing a lot of decoding progress. But that was also one of the survivors that was picked for the chase very, very late in the game. And still, for the Hunter side, it played out very well, where the Hunter side was winning. So very, very curious to see which Survivor Yasu will go for first.
Yeah, so the Acrobat definitely actually makes a lot more sense than Entomologist, simply for two reasons. One, the Acrobat can, of course, potentially dodge those mirrors by using that charge bomb ability. And you can also use the bombs to cancel out patroller bites as well if you time it properly. So Acrobat actually, yeah, definitely makes more sense here. I would have also expected to potentially see a Patient. Patient's really good against Bloody Queen. As soon as they go for that mirror, you can hook away, gain distance, and you can kite out mirror images. So I'm actually surprised. A little bit surprised we don't see Patient, but of course Acrobat does work against both of those characters, so that's definitely a possibility as well for seeing, you know, who will take first kite. So again, as you mentioned, Grizzly, who will they find first? Mechanic, of course, being the best find for Yasu, considering that Mercenary and Forward are unchaseable, and Acrobat can kite a Bloody Queen if done properly. So for this matchup, this might be a little bit of a challenge for Yasu.
That is for sure, and as you already mentioned, all these survivors are a little bit difficult, except of the mechanic. And of course, mechanic with the highest decoding speed is the best target, and we can see we have the first survivor found, and it is the mechanic. Very, very good for Yasu right here. Perfect mirror placement immediately, bringing that first hit on the mechanic and putting pressure on the survivor. And this might actually be the first survivor down so early in the game. Crucial survivor too, because it is the mechanic who was able to utilize the robot though, which is the strength of the mechanic, because now even if she is ending up on the chair, she will provide decoding progress for the team by utilizing that robot. We can already see Liebe is transitioning in right here, the forward coming in for the rescue, trying to buy as much time as possible for the team, utilizing that football right here. And now that might be, oh look at that, utilizing the mirror to put even more pressure on the decoding over there as well.
Yeah, this really goes to show the power of this Bloody Queen to be able to find that mechanic. They're able to get that down with a single mirror here. Can Ford actually make this rescue? He might actually just go after half. It looks like waiting. Oh, goes for the stun. Can he get the rescue before the halfway mark? Just in time. What a save here from this forward. That's quite impressive. I think he'll take a hit as well, which typically isn't quite this good. You don't really want to body block a Bloody Queen doing this. But mechanic will still go down to the mirror image anyway before Tide Turner runs out, and you don't actually gain any time to process, and now Ford is injured. So body blocking Bloody Queen usually not ideal, but it did happen here, and we're gonna see mechanic go ahead and die in this corner. Will Mercenary come in for a rescue, or will they save Tide Turner? This is almost for surely a drawn situation. I mean, they completed one cipher, but none of the other ciphers have too much progress here, so you're also actually in a good spot. Bloody Queen typically known to be a tie hunter, but when you're able to get a down with only one mirror image, which is exactly what happened on the mechanic, you put yourself in an excellent position, and the survivors don't have a lot of time to do.
Yeah, bringing down that mechanic so early in the game was crucial and was really providing a lot of pressure on the survivor side, and we can see that Mercenary MK is now in the area, is now attempting the rescue. Will make the rescue for sure. Right here we have the mechanic of the chair, has another Tide Turner activate, which means we have another 20 seconds before the mechanic will go down if she is taking a hit, which she is right here. That is buying a little bit more time for the rest of the survivors, but as you already mentioned, if we look at the Cypher Machine progress, it's really not that fast. It's really in favor of Yasu right here, and this is exactly what we saw yesterday, where Yasu as Bloody Queen, round number 1, is putting pressure on the survivors so early in the game, extremely fast, which makes it very, very difficult for the survivors to just, you know, come in there, rescue and decode at the same time to get the Cypher Rush going.
Now the problem with this situation is that I believe Love's going for too many rescues here. The problem is that you typically don't want to go for a lot of rescues if the person you're rescuing doesn't have a great chance of rebound kiting. Yes, you get the rescue off with Tide Turner and actually waste time. It wastes 20 seconds of Tide Turner, which isn't bad, but you're also losing decoding. The time it takes for that Mercenary to go in for the save, take a hit to get injured in the process, and gain 20 seconds from the Tide Turner, but then you lose your Tide Turner, you don't have it in the later half of the game. So are these rescues really worth it here for Love? And it turns out, in reality, usually no, and it's not working out too good from here. We are seeing him catch sight of the Acrobat too, which is the perfect target. You don't want to chase Ford, you don't want to chase Mercenary. Acrobat's your next best option. Still Blink available for Yasu as well, which means that you can potentially get a down with a Blink plus a mirror image.
Just want to highlight the rotation on the Survivor team right here. They were buying so much time, we're able to heal up, and we're just prolonging the game. Acrobat taking that hit though with the Blink. We have now a cooldown of 140 seconds of the trade right here, but still with the mirror coming in. You mentioned it, you can utilize these jumps, you can utilize these bars of the Acrobat to get away from the mirror, but it's still very, very difficult. It's a chase right here that is getting closer. We have the Ford coming in, preventing Yasu from getting the Acrobat right away, but this seems like the Acrobat was almost running into the arms of the Hunter, might be able to buy more time right here. 2 Cypher Machines remaining, and it actually starts to change a little bit into the favor of the survivors, because the Acrobat is buying a lot of time. Wow! Switching right here, trying to get the Acrobat. As we already mentioned, Acrobat can provide time for the surviving team, and is absolutely doing it, to the point where Yasu is actually deciding to go for the forward.
Yeah, what a prediction there from Meaningless to assume that he's going to switch places, which he did. Goes for on the board, able to avoid that as well. The survivors were in such a difficult position, but now these kites have been so strong. This goes to show how this team comp counters. And again, using that speed boost to kite out that mirror image. I don't think Forward will. Oh, it does still get the hit on Forward though, which is really important for Yasu if he wants to try to throw in here. But again, keep in mind, these kites are so strong. This goes to show the power. This comp is so anti-Bloody Queen, except for the mechanic. Once mechanic is gone, the rest of these kiters are all really good at kiting against Bloody Queen. He's actually going to change targets, try to prevent them from healing. Really get that heal up. Does get the heal off in time. Acrobat still has a bomb available, and he is going to use it, and does cancel the mirror. He is going to take a hit in the process. Oh, but somehow staying alive and gets a speed boost. Can he avoid this? Avoids the hit as well. Acrobat somehow living through all of these. Kites have been so strong from Love.
Living through all of that for sure, but now it's kind of in the open field where he has to take that hit, but that hit allows him to transition into the Arms Factory, which is a very, very strong place to be. now going back because of the mirror that potentially might hit Meaningless right here, is still avoiding these hits. And again, look at the Cypher Machine progress, which looked a little bit slow early in the game, was playing out perfectly for the team by them just healing each other up, stunning the Hunter here as well, which we don't really see that often in the competitive scene of Identity 5 because you just want to keep your distance from the Hunter. But what I mentioned before, Acrobat was performing such a fantastic kite that Yasu had to decide to switch targets. Finds the robot doll right here, not the best target considering that the robot is not controlled by anyone and therefore has to go back. It is now seeing Liebe over there, at least with the clothes, but there's no Cypher Machine, nothing there. That could mean that, that could mean that the rest of the team is healing up and preparing to pop that last Cypher Machine.
Using the survivors, taking their time here. No need to rush anything. Can he get the down on this forward right here? Oh, Mir runs out just before he can get that down on the forward. Maybe will he expend his blink? He will. So now your trait is on cooldown. You may not have it for the end game if you're Yasu here. So this is going to be a bit difficult. Does Yasu try to drag the basement? No, he's going to go ahead and share here, play this conservatively, and potentially try to mirror after the last Cypher. Again, cooldown before that trait is up, which makes us no option for a teleport. Going for that long range mirror on Meaningless again. Meaningless able to avoid all of these so far. Incredible kites from this Acrobat. This is one of the best Acrobat gameplays I've seen in a while, and we're going to see Mercenary come in for this rescue. Will he switch targets here? The problem is if you switch targets here, you leave this Shack Cypher open to be decoded. It's already about 60% of the way done, I believe, so you kind of have to be careful.
That is for sure, but still, if we look at the side, was rescuing by baiting Yasu and hitting the chair. I just want to highlight, Ford is going down again, but still, it was before halfway, therefore, Mercenary actually took the hit. I'm sorry that I haven't seen that, but Mercenary can still take another hit, can still go into this rescue if the Acrobat is able to prime that Cypher Machine. We'll see the mirror who is trying to prevent the decoding progress, but the Cypher Machine is almost done. And I also want to mention that they did a great job in separating the Cypher Machines. They have another one that is at around 66%, so in case they have to go and decode on a different Cypher Machine, they have the chance. The Cypher Machine is primed, Mercenary will eventually go down. Will they wait for another hit on the forward right here, or will they pop as soon as the Mercenary goes down?
If you're Yasu here, I think you want to wait until your trade comes. You have 10 seconds. You can simply just wait until your trade comes back online. But the survivors not giving a chance. Yeah, they acknowledge Yasu wants to wait for that trade to come back online, so they're not going to give him a chance to get it back. And now we see the forward breaking. Going at a 45-degree angle to transition away from the mirror, making the depth perception hard. He's going to go dive all the way in the corner. Beautiful job from this forward. Going to run around this rock. He knows that there's not much he can do, but the dungeon is also here. But the problem is an Acrobat is opening the gate. Acrobat opens the gate a lot slower than a regular Hunter. Yasu acknowledging dungeon is here. All Yasu has to do is stand still, wait for that mirror image, and go for it. But it looks like he has enough time to also just hit the forward down 2 ways.
These jukes and the avoidance of the hits from the surviving team is absolutely fantastic. We can see Yasu trying to attempt the teleport right here to get one more survivor and to maybe get a 3-point game, but the survivors were able to open up that gate and escape. Ford was buying enough time. That is what I mentioned earlier when we looked at the team composition. There's always one survivor that just has to buy the time late game for the rest of the team to escape. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, a Bloody Queen, yet again a tie queen. We have Love right here being able to tie round number 1 against Yasu, who is HS's Hunter. And want to highlight this, Yasu was able to get a 4 survivor elimination yesterday on the Ever Sleeping Town, which is definitely a worse map for the Bloody Queen. So therefore, having Love tying this match is definitely in their favor, because now when they are on the hunting side, they can secure round number 1 if they are getting 3 or even 4 survivors eliminated.
I think actually the survivors might have surrendered a little bit prematurely there. If you allow the Bloody Queen to teleport, maybe you can self-heal because the dungeon was there. So maybe you can self-heal and make it before she mirrors back. Keep in mind the mirror doesn't go that far. I mean, you can get close to the forward, but you're not getting all the way across the map. So I think that the forward surrendered a little too quickly there. I think is a good chance Bloody Queen still makes it back in time. But you still, it's still possible. It was still possible, depending on if Ford had sticker or not, that they could potentially make that dungeon. So I think maybe trying to see if you could make that or not would have been, it could have been a difference maker. But overall, we do see that the survivors were able to draw again from a bad position, and definitely the MVP of this match was the Acrobat Meaningless. I mean, that was some incredible gameplay, kited out multiple mirror images. throughout that match. That is not easy to do at all. You see Yasu some beautiful mirrors on the mechanic, but then once it came to meaningless, utilizing the acrobat, using those charge bombs to gain distance between themselves and the mirror, and they can kite out the mirror images that way. And you see, overall containment time 118 seconds. Very impressive against a Bloody Queen.
That is for sure. We can also see how that was buying time for the team, for the mercenary, as well as the acrobat too. Wait, the acrobat was also decoding 250. Wow, acrobat was really just an all-around right here. Really all-around talent when it comes to everything. Was healing, was containing the hunter, was even pallet striking the hunter. We saw that. Very, very good job. Buying more time for the team, and yeah, in general, these numbers right here, they don't lie. We have the Ford also coming in with over 150 seconds of almost 150 seconds of containment time, and we have the early game kite of the mechanic, who was ending up on the chair very, very quickly, but also with the doll was able to put a lot of decoding progress to the ground before leaving back to the manor. So fantastic job on both sides. We will see how this will lead into round number 1, the second half, where we now have Love on the hunting side. Love on the hunting side could provide more points for the team if they are picking maybe a little bit of a, better hunter when it comes to securing kills. Also, I want to mention what you said, which I think is a fair point, that the Ford right here, Liebe, was surrendering, because I just think they did not expect that teleport would come in. It was like the very moment when teleport was used, it was surrendered. So therefore, that was maybe something that they just didn't expect. And I also think that it didn't really, it wouldn't really have changed the outcome of this match. The Bloody Queen would definitely be able to come back in time. At least that's my view on that. I didn't really see to which exit gate she teleported. It might have been the closest exit gate as well. So therefore, really nothing done wrong right here. Just didn't expect that teleport to come in.
It was the farther one, but the thing is
Okay.
as you said, it doesn't really matter just because typically forwards don't carry sticker. Sticker's the trait that allows you to heal faster, but typically forwards will bring knee-jerk reflex, tie turner, and borrowed time. So they don't have enough space on the persona web to actually carry sticker. So maybe the forward didn't had sticker, but it was unlikely. If they did, I think they actually have a pretty good chance of making it before Bloody Queen mirrors back, just because you heal so fast with sticker. But without sticker, you heal pretty slow. So I as you mentioned, I don't think they would have had enough time anyways, because Bloody Queen can mirror back. They can mirror about halfway across the map and then walk the rest of the way. And even if forward does get up, they're still in the corner. They're not on the dungeon, so they'd have to run all the way over, and Bloody Queen can still cut them off. So I don't think it would have mattered too much. But again, it really goes to show why you got to be careful. You could have if you play that on Drag It Out, maybe you can get an extra escape. You never know. Very close matchup again. Great job from Love to come back from a really bad position. I mean, the mechanic went down to 1 mirror image. Typically, as a Bloody Queen player, you usually will tie games. You can hit every mirror and still draw. But if you're able to get survivors down with only using 1 mirror at a time to get 2 hits, which in that case happened, they're able to get the 1 mirror hit, then a basic hit after, you're usually able to push for a win. But again, the mechanic Cypher Rush with the bot was very good, and the incredible kite from the Acrobat definitely allowed Love to secure that draw.
Yeah, there's no way to not highlight the Acrobat gameplay right here. I mentioned it earlier, where we saw the Acrobat as well as Meaningless coming in as better, which I was very, very curious to see. I did not necessarily expect to see Acrobat or better come out to play in round number 1, but nevertheless, that was absolutely fantastic performance right here from Meaningless as Acrobat, and just overall, I am not sure who is going to be the MVP of all the rounds, but the Acrobat already has that spot, at least for the first half right here. Curious to see if another survivor, another hunter might perform as well as that Acrobat. You said it. Haven't seen an Acrobat doing such a phenomenal kite, to the point where the Bloody Queen was deciding to stop the kite of the Acrobat and change to the forward, which was just incredible to see. So now we are jumping into the lineup when it comes to the second half of round number 1. And yeah, I'm just curious to see how both sides will perform, because this round will decide, or this match right here, the second half, will decide who will take the points for round number 1.
Yeah, so back on Sneaky here, we do see the Seer ban immediately, which does indicate towards Dream Witch. Sneaky also has Bloody Queen available. We do know that. So maybe, you know, if you're Sneaky, you play conservatively, go for a draw, or maybe you try to play a little bit more aggressive and push for a win with the Dream Witch. We do see the same locks actually as we saw in the previous round from the Love survivors, Mercenary and Forward. So that's quite interesting. And Patient Ban. So Patient Ban actually indicates more towards a Bloody Queen than a Dream Witch. Patient isn't quite as strong against a Dream Witch because the Patroller will actually cancel the hooks. But the hooks can kite out mirror images. But now we have Psychologist and Acrobat. This is a hard anti-Dream Witch and hard anti-Bloody Queen strategy. So maybe Sneaky goes a little bit different and goes with a Sculptor because, again, you know, Psychologist can take 3 hits of a mirror. And yeah, there's the Sculptor. So again, I think we were expecting Sneaky to potentially go Bloody Queen or Dream Witch because it is a good map for both those hunters. Not so strong for Sculptor, but because this hard counters them so much, I think you have to go with the Sculptor.
Yes, it is for sure. I was just about to throw it in. We saw Sneaky utilizing the Sculptor in round number 1 yesterday as well, where you just saw how strong Sneaky Sculptor can be, and this might actually be the perfect pick because we know that the Sculptor is definitely not a TIE hunter, is definitely leaning more towards a 3 to 4 survivor elimination rate, and therefore this might be their chance to get the points. But on the same time, we have HS's survivor team with an Acrobat. I'm curious to see if we see the same performance of River Nun right here when it comes to the Acrobat. Would absolutely love to see it. I was expecting a little bit of a different survivor lineup, but Acrobat might be the survivor, the underrated survivor that makes it into the meta.
Yeah, for sure. Acrobat, again, a good kiter against Bloody Queen, good against Dream Witch, and that seems to be a very popular 2 hunters being utilized here in Southeast Asia. So, again, Sneaky on that Sculptor. Let's see who they're able to find first. Again, all these characters are not bad. Also against Sculptor, but, you know, again, stronger against Bloody Queen, stronger against Dream Witch. Acrobat is a decent kiter against Sculptor. We got to be careful. If you're going for a bomb at the window, they can still hit those statues on you if timed properly. Psychologist, you're going to have to transition in the open as much as possible as well. So yeah, let's see what they're able to find first. Again, 2 targets you don't really want to find are Mercenary and Forward, but Psychologist is okay, and Acrobat for sure is your best target here if you're Sneaky.
That is true, that is true. I'm curious to see how the Sculptor will also utilize all the statues to just use deal chip damage to all the survivors. We have seen the Sculptor in tournaments before where the Sculptor barely hits survivors with their own weapon. They usually just utilize the skill to bring down survivors and to deal as much damage as possible, and then utilize maybe Blink to come in and follow up with a hit. So that is definitely going to be a very, very intense match. Again, HS needs to get 2 survivors through the gate, or at least 1 survivor through the gate, 1 through the dungeon to tie this round number 1 right here. With Sneaky on the hunting side as Sculptor, that could definitely be proven to be a challenge. We can see the Psychologist is the first find right here, which can be extremely good. Already landed the first hit and is throwing down these pellets just to provide the team with more time, trying to get distance and trying to get the rest of the team time to decode Cypher machines.
We do see Sneaky break that pallet pretty slow, which indicates most likely a trump card and detention build. Again, no insolence as well. Does find the Psychologist yet again and should be able to get a second hit. Psychologist kind of rotating a little bit into the hunter there, and Blink is now online, or online about 15 seconds, which means it will be online by the time he's able to catch up to the Psychologist. So this is a really good position for the Sculptor. If you can get this down in 60 seconds with 2 slow decoders, that being the Forward and the Mercenary, that can be very strong. Trying to get that hit, but Psychologist utilizing that broken windows, transitioning back around Shaq, trying to last here as much as possible, but it's still not bad for Sneaky, but again, Psychologist staying alive quite a bit. Walking goes to the swing there, gets it down with no Blink, so Sneaky actually able to conserve that trait. Now, is the basement nearby? We're going to have to see it is not. So this is still pretty beneficial.
Really, really good job right here, especially if we consider how the Psychologist was able to actually avoid these statues and was really, really getting away from the chip damage. Was getting pushed a little bit back and into the hit of the Sculptor right here. Good job. But we can also see how the Cypher machine progress is going. And the first Cypher machine already has been decoded, which means we have a survivor that can come in for the rescue. But We also saw this, or you mentioned it in the previous match. If a survivor is going down so early in the game, you sometimes just want to keep that survivor on the chair as long as possible to get more decoding to the ground. And this is exactly what we can see right here. The Psychologist is past halfway, but we can also see the Mercenary who is in the area, who is giving tinnitus and who is putting pressure on the Hunter to stay in this area and not harass the rest of the team that is focusing on decoding. And as far as I can tell, Mercenary should be coming in for the rescue in quite a short amount of time. And here we have the Mercenary trying to dodge these. Nice, trying to dodge the sculptures, statues, and is able to get the Psychologist off the chair. Will the Psychologist be able to provide a long kite for the team to buy more time? Or will she go down with the hit to the statues right here? Yes, she will.
Yeah, the only problem with this rescue is it does need full presence, and as we talked about, Grizzly, now you're in a position, you see that full presence statue unable to hit on the board. You're in a position where now Mercenary's injured, and you do have full presence sculptor. I think the game plan there was try to make the Psychologist force out the blink, so Sneaky wouldn't have a crit available because they're unable to do so now. Sneaky has blink, and they can use that for their next chase here. We're going to see them place this Psychologist on the rocket chair, sent back to the Manor. The Cypher Rush still intact here. They're about to pop 2 Cyphers, go down 2-1. But with an injured Mercenary and Blitz still available and a full Sculptor on the board, this next kite may be difficult for HS.
That is for sure, especially now with the first survivor out of the game. He does have the chance to not only find the first survivor. Mercenary already took chip damage, fantastic job. But as soon as there's only one Cypher machine remaining, Sneaky can just sit on the chair, protect the survivor that is chaired, and also throw that skill right here to see and put... Oh! Rivernan coming in as Acrobat, taking the terror shot right here, which is putting Sneaky in a really good position. Again, one Cypher machine is already primed. They are already working on the last one to get that done as well. So that is going to be a little bit of a difficult spot though, because they are both far away and they still need this entire Cypher machine to be decoded. And Sneaky can just utilize that skill to, throw the sigil over there and have an eye on that Cypher machine that they are trying to prime and just throw in statues to throw them off and to slow down that decoding progress.
Yeah, that one Terror Shock is huge. You're able to get the down with no statues. You're going to use Blink, and Sneaky's able to get the down. So now your trade's still available for Sneaky, and now this is why it's so crucial, because you can teleport to this Mercenary. Sneaky knows Mercenary is injured. All you have to do is land one statue on here. They will be going down just like that, and Sneaky can now share the Mercenary in the last Cypher. Acrobat saved after the halfway mark. That one Terror Shock is so crucial, and it is totally game-changing. We're going to see 4 coming for this rescue team to be able to make it most likely. But again, Acrobat shared on the last Cypher. They have 50% of this one, but no progress on any others. And because the Mercenary's here, they're going to be unable to decode it. So now what do you do if you're the survivors? Do you go for a rescue? You have 2 people chipped and injured. So how do you make this save? Maybe 4 goes for a long stun, but if you get hit by any statue and basic hit, you are getting stuffed, and it will be a win for Sneaky at that point. So it's so risky for HS. That one Terror Shock, making it so Sneaky still has teleport available and able to down the Mercenary quickly, is going to make it really good for HS survivors here.
You can see Float is dashing in, but that will definitely give some time for Sneaky to catch up on the survivors, and we have them up and running. We can see they started a new Cypher machine, which is the best play right here. I don't think that Cypher machine that is next to the rocket chair is the Cypher machine that they really can touch in the near future. So therefore, separating their attention to another Cypher machine is the smart play, because just putting the Float right here, right in front of that Cypher machine yet again. They need to buy enough time, and if Sneaky is able to get one survivor out of the game before that last Cypher machine pops, the rest of the survivors just need to prepare to get that dungeon or to get at least one survivor through the gate, because you don't want to get 4 survivor eliminated and giving 5 points to Love right here.
Here goes Sneaky for the teleport. Acrobat, keep in mind, is dead on chair. If they go down, yeah, that's it. That will secure most likely at least a win here because of the tension. We're going to see Sneaky put him on the rocket chair. He knows, this Acrobat's dead on chair. They was saved after half. So now the survivors are at a huge disadvantage here with only 2 left. We're going to see the forward maybe try to rush down the Cypher, but it's only 50%, and that is a forward, which means the decoding is a lot slower. You do have those full presence statues to harass as well. So it's going to be very hard for the survivors to drop this. You have 2 Cyphers at 50, so they can technically split this up. Oh, Ford actually got hit by one of those as well. So now all it will take is one more statue here with the Mercenary trying to pressure down the sandbags. they could potentially get one out since he does not currently have teleport.
Did not see that statue either, but that is a fantastic standpoint for Sneaky right here. If they are able to get another statue hit or a normal hit, which seems to be quite possible very, very soon. Oh, fantastic job from the forward right here, trying to stun Sneaky, or at least buying more time by baiting him into that pallet. Fantastic job. Mercenary, look at that Cypher machine. I did not expect them to be able to prime that Cypher, but they are doing the best they can do to really get that tie. Cypher machine pops right away, not waiting for Sneaky to land another hit, because we all know that if Sneaky lands another statue hit, he can immediately follow up with a normal hit. So therefore, that was the right call for HS. We have still the Ford in the area trying to buy more time. I wasn't getting eyes on the dungeon yet, but it is definitely not in that corner of the map. So that might be a little bit more difficult to get there. It is. Oh, it's not too far off. Will we see a tie right here? Or will Sneaky be able to cut off the mercenary from that gate right here and secure at least 3 survivors out of the game?
Yeah, that teleport from Sneaky actually really big. If you don't teleport there, then you can, then the forward can get to that dungeon, as you mentioned, Grizzly. So now, if you're Sneaky, you have to trap the Mercenary here. Mercenary has 2 escape routes. You have the gate, you have the dungeon over at Factory. So if you're Sneaky, you have to play this patiently. You can't allow them to go do either of them. Again, Mercenary has no items available, so no elbow pads. So Sneaky can hold him here. Mercenary's making a dash for the gate, though, it looks like. And can Sneaky cut this off? I think she'll be able to do so here. Trying to, Mercenary stuck in a bit of a bad position here. There's one section, and there is the down with the detention. That is going to secure that 1 kill. That teleport from Sneaky was so crucial. If you don't teleport there, Ford almost certainly reaches that dungeon. And because of that, Sneaky able to secure 1 more kill for that 3-person elimination with the detention. And now that actually gives Love the win for round number 1.
Wow, fantastic job right here from Sneaky. I also want to highlight how HS on the survivor side was communicating and really performing extremely well, and even with the early down of the teammate was able to just keep their cool and keep decoding. And even when there was only 1 Cypher machine at halfway and they had to separate their attention to another Cypher machine, they were really organized when it came to the late game gameplay. But Sneaky right there, as you mentioned, with that teleport, that really crucial teleport, was able to secure another survivor, was able to get the 3 survivor elimination, and therefore we have the round number 1 going to Team Love right here.
Yeah, so Love taking 5-3 in the first round. Again, it was Love's map selection, so this is the round that they want to win, right? So when you have your map pick, you want to be able to secure the win in that round. If the opposing team's able to get a draw, that's usually putting you at a disadvantage, because then they have map pick. But again, Love able to secure the win on the map that they wanted. Now it's actually interesting. I still am curious on the Arms Factory map selection, because Arms Factory is so good for the Bloody Queen, but it's not so good for Sculptor. But which is weird, right? Because it gives their Hunter a good map, and not so good for yours, but it ended up working out for Love here, able to outperform there and winning that round 5-3. I think the big turning point in that match was, Sneaky was able to get a quick down on the Psychologist, but able to get that instant down on the Acrobat was really important. Yeah. Once you get that Terror Shock, once you get that down without using that trait, Sneaky has free reign to simply switch to teleport to the last Cypher machine, and then down the Mercenary, chair them on the last Cypher, and from there on, there's not much the survivors can do.
That is for sure. After that Terror Shock came in, it was going into favor of Sneaky right here. Here we can see the stats. We can see again the Acrobat bringing down a lot of decoding progress, but not the same amount of kiting time, containment hunter time as we saw before in the first half. We see Sneaky right here with 9 survivor hits. I want to mention that is Sneaky with the Sculptor, with a lot of chances to hit these statues, but the survivor team, also want to highlight that, was able to avoid most of these statues. Almost not a single survivor was taking damage by the statues, so that is fantastic gameplay against the Sculptor, against such a high tier Sculptor like Sneaky. And yeah, if we just look at the overall containment time, we can see, besides the Acrobat who was taking that unfortunate Terror Shock, unfortunate for HS, everyone was doing solid work right here, as well as when it comes to the Cypher machine progress. We saw them popping up all 5 Cypher machines. They were able to even finish another one after they were forced to get away and stay away from the Cypher machine they initially started. So overall, these stats speak for themselves. We have a fantastic teamwork on the survivor side, especially avoidance was fantastic when it comes to the statue hits. But at the same time, we have Sneaky, who was utilizing that teleport late game, who was getting that terror shock on the Acrobat. These two game-changing moments that really secured Sneaky the points for his team. And therefore, we can see round number 1 is going to Team Love.
And it's actually interesting because a lot of sculptors on Arms Factory typically won't build into trump cards simply because it's such a small map. You typically don't need that teleport option in the late game. A lot of sculptors will do, they'll usually bring Insolence, Detention with Blink, or maybe you'll have Confined Space or something. And, you know, we saw that actually in the last round with one of the previous team's hunters, NM's Hunter. But here, you know, Sneaky, again, going for a strategy that you typically use on larger maps. Having that trump card to teleport is strong for the large maps, but here, you know, typically not used as much on Arms Factory, but it came right into Sneaky's favor, just, you know, as we talked about, just being able to hold that trait, being able to switch to teleport was so crucial. So now looking into the second round here, we do have, you know, we do have HS on that map pick. Let's see what they're able to go with. It really depends on what hunter they're opting to go with. As you mentioned, they have Bloody Queen and Dream Witch. Those are the two big ones here. So if you're the survivors of Love, what do you ban? Do you ban Bloody Queen? Do you ban Dream Witch? I think because you're leading, I think it's makes more sense to ban Dream Witch. Just kind of securing draws for the rest of these rounds is okay because you already have the lead. So it's fine to give Bloody Queen, but yeah, what do you go with here? Do you go for most likely we're going to see a map that's strong for Bloody Queen and Dream Witch depending on what they ban. And I think, yeah, it's hard to say. I think probably one of the good ones might be, you know, you already used up Arms Factory, which is ideally the best one. But I mean, there's still a lot out there. I mean, Ever Sleeping Town would be good for Dream Witch, but it's not so good for Bloody Queen. But we saw it get utilized yesterday, so you know, at this point, anything's on the table.
That might actually be a solid suggestion right here, or like a solid prediction. The Ever Sleeping Town, where we already saw the Bloody Queen being utilized from HS, and then giving Love the chance to ban that Dream Witch, because Dream Witch was being utilized by HS as well in round number 2. And you mentioned it, they already got the tie in round number 1, so why not stick to it? Why not force the Bloody Queen on the next map as well by banning the Dream Witch? I think that is a solid strategy. Because we saw, not only we saw, but also Love and HS are spectating the past matches of their opponents. So Love knows that we have HS right here, Yasu, who is potentially coming in with a Dream Witch in round number 2. So therefore, maybe let's ban that Dream Witch and let us go against the Bloody Queen that we already were able to tie against. So yeah, that is also my prediction right here. Ever Sleeping Town, definitely a good map. We might see that coming in. And yeah, it is also giving confidence to HS to utilize that Bloody Queen yet again, since it worked out so very well yesterday.
Yeah, and even today it worked out well in the first round. Still able to secure a draw, which is what you want to be able to do with the Bloody Queen. So, yeah, I don't know. You also have to think about what map would Sneaky also struggle on. We've seen Sneaky with incredible Hunter gameplay so far. So maybe you want to pick a map that's good for your Hunter and weak for Love's Hunter. So I think, you know, the problem is Sneaky has so many options, right? You have Bloody Queen, you have Dream Witch, and you have Sculptor. So regardless of what map you pick, Sneaky's probably still going to have an option for all of those. I think looking at it now, I think probably the best map for HS to go with is maybe Mulet or a Park. Mulet's kind of difficult for Sculptor, so maybe Sneaky won't like it as much for Sculptor because it's very open. What can also be good for Dream Witch and Bloody Queen in some circumstances. Again, Dream Witch is not bad on Moonlit because while it may be a big map, it's split into two sides. So you're able to pressure one side of the map like hard throughout the early part of the game, and you force the survivors to 3-cipher themselves because they can only decode the other side. In the end game, they have the last 3 ciphers on one side. Whereas Bloody Queen, it's very open, so it's very easy to mirror and hit your mirror images. So, you know, maybe they use that map, maybe not. Maybe going for something smaller like Red Church isn't bad, but Red Church isn't too good for Dream Witch because it's easy for the survivors to get stuck on the wall. The leeches to get stuck on the walls, and it's hard to get them out of range to follow the survivors in the main body because of how small it is. There's a such thing, believe it or not, it's too small, and Red Church in this instance might be one of those problems for a Dream Witch.
That is true. That is true. And we are talking about maps, and we saw the Leo's memory map coming up in, I think, round number 3 earlier today, which was, at least for me, very surprising. What do you think about the Leo's Memory map pick?
Leo's Memory would be good if HS wants to play Bloody Queen, but I think if they go Leo's Memory, then they would just ban the Bloody Queen, and then you force Dream Witch on Leo's, and Leo's Dream Witch is one of the worst maps. It's one of the worst maps for Dream Witch. So I think it makes sense if you know that the survivors would ban the Dream Witch, but you don't know in this case. So we are going to see a bit of a substitution here. We have Kuna Shuri coming in for Chopping. So on the side of HS, looks like a survivor substitute. So we'll see how they're able to do in this next round. But yeah, Leo's it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it's typical for Dream Witch as well. So I think Ever Sleeping would be pretty logical. Also, maybe a map like Chinatown or Moonlit. It's interesting to see. I'm actually not sure what HS will go with.
Yeah, it's gonna be a surprise for all of us. And I just want to mention Kuna Shari was already playing in yesterday's matches, and we saw Kuna Shari coming in with the Mercenary or the Perfumer. Perfumer also a character that I would absolutely love to see. We haven't seen too much of a Perfumer in that tournament, and when we saw it, we usually were spectating how the first two Perfumes were being utilized and were baited out of the Perfumer, and the last one was basically reversing 1 damage. I would absolutely love to see a Perfumer who can just put up such a fantastic kite, instant Perfume and reverse 3 damage hits, and just put the Hunter in such a difficult spot, because if you are able to utilize all 3 of your Perfumes, and if you're able to just get away with that, you will buy a lot of time. It's basically the same if we look at the Psychologist. Psychologist can take 1 guaranteed hit no matter what and will reverse the damage if she gets the time to get away. But with the Perfumer, she can actually do complete 3 damage reversals with the Perfume. So I want to ask you your opinion on that. If we look at the Psychologist and if we look at the Perfumer, which would be the better pick? Obviously, we see the Psychologist being utilized more often because it's, I would say, easier to rescue her, because if she goes down very, very fast, you still have the ability that she can immediately heal once she is off the chair. But in general, if you already know that the Survivor is an extremely good kiter and the entire heal of the Psychologist will be used in the first kite, isn't it better to come in with a Perfumer who potentially could tank 3 additional hits?
Perfumer is actually very strong against Bloody Queen. Not so much against Dream Witch, that's the only downside. So first round, Perfumer doesn't make a lot of sense just because they can't use the Patroller and that can cancel out the Perfumes. But the going against a Bloody Queen, if you are banning Dream Witch, Perfumer would actually make a lot of sense, especially on this map, Ever Sleeping Town, because you can actually Perfume at one of the 2 stories and then drop down the hole or out the window, and the Hunter has to wait for the Perfume to wear off before they go back up. So it looks like it is Ever Sleeping Town, as we had previously talked about, and it looks like Dream Witch is the ban here. So they're allowing Bloody Queen to come out again, but that's okay, right? Bloody Queen is a Tundra that's built for ties, and the Survivors, if they can tie this out for the last few rounds, they'll be in a good spot. And again, Bloody Queen on Ever Sleeping Town, not too strong. The Survivors probably going with an anti-BQ strategy. We do have Mercenary and Psychologist, both characters built to play against the Bloody Queen. And we also have Priestess will be the next ban. I imagine probably Patient will be the last one, in addition to this Gravekeeper. And Elgart, they're going with the Acrobat again, which I think is definitely fine considering how strong Meaningless was with that Acrobat in the first round.
That is for sure. I can only agree on that. That Acrobat, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to see another outstanding performance on the Survivor side right here. But at the same time, you already mentioned it, Yasu coming in most likely as Bloody Queen again, since that was the play that we saw yesterday in round number 1. And in round number 1, securing a 4 Survivor elimination on that map was extremely strong. And that is definitely what is Yasu going for. Yes, of course, we have the Bloody Queen, who is a tie queen, who can secure the tie. Most of the times it's very, very well performed from the Hunters to get that tie with the Bloody Queen. But I'm curious to see if Yasu will be able to get a little bit of an edge on that, will be able to get 3, maybe even 4 Survivors yet again, and get, the surviving side of HS a little bit of a head start when it comes to round number 2.
Yeah, so the problem is this comp is just built to play against Bloody Queen. I mean, you have 4 characters that are just not great for Bloody Queen to go against. You know, Gravekeeper and Mercenary are pretty much unchaseable because of their abilities. You have Psychologist, which can take an extra mirror hit. You can take up to 3 hits from a Bloody Queen. And you have the Acrobat, which we saw Meaningless kite out plenty of mirror images in the first round on Arms Factory, which is one of the best Bloody Queen maps. So now you're on a very weak Bloody Queen map going against this Acrobat. I think it's going to be even harder for Yasu. So, I don't know. We'll have to see what they're able to do, who they're able to find. I think your best target first is probably Psychologist, but, you know, even then, Psychologist is strong against Bloody Queen. So when your best target is a character that kind of counters you, that's usually not ideal. So, you know, we're going to have to see yet again. This is kind of the downside of Yasu being super strict with that Bloody Queen. When you don't have options for countering anti-Bloody Queen comps, you kind of put yourself in a position where the survivors may just have this advantage.
I mean, honestly, I just want to jump into this game. I just want to see that Acrobat again. I just want to see how LUV is performing right here. And I want to encourage the chat right now to definitely share some love, spam some hearts in the chat, spam some support right here for all of the teams. And if you're having a survivor that is a little bit underestimated, for example, the Acrobat that we haven't really seen too much in this tournament, if you have a survivor that you absolutely would love to see that is underestimated, make sure to leave us comments right now and share the love that you have for that character. Just as I, you know, openly always share the love for the Feaster that we haven't really seen. We saw a Feaster ban in this tournament. We didn't really see the Feaster being utilized. But enough of that. Let's jump right into the action. We can see the Bloody Queen is already going for the first hunt. It is Meaningless again, the Acrobat. Let's see if the Acrobat can perform just as well as the previous match.
Yeah, beautiful mirror image already hit on Meaningless, so it already is looking pretty good for Yasu. It looked like Meaningless would, you know, it's a good target for them, but unfortunately for Meaningless, Yasu able to get that first hit right away. Blink is going to be online in 20 seconds as well. Waiting for that mirror image. If Yasu or Meaningless is able to play the same way they're able to do in the last round, you could potentially kite out a mirror with the Acrobat Bomb, but still Blink is available. So now Yasu maybe will be forced to use... Oh, good patience from Meaningless as well. There's that mirror image. Is he able to use that bomb? Oh, goes for the hit as well. Gets the down without the Blink. So Yasu, 2 mirrors, 2 downs. And yeah, that's very interesting to see considering Arms Factory is a strong Bloody Queen map. Meaningless able to kite this Bloody Queen in the first round. Now on a weak Bloody Queen map, Yasu turning the tables here, getting a 2 mirror down, and all of a sudden in a strong position, just like we saw in the last game.
Yasu just applying a lot of pressure, and I think that is definitely coming with the Blink right here before Liebe could utilize the elbow pad to dash the sides. Oh, and putting the last effort on the Acrobat right here. Fantastic job. Really concentrating on that Acrobat, who is arguably the best find for Yasu, but considering how well Meaningless was utilizing that Acrobat in the earlier matches, that is definitely something that is also in favor for Yasu, because now being able to eliminate the survivor that was giving you a lot of headache in the previous match is definitely giving you the chance to put more pressure on the rest of the team. If you look at the Cypher machines, we still have one Cypher machine that is at 60%, and therefore we won't see the third Cypher machine being popped anytime soon. So that is a fantastic start so far for HS right here.
Yeah, we do see that Psychologist actually going to use that heal on the Mercenary, which I don't know if that's the ideal play for LUV, considering Psychologist has one order on them and they're already the next best chase target. Mercenary can kind of Bloody Queen. Mercenary has a bunch of elbow pads to work with, so there's no need to really heal the Mercenary in this spot. And we are going to see that with that Acrobat Ball potentially kite out this mirror image, force to switch targets, and yeah, Meaningless able to kite out this mirror image just like that, and that's the power of this Acrobat against the Bloody Queen. We're going to see him try to mind game after the pallet vaults that for a speed boost. He's going to be able to transition away. He's actually going into a bit of a tough area. He's going to have to use a second bomb as well to drop that flame bomb. Bloody Queen not phased by that, walking right around here. And now that the balls are on cooldown, we should be able to see a down here from this.
Ooh, maybe not trying to buy more time. Oh, and jumps over, is able to buy more time, is trying to transition to the graveyard, but the mirror image is coming through with the hit. Connects, and that is the first survivor that will be sent back to the manor. We can see the Gravekeeper is getting healed at the same time. If you look at the Cypher machine progress, 2 Cypher machines have been started and are over halfway complete, but there's 1 Cypher machine they still have to completely work on. This seems to be extremely good for Yasu, and considering that the Bloody Queen is a tie queen, I would almost say that Yasu is having a good chance of getting more than 2 survivors out of this match.
still 3 ciphers left. They haven't even began the last one. Now, can Psychologists make it upstairs here? They are able to make it up, and Bloody Queen should be able to get 1 mirror hit on them. Could they get a no attack recovery hit? Oh, Psychologist gets hit with no attack recovery, and now we're in a bit of a tough situation. Blink back on light, blink from Yasu. Can they pick the pallet in time? And does hit that Terror Shock register. We're going to see a double hit on the Psychologist. That's why you got to be careful with that drop down, and the Psychologist getting a little bit aggressive there. Yasu taking advantage, able to get the down and sharing on that last cipher. We see the corner house cipher being one of those cipher machines they need to try to finish, but now Yasu has the upper hand here, going for that mirror on the Gravekeeper. Can they get this hit? Gravekeeper avoiding all of them. A beautiful drop so far, but now Mercenary's going to save. No time turner available though, Grizzly. This is difficult. How can the Psychologist even rebound here?
That is a really good question. Yasu is having a really good situation right here. Taking that hit, it seems like there is a little bit of a technical issue going on the, I would assume, Mercenary side on Love's team right here, because Mercenary was not really reacting right after that hit. And I just want to say that this is definitely a very intense start of the second round, because Yasu on Love's side really showing why they use the Bloody Queen yet again on this big map that is not necessarily the best map for the Bloody Queen, but also it might throw off the opponent's team, right? Like, you usually don't expect a Bloody Queen on the Ever Sleeping Town, so now having to go against that might be a little bit more difficult, and we saw it. Being able to now get the Acrobat right away and sending him back to the manor, who was giving the Bloody Queen such a huge headache in round number 1, could be potentially one of the good plays and on the Psychologist. Fantastic job, Mercenary taking that hit. Can see that Yasu is concentrating on the Mercenary, not paying too much attention to the Psychologist, which is very interesting, but with the mirror is able to catch up and potentially hitting that mirror image right here, and is now having a double down while we still have 2 cipher machines remaining to deploy. So that is for Yasu in a really good spot.
And Mercenary unable to pop the Cypher machine as well. That Cypher's almost primed, so close, but now Mercenary taking 2 hits instead of 1. That was a big difference maker. Unfortunate for Mercenary getting a little bit of lag. If it wasn't for that, I think you know, this would have been a clean draw, but now Mercenary's down. Gravekeeper was going to have to come in for the rescue. We see a little bit of premature mirror. He's able to locate the Gravekeeper, though. Going to go for that balloon hit, no attack recovery. And let's see if Gravekeeper can wait this out as long as possible. Most likely will take this and then try to rescue. Mercenary almost on the verge of struggling, though. You have to consider that. Does hit the Terror Shock, but Mercenary struggles. Can he get the rescue off before the Psychologist gets down? And he is able to get the save. They're going to try to rush down the Cypher. Bloody Queen acknowledges, I need to clear this person before they pop it. The Cypher machine is primed. Mercenary's going to make the rescue. And then Psychologist, I believe, will just pop after possibly taking a hit. Not able to pop it in time. Oh, they do get the pop off. Gets Psychologist, get the vault. Does get the vault off in time as well. And these survivors are pushing for the end game, but he gets hit by the tram.
Tram, it is coming in. We have the Gravekeeper on the ground, and there's still a good chance for Yasu to not only catch up on the Gravekeeper, but also on the rest of the team. We can see he is going to put that Survivor right next to the exit gate, which allows him to just patrol and also protect that exit gate from being opened. And now put pressure on Weaver right here, the Mercenary, who will eventually go down if he is taking a hit right here with detention. Fantastic job from Love right here, really coming back from that very difficult situation. But Yasu is still keeping the control over this match right here. We have the Psychologist who will come in for rescue. Will get picked up. But the question is, will the Gravekeeper, or the Gravekeeper will be waited out right here. Will Yasu go and try to find the Psychologist, or will Yasu just go and secure that Mercenary elimination?
Yeah, Mercenary actually had an elbow pad available, so they could have potentially elbow padded away that mirror, but actually it looks like they weren't close enough to any wall to use that elbow pad, and now, because of that perfect mirror from Yasu, the pressure is on the survivors to get one out here. I think if Mercenary elbow pads that mirror and avoids that mirror hit, they're actually able to get one survivor out, but now because of this, it's might not be a possibility. You know, Yasu can constantly check each of these exit gates. He can pressure middle, and whoa, mirror image! Does he locate? The mirror switches! It changes its angle to the Psychologist. Yasu knows they're here. It has Blink available as well. I think this is going to be a full-person elimination.
That is potentially going to be a full survival elimination. There's not enough time for the Psychologist to actually get to the dungeon right here, especially with the Mercenary dying so slowly, and we have Blink coming in. Perfect hit right here. That is another 4 survivor elimination for Yasuo as Bloody Queen on the ever-sleeping town map. What a surprising match. Not necessarily surprising, we saw that yesterday again, but it's still stunning to just spectate how fantastic Yasuo is accelerating with the Bloody Queen on the ever-sleeping town map. So fantastic comeback right here in round number 2, securing the 5 points in the first half. Now we have Love a little bit under pressure because if they want to tie this round number 2, they also have to perform a 4 survivor elimination, a 5-point game in the second half of round number 2.
It's just so interesting to see how Bloody Queen, a character that's known to be weak on Ever Sleeping Town. I mean, this is the map that the HS picked. They picked this map for themselves. So they pick a map that's weak for their hunter, and it somehow still works. I don't understand it completely, I'm gonna be honest, but it really just works out for Yasuo here. I don't know any Bloody Queen player that says, I like Ever Sleeping Town for Bloody Queen. I've never heard of a Bloody Queen who said that before, but I guess for Yasuo, it's a little bit different. We do see, a 4-person elimination. Unfortunately, a little bit of lag from that Mercenary maybe cost the survivors. They were able to come back a little bit, but a beautiful mirror to snipe down that Mercenary while camping the Gravekeeper. And that Tram Grizzly coming in clutch yet again. If that Tram's not there, Gravekeeper forces a mirror down, and maybe they're able to kite. I think they had a shovel as well, so maybe they could have kited that out as completely. But the Tram really coming in clutch there for Yasuo, and that definitely helped them secure that win.
That is for sure. Gravekeeper could have just took the attention of the hunter and get away right there and buy time for the rest of the team to open up that gate and secure that tie. But Yasuo right here, as we can see, the first 2 Cypher machines have been popped when the Acrobat was being eliminated. The Acrobat who was giving Yasuo a huge headache in round number 1. Then the last 3 Cypher machines just popped, but that did not stop Yasuo from getting more eliminations and was able to late game get the rest of the survivors. We have 18 hits on the survivors. Look at that, 18. 2 terror shocks within this match and a total of 11 knockdowns. Fantastic job from Yasuo. And if we look at the survivor side, we can see that they did not really do anything wrong. They were performing extremely well. If we look at the decoding progress, it is extremely good right here. We have Meaningless with 0, which is because he had the first kite, but that first kite being 89 seconds, that is extremely powerful too, especially as Acrobat. But we also have to mention that he was definitely performing a little bit better on the Arms Factory in round number 1, and therefore giving Yasuo the chance to go for the rest of the team, which was initially the Psychologist, when we saw the double hit with the cancelled attack recovery animation from the drop down, which was extremely in favor of Yasuo, and from there it kind of spiraled down in Yasuo just really putting pressure on the survivor team, and the survivors having to kind of all assemble at the same Cypher machine and really try to push that Cypher pop, which was playing out very, very well for Yasuo, especially with that Tram hit late game.
Absolutely. So now, pressure back on Sneaky here yet again. And we're going to see what they're able to do here. This is a map that's actually favorable for their hunters. You can't, if you're HS here, you can't really outban Sneaky. I mean, Sneaky does play Bloody Queen, which I don't think Sneaky will play Bloody Queen here, especially because it's a hunter that it's good for draws, not good for 4-person eliminations. And it's a map that's not good for Bloody Queen. Maybe for Yasuo, it's something that they particularly like, but I guarantee you 95% of Bloody Queens don't like this map, and I'm sure Sneaky's probably one of them. So I think that we're probably going to see Sneaky go with Sculptor or Dreamwitch. Now, what do you ban here if you're the survivors, right? Do you ban Dreamwitch or do you ban Sculptor? Both hunters are good for this map, so it's really tough to see. I think the best bet is actually to ban Dreamwitch, just because Dreamwitch has the most win potential. Sculptor has a little bit more draw potential than win potential. So you want to go against a drawing hunter as the survivors here. If you're able to get a draw here, you actually take the lead as HS and put yourselves in a good position. So I think that the best ban here is Dreamwitch. But again, we'll have to see. Sculptor still has win potential. It's still a strong hunter. It's just less likely to get a 4-person elimination and tie things up than a Dreamwitch would.
That is for sure. And I mean, if we look at the team composition and as well as the match before, where they were going against the Sculptor already, and they were able to get one survivor through the Was it 1 survivor or was it 2 survivors? They were getting 1 survivor through the gate, right? Sculptor was able to get 3 survivors.
Yes.
So that could potentially be the play, because if you want to win this round, all you have to do is you have to get 1 survivor through the gate. So facing a Sculptor that they already faced before on Arms Factory, which is not necessarily the best map for the Sculptor, but still they were able to get the 1 survivor out of the game. That might be a go-to right here for the team, and therefore that is, in my opinion, also the more the bigger possibility that we might see right here when it comes to the bans, that we see the Dream Witch being banned to allow the Sculptor on the map yet again.
We do have the ban picks here. We'll have to see. We can usually tell based off of the bans what Gloves Hunter will be opting to go for. If we don't see Mechanic ban, I think it probably indicates that they want to play Dream Witch. If we do see Mechanic ban, it's probably Sculptor, just because, again, you need to get a 4-person elimination if you want to tie. Maybe if you're sneaky here. It looks like we're actually going to see Forward and Seer. So this is definitely indicating towards Dream Witch. But if you're HS survivors and you see this, I think you just ban Dream Witch. I think it makes the most sense to ban Dream Witch, and there we go. Because of this, now Sneaky's forced to play Sculptor, and if they go for that Mechanic, then it puts yourself in a tough situation. Will they go for? So you're going to see Mercenary locked in. You don't have Ford as an option. Now, do you take Priestess? That's also a good option as well. If Priestess is locked here, Sneaky almost 100% bans Mechanic and goes Sculptor. But if Mechanic's locked in, Sneaky may have to go for something a little bit different.
That is for sure. Priestess definitely might be an option, but we saw Rifanan utilizing that Psychologist in previous matches too. So seeing Rifanan utilizing the Psychologist yet again is not that big of a surprise. We might see when it comes to the bans now that we can experience either Mechanic that you mentioned or also the Priestess, because Priestess, man, if you have a Priestess, there it goes. Priestess ban is coming in. If you have a Priestess on this map, this can definitely deal so much damage to the Hunter, especially when it comes to the kiting time, the rescues, the escape routes, and just providing the team with fantastic chances of getting away. And we can see that we have a Perfumer and an Enchantress coming into the mix right here. Perfumer that I definitely wanted to see. I was very excited about it. I already mentioned it earlier that Kunashiri is known for that Perfumer, and I'm curious to see. We are seeing a Bloody Queen too? That is going to be very interesting. This reminds me literally of the match that we saw yesterday where Yasu was coming in with the Bloody Queen on this map, and then we also had the opponent's team GG coming in round number 1 with the Bloody Queen on that map, which was just as big of a surprise as it is right now, seeing Sneaky coming in with the Bloody Queen as well, knowing that Sneaky also mains the Sculptor. That would potentially still be a better pick than the Bloody Queen, but again, we have seen the Bloody Queen accelerating on this map. We have seen the Bloody Queen destroying on this map, and I'm curious to see if Sneaky will do the same to Team HS right here with a 4 survival elimination, or if HS is having the strategy, is having the team coordination that it takes to get survivors through the gate or through the dungeon.
Yeah, so I think I now know the idea behind this team comp. Basically, what they're trying to do here is they're banning Dream Witch, and then you're going Perfumer and Psychologist, which Psychologist and Perfumer are both really strong against Bloody Queen, and then you also have Enchantress and Psychologist, with both those characters are strong against Sculptor. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to counter both of Sneaky's remaining Hunters, and it looks like Sneaky just kind of acknowledging, like, I have to go one or the other. I'm kind of getting countered by both of them in a way. So I'm going to go with the one that I think is the best against overall this comp. So Enchantress is really bad against Bloody Queen. The only thing Enchantress can do is potentially cancel a mirror, but it's really hard to do. Perfumer can still kite a Sculptor in the 2-story areas because they go upstairs, Perfume, and then drop down. So normally Perfumer is not good against Sculptor, but still works on this map. So I think Sneaky acknowledging that Bloody Queen makes the most sense out of the team comp that they've gone with. But still, I guess Bloody Queen is just a really common Southeast Asia. So this is good. I'm learning about Southeast Asia that a lot of these hunters like to utilize the Bloody Queen. In NAAU, we wouldn't see Bloody Queen get utilized a lot in Everett City Town like this, but here in Southeast Asia, it's coming out quite a lot. So let's see what Sneaky's able to do. Again, Perfumer, Psychologist good against the Bloody Queen, but Enchantress, already has a hit, it looks like, on the Enchantress. So a good start for Sneaky right away here.
That is for sure. Enchantress definitely a really good find, because Enchantress cannot utilize her skill against the Bloody Queen's mirror image, and that is most likely how the first hit happened. And we can now see them both on the tram right here. The tram that likes to attack survivors and hunters, now helping them to transition into another area. We can see that there is no stun coming in from the Enchantress, taking the hit right here, and therefore being the first survivor on the chair. Fantastic job. Very, very fast pressure that goes onto the team of HS right here, with the first survivor already being on the chair, while the Cypher machines are not even halfway done.
Sneaky already in a great position here. You see why Enchantress is typically considered to be a weak character, because, you know, once if you don't have those stacks available, you just don't really have a lot to work with. We are going to see that hit on the Mercenary, and the Rescue does have, I think, possibly 3 stack available. Now, you see Sneaky backing up away from the Enchantress so they don't get stunned here, although I think they're going to be forced to possibly take, no, goes to the blink, gets the hit, and now this means Enchantress can't utilize their stun. So I think if you're Sneaky, it might have actually been better to take the 3 stack then use the blink so they don't have it for the down fight. But still, this gets down a little bit quicker, saves a little bit of time, so maybe that's what Sneaky was going for here.
That is absolutely fantastic. As you said, yes, you could have waited, but bring down the Enchantress so fast, bring on the chair yet again, while the survivors are still at 3 Cypher machines, and the Enchantress will go down if she's... Wow, what? There was no perfume being utilized. We can see it now being utilized to not take that second hit, but it might be a very, very difficult situation for the Perfumer to actually come in for the rescue now that she already took the first hit. And we can see that they are acknowledging it. They are leaving the Enchantress on the chair, and they are leaving it to the Mercenary to come in for the rescue. Fantastic bait right here of the hit. We have the Enchantress running away. She has the stacks ready, but will Sneaky be... Yes, Sneaky will take these stuns, but Sneaky is having mirrors, and that might be difficult. We have the long stun coming in with the 3 stack, and now the Perfumer, the Enchantress is not having anything left in her arsenal to prolong this kite, except of if she is able to get one short stun. She's taking a hit right here.
The important thing is she was able to cut out the mirror image, which means Bloody Queen's mirror is on cooldown. So now, this is where we're going to see the Enchantress actually vault into the Hunter. She does have one more speed boost with this pallet. Can she avoid this hit with the speed boost? And no, beautiful hit there from Sneaky to get it down. And now this is where Perfumer taking that hit makes a big difference, because now what's going to happen is if Perfumer gets found, she doesn't have anything left to fight with. Perfumer is so strong when she's at full health, especially against money. When she's at half health, there's not much she can really do, because again, you want to perfume those mirror images if you're at half health. You know, how can you utilize that ability? So now we're going to see Sneaky head towards middle here. He's able to find this Mercenary, but then we're able to pop the Cypher machine, which was the important thing here. Does Sneaky commit to Mercenary? I think no, but they do have no elbow pads, so maybe it was worth it. We're going to see them veer towards Graveyard. Does find the Perfumer, and does get the down on the Perfumer, and that is exactly why not perfuming that first hit comes into play, and Sneaky's able to share them in the basement as well.
Fantastic job, and yeah, you said it, in the basement. I just want to mention how fast the Cypher rush is going on right here. The last Cypher machine is almost done, but now with Sneaky putting that survivor into the basement, it's definitely giving him a little bit of an edge right here, because the only survivor that can really come in for the rescue is the Psychologist. Psychologist is not having any damage and is also making... no, it's the I'm sorry, it's the Mercenary who can take a hit as long as he is not taking 2 with the drop down, and then can make the rescue. The Cypher pop can happen if the Psychologist is able to prime that last Cypher right there. And yeah, they are just waiting it out. We can see the Mercenary just giving tinnitus to the Hunter, so Sneaky is not leaving that area, but Sneaky found the Mercenary and is pushing him away. From the dungeon.
Yeah, this is really good. Mercenary forced leave. I don't think they can make the rescue. No elbow pads available. And yeah, Mercenary has to leave. So now Sneaky is in a winning position all of a sudden. And you know, can she capitalize on this? Can she potentially get a win here? Mercenary, you know, using that upstairs area to avoid getting mirrored. But now Sneaky on sights of the Psychologist. Can they get beautiful mirror again? Sneaky hasn't missed a single long range mirror yet today, and we're gonna see that mirror angle switch to catch up with the Psychologist. Can they get another hit after? Wow! Gets the down with 1 mirror. That was incredible. And now they're going to teleport to the last Cypher machine. But it gets canceled by the tram.
The tram is really hitting hard today, but still fantastic job from Sneaky right here, really focusing on the psychologist with the 2 mirrors and being able to stay in this area where Sneaky knows, alright, the mercenary is here, the mercenary might try to pop off that last Cypher machine that is already at 75%, but with that hit right here, can now concentrate on the psychologist because psychologist might potentially get up in time. It's not going to happen thanks to that very, very patient hit right here on the mercenary. Mercenary will not be able to get up in time either. So therefore, this is also a 4 survivor elimination. As long as the mercenary is not able to get up and get away through the dungeon. But again, I think that's highly unlikely, considering that the mercenary takes a long time to get up, as well as knowing the position of the mercenary. There we have it. 4 survivor elimination, 5-point game, which is leading this to turn into a tie round. Both teams were able to get 5 points. Both hunting sides were able to get 4 survivor eliminated with the Bloody Queen on the Ever Sleeping Town. Very, very interesting to see. Absolutely fantastic job from both sides. Now, going into round 3, we can see that LUV is still having the upper hand just because they were able to decide round number 1 for themselves. But there is still everything on the table. Those 2 teams are not giving each other anything. It's very, very close. And if we just look at the both matches that just happened, it was very, very similar. The pressure was always there. The Cypher Pop happened, but they were not able to get out of the gate. No, the Cypher Pop actually did not happen on the last game, but still the pressure from that Bloody Queen was immense, and it was not allowing a single survivor to get through the gate or through the dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Sneaky missed a single mirror that game. So that was just, I mean, that's just that's incredibly impressive. Same with Yasu. I mean, Yasu hit a lot of those mirrors. There was a couple that I think did miss once or twice, but you really see the power of Bloody Queen when you don't miss a mirror. Again, Bloody Queen is a hunter that's really built to draw because, you know, even if you miss a couple of mirrors, you're still going to draw the game. But if you're able to hit every single one, you can actually push for that win. And, you know, that's what we saw happen. Sneaky able to hit every single mirror. And on top of that, there were 2 instances during that match where Sneaky was able to get it down, only having to use 1 mirror. The first was on the Enchantress. They used a mirror image for that first hit, and then they got a basic hit right after. So they didn't have to wait for that mirror cooldown, which saves 15 seconds, which is huge. And then they got a down on... this is almost very rare. This almost never happens, but Sneaky was able to get a double hit on the Psychologist with a long range mirror. And that's something that never happens because the long range ones is really hard to hit. And the fact that you're able to hit them twice with the same one on this, on this map is just really impressive. We're going to look at the final match data here. We do have not a single kite over 60 seconds besides the Enchantress, which was that first one. But after that, again, Sneaky not giving any opportunities to the survivors, hitting every single. You see the Psychologist only 5 seconds because of that long range mirror, because Sneaky was able to hit that. And, those are some of the difference makers. Again, Perfumer unable to get that perfume off was so crucial because, if you mirror that Perfumer in Graveyard and they have that, they have that perfume to work with, they have that full health, then they can potentially cut out those mirror images. But once they're at half health, there's not much you can do because you go down instantly to that mirror hit.
That's for sure, and that is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where you can see that we have the Psychologist who can heal up, but maybe it's even better to bring a Perfumer because she can potentially tank 3 hits, but that is the thing. She can potentially tank these 3 hits. As soon as she is taking 1 hit, this potential is dying out. There's almost no chance to utilize your perfumes the right way now. And we saw how the Bloody Queen right here Sneaky was performing extremely well, bringing down all these survivors, landing these hits. And you mentioned it, the 2-hit mirror image on the survivor at the very late game was extremely crucial because now you could concentrate on the mercenary that was in the area of the last Cypher machine that was already at 75%. This could have been very differently if these 2 mirror hits did not hit. We might have seen the mercenary being able to prime that last Cypher machine, to pop that last Cypher machine as soon as the survivor went down and give the team a better chance of getting out of here with at least 1 survivor. But at the end of the day, that didn't happen. These 2 mirror hits connected and the Bloody Queen Sneaky could concentrate on the mercenary, didn't have to fear that last Cypher machine was going to pop, and secured the 5-point game for their team. Very, very interesting match. I'm curious to see what we can expect in round number 3. I'm sure we're gonna see Bloody Queen being banned. I'm sure we might be able to expect the Dream Witch being banned as well as second ban. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what Yasu will come up with, since we all know that Yasu was playing the Bloody Queen as well as the Dream Witch mainly in this tournament. There is still a hunter that might surprise us. And if we look at Sneaky, we have seen Sneaky utilizing a Bloody Queen, Dream Witch as well as Sculptor. So it definitely depends on the map what we will see, but I think there might be... I think when we look at HS side, there might be a little bit of a surprise when we look at the Hunter side. I hope so, at least.
For sure, yeah, not much. We don't really know what to expect here from Yasu as well. So it depends, I think, on the big thing here, of course, is going to be the map selection. We talk about this a lot. Whoever has map selection has advantage, right? So we're looking into this last round here with Love being up 2 points. So if you're HS, you really want to be able to have that map selection. Of course, Love will be able to ban a map. So if it is indeed HS's map selection, what does Love opt to ban? So Love, again, Sneaky has those 300s in particular, Sculptor, Dream Witch, and Bloody Queen. So, and we don't really know what Yasu is going to go with. So if you're the side of Love, what map do you ban? You really want to ban a map, considering that Bloody Queen and Bloody Queen will probably get in just because of how strong Dream Witch is. They never really have given a lot of opportunities for it to come out. I think they actually give Sneaky Sculptor here. I think you want to go for a map that's kind of weak for Sculptor. Now, maps that are not so good for Sculptor are Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park are not great. Very open, very easy to transition. Although those are less common maps as well. Chinatown would also make sense here. It's not too good for Sculptor in some instances because of how open it can be. So I don't know. We'll have to see what they opt to go for as well. I personally was expecting to see a lot of Chinatown in both of these NAEU and Southeast Asia tournaments. We haven't really seen it at all. So that's a bit of a surprise, but maybe it'll come out here, or maybe we'll just stick with the common meta maps, such as Red Church, which is, I think, been one of the more common round 3 maps here.
I mean, everything is possible, especially when it comes to the maps. If we are considering that we already saw Leo's Memory today, I'm sure that we will have the chance to see the Chinatown map as well. We just have to wait and see what the teams will pick, and it's definitely going to be very, very interesting. I agree that we can expect, at least on Love's side, that they will get the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen ban, just because they were performing quite well in these first 2 rounds, which is allowing Sneaky to bring out the Sculptor. And then if we look at Yasu's side, we haven't really seen what the third hunter might be. So therefore, we are definitely in for a surprise. And I think it's... I don't know why, but I feel like we might see a hunter that is not necessarily in the meta. I don't think that we will see Breaking Wheel from either sides, to be honest. And therefore, there are not a lot of options when it comes to meta hunters. I'm curious to see if Yasu is also maining the Sculptor. Just because we haven't seen Yasu utilizing the Sculptor doesn't mean that he doesn't understand how to utilize the Sculptor. So that's also a potential hunter that could come to the map for HS's side. But at the end of the day, we just have to wait. We just have to see what they pick. And hopefully, what I am hoping for, honestly, is more surprising picks like the Acrobat that was coming out in round number 1 and round number 2, and the Perfumer who was coming out in round number 2. Hopefully, we see more of these off-meta characters on the Survivor side in round number 3.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of Acrobat here in Southeast Asia, which is a character that's it's strong. It's a good kiter. Not utilized quite as much in NAU, but yeah, here in Southeast Asia, you can really see how a lot of the meta is different as you go to other parts of the world, and that's always something you really like to see. Is the how these different regions can adapt and to the meta and pick up different strategies. So Acrobat being a big one, Bloody Queen being a big one here as well, from what we've seen. So yeah, again, we'll have to see what Yasu has to go with. We've seen a lot of these hunters have Sculptor or also Bonbon. So I think it would make sense that you probably have one of those, but maybe something, as you mentioned, a little bit off meta. We haven't really seen too much off meta from Southeast Asia so far, but I was talking to Poch as well, and we actually, there's a lot of Geisha on this server as well, so maybe Geisha could be an option for them. Geisha is a very strong hunter right now in the meta. It counters a lot of the meta characters, so I think definitely Geisha could be an option. So yeah, we'll have to see what who has what selection here. There are some maps that are weak for Geisha as well, if that is an option. You know, one of them being Arms Factory, which is already out of the way. Red Church as well is not too good. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Obviously, we don't know what the HS Hunter will play because we don't have too much data on them, unfortunately. But I think that the most common, you know, the hunters would make the most sense that they have is probably Bonbon or Sculptor, just based off of the meta that we've seen so far.
That's for sure. And I mean, I have looked into the chat earlier when I said that they should share some love for the underappreciated hunters and survivors. And I saw a lot of people were talking about Wu Cheng. I know that a lot of people want to see some photographer gameplay right here. I know that there are people, you know, that would like to see an Anne right in this tournament. For example, you know, I would love to see a Feaster, you would love to see an N. So maybe Yasu is coming out with one of the a little bit more a little bit more of meta character picks right here. And that would be definitely something that would be very, very at least entertaining, not only for us, but also for the audience. But at the end of the day, this is not only about entertainment, this is about top competitive gameplay. So Yasu might stick to the meta picks, which could be the Sculptor. But we are talking in circles right here. We are just waiting for this match to start. I'm very, very excited to see these both teams. Again, if we are looking at round number 1, we saw that Love was getting the upper hand by getting more points, therefore deciding round number 1 for themselves. Now in round number 2, both hunting sides were able to get 5 points, therefore it's a tie. So currently moving on into round number 3. Love is having a little bit more of an upper hand because if they are able to just tie this third round, they will proceed into the finals against BL. BL was already coming out on top earlier this day against which was NM. So I'm very, very excited to look forward to the team that is going against BL to look into these matches and to see what they're doing. And since we have already seen Love as well as HS utilizing the Bloody Queen very, very often, I'm very, very excited to see the Bloody Queen coming out in the final match that will decide who will go to the official global finals of Call of the Abyss 5. Therefore, there's definitely more Bloody Queen coming in today. But for now, we are really in the last round that could decide who will go into the finals of today's brackets.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if you're on the survivor side of Love here, I think Bloody Queen, I think it really doesn't matter actually for both survivor sides. I think they're just going to ban Bloody Queen. I mean, it makes the most sense. Bloody Queen been doing so strong for both these hunters. I think if you're going against Yasu and HS Hunter, you have to ban Bloody Queen and Dream Witch. Obviously, we know, from our knowledge at least, those are their two main hunters. Maybe Love knows something different. We know anything's possible. But I think if you're going against Sneaky, we do know Sneaky plays those 3 hunters in particular. So I think that you got to take the risk and give her Sculptor. I don't think Bloody Queen and Dream Witch are a great option. They're just too strong, which is the way we've seen them play out so far. I mean, Sneaky was able to get a 3-person elimination, but for the most part, HS Survivors played well against the Sculptor. They almost were able to secure a draw very close, but came a little bit short, unfortunately. So I think you just have to take your chances here in the third round. You know, a round 3 Sculptor is a lot different than a round 1 Sculptor. Sneaky has so many more bands to work with. So it's a little bit more challenging for the survivors, but, you know, anything's possible. Again, it's going to come down to who has map pick. Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, the map ban also makes a difference. I still think if you're HS here and you're going against Love's Hunter, you want to put Sneaky on a bad Sculptor map and ban Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. But we still don't know what the HS Hunter wants to play because we unfortunately don't have that data. So it's also going to be dependent on what their third round hunter actually is.
That is for sure. And let's just talk a little bit about hunters that might come to the ground right here, considering that Yasu, we don't really have the data on what Yasu will play. But do you think that, for example, Ripper, let's just say, and definitely a good hunter that I would absolutely love to see. But we have, for example, Photographer, we have Ripper, we have Spider that might accelerate on the Red Church map. We have just a pool of other hunters that could come out. For example, the X-Boy. We have seen the X-Boy. We have seen the Guard 26. Which hunter would you look forward to see when it comes to round number 3 right here on Yasu's side?
Yeah, I think if Yasu has Geisha, it would actually be really good just because maps that are good for Geisha are usually not so good for Sculptor. So for example, Moon River Park and Lakeside, right? Maps that aren't good for Sculptor, those are usually good for Geisha because they're very open, they're very easy to dash, and Geisha thrives on those big open maps. Whereas Sculptor doesn't because they want narrow areas where they can hit people with statues. So I think if you're Yasu, having Geisha with here is really good because you have you can go with a map that's good for Geisha, bad for Sneaky Sculptor. But if you do have Bonbon and Sculptor yourself, maybe it's not so strong because Bonbon is not very good on the big open maps, neither is Sculptor. So yeah, it really again depends on what Yasu has. I think again Yasu's best hunter here is Geisha if they do have that as an option. Other hunters as well. Maybe we'll see something like slightly less meta, like Axe Boy, which isn't a bad character either. Axe Boy would also work on those big open maps. Something like Photo, something like Ripper, probably less common. Wu Chang, probably not as well. But who knows? Again, we don't know what this hunter has to bring to the table, so it's all a possibility. It's still up there. Yeah, and we talked about if if HS has map pick, if Love has map pick here, what do they go with? I think probably a map that's good for Sneaky Sculptor. Eversleep Town is already gone. That's probably the best one. But now that that's gone, you could go with some map. You could go with a map like Sacred Heart Hospital, which isn't too bad. Maybe even Leo's Memory, which is less common. I think the safest is probably just Red Church. I mean, again, Love just needs to tie. Might as well just give you a map that's decent for your survivors and decent for your hunter. Just try to go out there, secure a draw. Red Church is the best drawing map for both sides from the maps that do remain. So I think that it definitely makes the most sense. And we have a hunter substitute. Actually, Senki will be hunting in place of Sneaky, which is a bit of a surprise considering how well Sneaky's hunted so far. So maybe Senki has a wider hunter pool that could potentially be more valuable in this round 3.
So as far as I know, looking at the data that I have, Senki is known for Dream Witch, Sculptor, Bloody Queen, and the Breaking Wheel. We are jumping into Moonlit River Park, which is a bigger map, and therefore all of these hunters that were mentioned are quite good. We have seen Dream Witch, Sculptor, and Bloody Queen accelerating, as well as the Breaking Wheel, just because with the Breaking Wheel you can just put so much pressure on the entire map. I'm curious to see if Love is coming in with that Breaking Wheel in round number 3. And I'm also curious to see if we will stick with the bans. We already said that we might expect the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch being banned, considering the first 2 rounds and how they performed with these hunters. But now changing out the hunter, even the bans for the hunter side might change. So that's definitely something that is throwing things a little bit off right here. I'm curious to see if that is also throwing off HS. Obviously, Love just needs to get the tie. So throwing them off a little bit right here by switching out their hunter and making them a little bit unsure of what the strategy will be on Love's side could be in Love's beneficial side.
Yeah, I think the hunter substitute is probably because Senki has a breaking wheel available. And because Moonlight River Park is really good for breaking wheel. So I think the game plan here was as we talked about, where you're expecting to play against Sneaky, so you're going to ban Bloody Queen, you're going to ban Dream Witch, and you're going to force Sneaky to play Sculptor on a bad Sculptor map being Moonlight River Park. But now Love is going to counter this by substituting in the Breaking Wheel player. So now this is a little bit interesting because you have Senki hunting here. You might have to actually ban Breaking Wheel, and that gives Senki more options because Senki and Sneaky play the same hunters, except Senki also has Wheel available. So now you have to ban Wheel, and Senki gets 1 extra hunter to work with.
That is for sure. And as you already said, it's Moonlit River Park. It's a big map. Breaking Wheel can accelerate on that big map very, very well. So that is definitely something we have to keep in mind, as well as HS needs to keep that in mind. So I'm curious to see if they will ban the Breaking Wheel, but that could potentially allow the Bloody Queen to come out again, or the Dream Witch, or even the Sculptor. We will see. We are jumping right into the Survivor bans. It seems like Forward, Priestess, and Seer will be banned. All of these characters are very, very meta, especially on this map with the Priestess right here that can provide a lot of distance by just utilizing the global portal and by also utilizing the normal portals on the river. We have the two hunters being banned, which is the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch, which we talked about, will now open up the Breaking Wheel. I'm very curious to see the lineup on the Survivor side now, knowing that they will most likely face that Breaking Wheel. We have the Mercenary and the Patient so far. We're gonna see a third ban, which could potentially be the mechanic right here to slow down the decoding progress even more.
Yeah,
But
so it looks like, it looks like we're gonna see Perfumer get banned. So Perfumer ban definitely indicates the Breaking Wheel, right? Because there's no reason to ban, if you're planning on playing Sculptor here as Senki, there's no reason to ban Perfumer. Perfumer struggles against Sculptor, but it's actually pretty good against a Breaking Wheel. We're gonna see Enchantress again. Enchantress is really there just to counter the Sculptor, but Enchantress is not great against Wheel because you can one-shot the Enchantress. So they do get an extra stun if they do have the spikes in them, so they work out nicely. But I don't know, we'll have to see. It looks like Acrobat as well. Acrobat, a very strong character for a park. You have a lot of those platforms to work with that can be very strong. So I think that that'll definitely take effect here. But yeah, I think Senki just goes Breaking Wheel based off of these bans. I don't think there's any reason to go any other character, especially considering it is Moonlight River Park. It would make the most sense to play this hunter. It also depends on, there is the Breaking Wheel, just like we talked about. So let's see what they're able to do. Which Survivor do you find first here? Patient and Acrobat, very good kiters for this map. Enchantress, not so much. If Senki's able to find that Enchantress first, they could be in a very good position. But if they find one of these other characters, it might be more challenging for the hunter side.
That is for sure. That is for sure. Breaking Wheel definitely coming in strong right here. As you predicted, on Moonlight River Park, there's no reason to pick any other hunter if you are familiar with the Breaking Wheel. Again, I'm curious to see what HS Yasu will come in with, because he could also very well main the Breaking Wheel, which would be a great pick for that map. Which also, I just want to throw that in, we have LUV a little bit in an advantage spot right here, because they only need to tie, which also means if Senki can provide a 4 survival elimination, a 5-point game for LUV, that will already determine who will proceed into the finals against BL, which will be LUV, because there's no way to get a victory against the team that already has a 5-point game in round 3 the first half. So definitely something that HS also knows and that that puts a lot of pressure on HS2, because they know the least we have to do is we have to get one survivor through that gate. I have to excuse myself and drink something real quick. My voice is breaking up a little.
All right, yeah, no problem. So we are going to see, we are going to see which survivor they're able to find first. Mercenary, of course, not ideal. And it really also depends on where you find these survivors. If you find the Patient at 4-stop, if you find the Acrobat at 4-stop, they can loot that for so long. Let's see what the spawn is for the Breaking Wheel. Not sure. It looks like it is going to be... immediate find of the Acrobat. This is a really good find for Senki. Finding the Acrobat in the open here. No windows, no platforms for them to work with. Let's see how Senki's able to control around this Acrobat. Here, but it is not great. He's going to immediately get out and potentially go for a hit. Able to dodge the trap as well and make it up the slide here for this Acrobat. So now Senki's going to probably get back into the wheel form right here and go for the spikes.
Wow, fantastic job. Yet again, we have an Acrobat that is just providing so much time for the team. We have the first spike into Rivernan, and we can see Senki is just trying to get that second spike as well. Trying to land that, because then you could just one hit down the Acrobat, but it's not happening. We have Senki right here who is avoiding the balls and is throwing the trap, but still Rivernan is having a little bit of life left that he can use to kite or find more time. We have Blink coming in, and there comes the follow-up hit, which will bring the Acrobat to the rocket chair. First survivor is down. Hyper Machine's a little bit more than halfway done. Still a really, really good kite from Rivernan. But Senki now having a good chance of bringing the Acrobat into the basement, which is definitely putting a lot of pressure on HS, because again, they know they need to get out of here. At least one survivor escaping, and having the first survivor in the basement, that is definitely a difficult rescue right away.
Interesting choice that Senki actually put the survivor in the basement. Basement is usually, basement is very strong. It's typically not as good for Breaking Wheel, because they usually want to utilize that wheel form. And yeah, this is why you can easily just get right past them and make that rescue. Also, you can have potentially pressure that outer Cypher machine. But he does hit the trap on Mercenary. Can he hit the Mercenary as well as an extra hit? No, he's just going to go for a snap to gain that full presence and chip the Mercenary. Nothing wrong with that play as well. And we see the Enchantress coming in. Maybe Enchantress will try to potentially harass, but does not have any stuns just yet. So I don't think that's going to be the case.
Very, very good spot to go down. This is basically the spot that is the furthest away from all Cypher machine, from all rocket chairs trying to potentially struggle free, and if not struggling free, at least buying more time for the rest of the team. We can see 3 Cypher machines have been decoded. The last 2 are being started, but the Acrobat already went on the rocket chair for the second time. Now we can see Enchantress is taking that first spike. If she is taking another spike, it might be extremely difficult for her to rescue in time. She is not taking another spike, being able to rescue the Acrobat. Will he be able to follow up with another kite that will buy more time, realizing the bomb right here, trying to get away? And there comes the first spike. Enchantress is also in the area, getting ready to potentially stun the hunter if needed.
Yeah, we do see a beautiful full presence cancel there for the Acrobat. There's the firebomb, but he is going to get the snap. Now, Enchantress is still here. You have to be careful. The Cypher are almost prime. Enchantress will use 1 stack to avoid getting hit. And gets the palace done as well. This finds a little bit of extra time and maybe enough time for Enchantress to farm a stun. Thank you back into wheel form. What this does is we're able to get a spike on the Enchantress. Snap them further down. There is that 1 spike needed. It's like he's taking it out of wheel form. This is going to force the Enchantress back. Will he pick up the Acrobat, or will Enchantress come in for the harass? They're going to try to support this out. The Cypher machines, again, almost prime. Will Senki drop, or will he commit to the chair? I think he's able to beat the Enchantress to the chair, and yeah, he's able to do so. Gets the chair on the Acrobat here, and now Senki has put himself in a boosted drop position, most likely. The Survivor's able to push for a good ending. There's the snap to get it down, and now we'll try to pressure down this last Cypher machine, leaving them slug, trying to force the Enchantress to waste their self-heal and make it so they don't have it in the end-game.
Fantastic job. We can see how Senki is trying to find that survivor right here. Knows that the Cypher machine inside this building is being decoded, that is the Cypher machine that the survivors want to work on. So therefore staying in this area and now going to try and bring down the mercenary. He was trying to give the Enchantress a chance to self-heal again, but with the spikes being attached, we can now see that the mercenary is a 1 down hit. We're gonna see concentrating on that Enchantress right here, because now Enchantress is down and cannot get up again. The team is forced to go there and pick her up if they want to get her up and running again, or they have to pop that last Cypher machine, which they changed. Now they separate their attention to another Cypher machine that potentially might help them get the Cypher pop. But you can also see there is a spike inside the mercenary, and if he's taking that hit, he immediately goes down. 1 survivor is still running, and that survivor might now have to go in for the rescue and cannot put any more attention to the Cypher machine.
Yeah, that was the exact point of slugging. Now they pick themselves up and we're knocked down again. So no self-heal for Enchantress, because Breaking Wheel most likely has insolence. They also have the after effects of the whole, which means that Enchantress can only heal a 60%. Patient takes the spike, it goes down. Patient goes down, Enchantress cannot self-heal. That's a 4-person elimination, and that is it. That's going to secure it for Love. That 1 play on the Enchantress to get them slugged there and get that down on the Patient right there secures the win for Senki. He was actually looking really good for the survivors. They had such a favorable position. If Enchantress is able to support there at the end, maybe they can prime the Cyphers and even get a win. But again, that shows the game sense from Senki, acknowledging if I slug this Enchantress, force them to waste their self-heal, then essentially it's like chairing them. It forces like 2 survivors that are unable to do anything, and the Patient has to make a decision. You have to either go heal the Enchantress or rescue the Mercenary, and either way it's up against a full presence Breaking Wheel, so it's very hard to get around that.
I agree. Fantastic job on HS's side right there, really avoiding the spikes from the Hunter. And we saw that most survivors were just getting 1 spike. So therefore, when taking the hit, they wouldn't go down immediately. That was fantastic. But still, Breaking Wheel right here, following up with an additional hit, bringing down these survivors extremely fast, having the Acrobat in the basement as well as on the chair extremely fast. And as soon as 1 survivor is out of the game, you can't just put more pressure on the entire match and on the entire survivor team. And we just saw that. That was fantastic game sense. Great job right here. Exhausting the self-heal on the Enchantress, letting the rest of the team trying to help her. Mercenary went down right there, was getting on the chair, and then there was only 1 survivor left. And that 1 survivor with the 2 spikes, there was no escape. that was a very, very quick end to that match. As soon as the breaking wheel was catching up on the survivors and was really seeing what to do, was knowing that they have to get these 4 survivors out of the game to secure that victory for them. They were just, Senki was just in the wheel form and catching up to these survivors. Here you can see it. We had 1 pallet stun, which was extremely fortunate for the HS side, but still Senki did not let him stop from chasing down all these survivors. Fantastic stats right here.
Yeah, so it really goes to show the power of breaking wheel. Once you get that first survivor eliminated, I mean, a lot of hunters, when they get that first survivor down, they're probably just going to end up drawing the game because that last Cypher machine's already 50%. They're already in a good position. But then breaking wheel can simply instant down people with the wheel form plus the full presence. They don't need to hit someone twice. They can instantly down someone, then change targets to the last Cypher. And once the first survivor is eliminated and sent back to the manor, breaking wheel just slowly takes over control of the game. And that's why this is such a strong hunter. It's a hunter that, you know, it's similar to Dreamwitch, right? Where if you down a survivor and remove them, then the survivors really need to kind of split up all the ciphers. With the breaking wheel, they can just go back and forth and keep pressuring all of them, similar to a Dreamwitch again. And that becomes a situation where even if they have a last cipher machine almost done, sometimes they can still just get 4-person elimination, which is exactly what happened here.
And you can also see how the map plays into all of this, because the breaking wheel was literally on one side of the map, on the building side of the map, because that is where you can concentrate on the survivors that are trying to decode there, forcing the rest of the team to go on the other side. As soon as they have decoded all cipher machines across the river, they are forced to come into your territory. They are forced to come towards you, which is even more beneficial for the breaking wheel, who can just transition from one area to another, who doesn't even necessarily need to transition now because the survivors are coming into his direction. And yeah, overall fantastic gameplay right here from Senki on LUV's side. Now we will see HS performing on the same map, Moonriver Park coming in on the Hunter side. I'm curious to see if they will be able to tie this round and to get a 4 survivor elimination as well. I'm also curious to see which Hunter they will decide to go with. And of course, we already know that with this 5-point game, LUV already decided their spot in the finals against BL. So that is already a fantastic job. I want to see some love in the chat for all of the teams that are participating, especially the 2 teams that we are seeing right here, which is LUV and HS. And share the love for the team that will continue against BL, which is LUV. And yeah, I'm really, really excited to see these upcoming matches. But for now, we are jumping into round number 3, the second half, where we have HS performing on the Hunter side. I'm genuinely curious to see if they will put out like a really, really solid fight where they just want to get the tie as well, or if they, like both sides, are trying to just come in with a few characters that are fun to play, that are fun to spectate, that we haven't really seen in this tournament so far.
I'm so excited to see what Yasuo actually has to bring to the table. We haven't seen what their third round hunter is just yet. We've only seen Bloody Quinn and Dreamwitch, so yeah, I don't know what we're going to expect to see from them. Again, it is their map pick, so I assume it's probably going to be something good for this map. Maybe Breaking Wheel, like we talked about, maybe Geisha. I think the survivors will they might play some fun characters here again. This third round situation, third half of this round is not too relevant anymore, but we might see them at least ban normally. Probably Bloody Queen and Dreamwitch ban, just so we'll see what Yasuo will go with. Let's see what Yasuo's bans are here. We usually can tell what the hunter may be based off of them. Seer, Priestess, and Forward. Kind of the common 3 staple round 3 bans. Yeah, this could definitely be Geisha. This could definitely even be a Bloody Queen as well. It looks like Dreamwitch and oh, they're gonna ban Breaking Wheel. So it looks like we're just gonna see probably Bloody Queen from Yasuo again. So it looks like Yasuo's third round hunter probably was Breaking Wheel, and the HS survivor, the LUV survivors were prepared for them.
I was actually really, really excited to see another hunter from Yasuo, and maybe we're gonna see another hunter, but since the Bloody Queen is a hunter that is available, and since we have seen how Yasuo is playing with the Bloody Queen, we might highly expect to see another Bloody Queen match right here on the Moonriver Park side. We can see that the Patient is getting banned. We have the Mercenary and Psychologist already being selected, so we have a chance of other characters. We might potentially see another acrobat coming in, but no, it is as I was hoping for. We see a few survivors that haven't been utilized too often yet, which is the wildling as well as the cowboy. Very, very excited to see that. I am not sure if we have seen wildling or cowboy on the of HS. No, we have seen, yes, we have seen cowboy, but wildling not so much. So very excited for that. And it's not going to be a bloody queen. It's actually going to be a sculptor. That is definitely a really, really good pick on this map, especially considering that the bloody queen is a TIE hunter, and with the sculptor you have better chances to get all the survivors out of the game. So I'm very, very curious to see that third hunter in Yasuo's lineup right next to the bloody queen and the dream, which we now have the sculptor coming into this play.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, very excited to see these character selections from the survivors as well. Cowboy, as you mentioned, not something we get to see every day, but it is coming in from meaningless here. And we also see Wildling, which, you know, maybe that'll make a difference. Wildling isn't even that bad of a character. It's pretty much unchaseable. If you ever get on your board, most hunters can't even chase them at all. The only ones that can really catch up to a Wildling and have chances of doing that are kind of Soul Weaver and kind of An, but Breaking Wheel also not too bad because you can snap them off their board. But besides that, yeah, also Gamekeeper if you're able to land that hook. But besides that, a lot of hunters struggle against Wildling in terms of chasing them. You can't really chase your force to change targets. And on a big map, rotation is key. So, you know, if you find the Wildling first, you're able to communicate to your teammates where the hunter is going, and you can rotate accordingly. So we'll see how that's going to definitely play out here. Again, I'm hoping to see Cowboy get a potential kite here. That would be very exciting. But again, Yasuo Sculptor against Love Survivors here in the second half of round 3. Let's see what Yasuo's able to do with this hunter that we weren't sure we were going to see, and it is coming out from Yasuo here.
That is for sure, and we are really looking forward to that second half. And it's going, honestly, wildling right there. I just want to see what Liebchen can do with the wildling, and if the wildling will be able to harass the sculptor, and if the cowboy will be able to pull off some amazing lassos and be able to rescue the teammates in very, very difficult situations. But for now, we can see the cowboy being the first survivor that will get the chase. We have eyes, or Yasuo is having eyes on the cowboy first. The info treat right here with the cowboy and the wildling. Currently, we are having a little bit of issues in the gameplay, so
I do hear the sculptor sound like they got Paladin stunned, but unfortunately we cannot.
Yeah, we are just playing this by ear.
I heard Cowboy Lasso, so I guess Cowboy might be kiting. That's exciting. Definitely something that we're looking forward to.
Something I would love to see.
We do have a little bit of technical difficulties, unfortunately, on the match. But it sounds like someone did go down, I assume, from the Cowboy, but again, we're gonna wait and see what's hopefully get resolved on here. Yeah, still waiting for we currently can't see the gameplay, but hopefully that'll be online in a second.
So that is definitely one or two graffitis that are getting sprayed down on the floor. Yeah, I assume we have the cowboy on the floor, we have the sculptor trying to get to the rest of the team. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for us right now, but I would assume that this team on the survivor side as well as on the hunter side, they are just enjoying this gameplay right here, because we all know Love already defeated the team right here, and this is more of a friendly banter, a friendly little match right here that they put on display. Not necessarily for us right now, but that they are performing for each other. So
yeah, sounds like the sculptor reached full presence, I assume, based off of that sound there. So again, going off the game sounds, we hear a couple of sizzles being thrown around. And I assume the cowboy is still down because that full presence was reached. Again, we're still trying to wait to see what's going on. Hopefully you guys are able to see and enjoy this match, but we're still waiting on that. But yeah, for the time being, it sounds like Yasuo Sculptor is playing quite well again. A hunter we didn't expect to see, and possibly getting it back online here. in a moment. So,
there we go. We can see again. We can see the Wildling is the one who is harassing Yasu right now. We can see Cowboy and Mercenary already down. Mercenary probably went down while we had the rescue going on of the Cowboy. Probably you viewers at home know more about this match than the two of us. But at the same time, Mercenary getting up right here was able to be killed because we had the harassment of the Wildling going on. Cowboy now again on the balloons. We have the Wildling taking that hit. No attack recovery from Yasu, but Yasu is really concentrating on that Cowboy because it is so crucial to just bring that first survivor out of the game to be able to concentrate on the rest of the team. And what we are seeing right here is that 2 Cypher machines are remaining, but they haven't even been able to start these 2 Cypher machines. Wildling almost down, so there's definitely a lot of pressure on the survivor side. We have the Psychologist who can take that hit, but that is it. If she's taking another one, she will go down, and she will even go down if there's just a hit from the statues. Statues are coming in and breaking down the Psychologist.
Beautiful full presence statue there from Yasu to get that down. We see incredible sculptor gameplay from Yasu, so I'm actually quite surprised we didn't see this sculptor until this late in these rounds. I would have expected Yasu to bring it out with this incredible gameplay, but it looks like, again, we're going to see them go for that spike there. Can Yasu looking for their healing? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Wildling and Mercenary healing up to full health here. Don't know if Mercenary has Tide Turner remaining or not. I believe, yeah, we're not sure, unfortunately, but it looks like we're going to have someone maybe try to perform a rescue. Again, survivors still are going to play this out to the fullest of their ability to try to at least secure a draw, but it's looking very good for Yasu here, considering that you have 2 slow decoders. Yasu was able to eliminate the faster decoders. Now Mercenary and Wildling, the last ones, to pressure these Cyphers. It looks like Yasu able to cut them off from a massive distance. Wildling will potentially try to pressure the rescue as well as the Mercenary, but Yasu patrolling these bridges, not allowing anybody to cross and make it to that rocket share.
That's for sure, and just the distance you have to cross to even get to that rocket chair is really in favor of Yasu, because it's just buying so much more time to get to the other survivors and to potentially bring them down. But it's also forcing the rest of the survivors to excuse me, to just cross the entire map and to leave the Cypher machines alone. And as we already said, there's not a lot of decoding going on right now. Still 2 Cypher machines remaining.
Beautiful prediction from the Wildling not to get terror shocked by that blink there. And you see, this is why Wildling is unchaseable. He's going to get on this board. Now you also have to change targets. You can't really chase this Wildling. I mean, you can wait till the board runs out, but it's going to take a long period of time. We see the Mercenary going to that upstairs area to prevent themselves from getting statued. And now Yasu again just gonna continue after this Mercenary. Maybe he can break this pallet, which is exactly what's happening here. Wraith is still on cooldown because they did use that blink, but again Wildling is just gonna keep running around this area until the board runs out. If you're Yasu, do you change targets to Mercenary? Because that Cypher machine is almost popped, although they do still have an entire Cypher left to go, and that is the downside of bringing the slow decoding team on Mercenary and Wildling slow decoders in addition to the Cowboy, and it's really going to show why these non-Cypher rushing characters aren't quite as likely to be used here in a tournament setting.
Ooh, and now we can see Wildling doing a fantastic job dodging these statues, but the thing is, only one statue is needed to bring down the Wildling. The boar was not ready anytime soon, still 40 seconds in cooldown. We can see Yasu now just going back and forth, bringing down the Wildling first, concentrating now on the Mercenary to exhaust their ability to self-heal, and once that happens, he will be able to secure the 4 survivor elimination. This is exactly what HS is going for. Again, we already have Love going into the next bracket right here, but HS is not giving up, showing us yet again that they are extremely strong, that they can get the 4 survivor elimination. But what they are doing right here is they are struggling a little bit to find the Mercenary, and they are also afraid that the Wildling will get up and will get too far away out of this area. So now concentrating on the Wildling yet again will enable Yasu to completely leave him, because if he will get up again, he knows that the Mercenary is in this area, can go there and yeah, again, go for the 4 survivor elimination by just letting the Wildling come out and go for MK.
He was able to actually get the Wildling off of the board there. Beautiful job. It's hard to get Wildling off the board. There's a full presence statue. Will down the Wildling as well. No self-heal available for the Wildling. He has used it up, so all Yasu has to do here is target down that Mercenary. This will secure a 4-person elimination, but it still leaves Love with a 2-point lead, which means they will be advancing again to the finals to play against BL. We will see Yasu, again, play this out. Beautiful sculptor gameplay from Yasu here, trying to locate this Mercenary, but Yasu does have Blink available, and yeah, should be able to get this down pretty quickly once found. We see the Mercenary trying to transition in here for a potential heal on the Wildling, considering, again, he has already expended that self-heal.
And this is also why Yasu is kind of staying in this area, because he could go and potentially search the entire map for the Mercenary, but he also knows if he's going too far away from that Wildling, that might be a little bit of a situation, because the Mercenary is able to rotate in the transition towards the Wildling. He could potentially heal the Wildling, and that could potentially lead to them being able to kite again and to decode that last Cypher machine that they need. Even though the decoding progress is not really going too fast for them, we have the Mercenary going down, not even in need of utilizing that blink, considering on the Mercenary now, because the Wildling cannot get up again, can't just be on the ground. There we have the team surrendering. Love is taking that victory overall, though, because again, they were able to secure round number 1, but it was extremely close between both teams. Round number 2, round number 3, both ended up in being a tie, a 5-point game on each Hunter side, but with Love having a little bit of an edge in round number 1, they decide this spot in the next bracket against BL for themselves. Congratulations to BL, also congratulations to Love right now that we saw advancing, and to the two teams, HS and NM, that made it so far. What a fantastic job from both sides right here. Great gameplay, absolutely love to see it. But again, Love was having a little bit of an edge in round number 1.
Yeah, definitely. Another hunter-sided battle. You know, we talk about how this game is survivor-sided, but these hunters really coming out to play here. It really put up some impressive numbers again. No hunters lost. I think, yeah, no hunters lost a single round in this best of 3. So that's just very impressive. All hunter wins and draws from here. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting finals match. Again, BL has Carol, very strong hunter on their side, but Love has Sneaky and Senki, both hunters who only won. They got 3 person elimination and then 4 person eliminations from there on out. So it's gonna be a battle of the hunters, I think, for sure. BL also known for having some good survivors, so let's see how their survivors can play against Senki and Sneaky. I don't know. It's gonna be very exciting to say the least, but I'm looking forward to how this finals matchup will play out. But as for this one, again, beautiful gameplay from both sides. Excellent job to Yasu and HS. They played incredibly well. But again, Love will be taking this best of 3 series and advancing to the finals.
That is for sure, and you already said it. It might turn out to be a very hunter-sided final that we are going to spectate, but that also means if the survivor side of BL or of Love is able to secure points, that might definitely help them to advance against their opponents. So I'm very curious to see not only the hunter side, but also the survivor side, because it's definitely I would say, the main task for the survivors to secure as many points as possible for their team, for their hunter as well, so they can be comfortably going into the rounds and secure as many points as they can. Again, congratulations to Love right here going against HS, and we are going to jump into, I think, a little bit of a review of what happened in the last match, a little bit of an overview. But before we do that, I would absolutely love to see the entire chat just cheer for your favorite teams. Who do you think will win? Will we have BL or will we have Love in the finals winning and therefore being basically the best team on the Southeast Asia server? And yeah, just share the love, share some hearts, and spread it.
Yeah, keep in mind the winner of this tournament will be joining GH in the COA V SEA 5 global tournament against the rest of the world. So very exciting for sure, and very it's going to be a very exciting COA tournament for sure. I'm actually very much looking forward to that. We do have a little bit of ways off COA, not for a few months from now, but of course that always is the biggest tournament of the world every year. So these teams really fighting for their right to be able to play there against the best teams from all regions. And yeah, I'm very excited to see who's going to join GH as well. GH has proven to be such a strong team and has done well against the China teams as well. One of the few teams that actually can stand up against them, which is very impressive. And I'm very excited to see if one of these other Southeast Asia teams, whether that's BL or LUV, will also be able to put on a good show there as well. So yeah, let's see what they're able to do here again. LUV is advancing over HS. Such a close matchup. Again, I really, going into this matchup, I think LUV definitely had the edge because of how strong of a hunter Sneaky proved to be yesterday, or I believe it was on Friday. But yeah, definitely HS put up an incredible show, only losing by 2 points. One survivor less escape. And that was actually the same that we saw against BL and NM. One survivor less escape. These teams are so close, so evenly matched. And if any of these matches got replayed, I'm sure they could have gone either way. But yeah, again, ultimately, LUV will be advancing here against BL. Because these matchups were so close and because there were one survivor off in each of these games, I think LUV and BL are just extremely evenly matched here. And I think that the finals is going to be incredibly close.
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the matchup between BL and LUV. As you said, they only won with a few points difference, and in both brackets, BL as well as LUV were only able to advance with a few points in advance in the last round. Like, it wasn't clear what is going to happen until the very last match. And yeah, that's definitely going to transition into that final matchup. Here we can see the round that we just witnessed. We had the Wildling right there, being able to decode one entire Cypher machine and then just being in the area of Yasuo, harassing Yasuo, having a containment time of over 125 seconds. Fantastic job. We can also see how the Cowboy was the first kite, was able to pallet stun the Hunter, and we were able to hear that at least. And therefore, since he was the first kite being found so early in the game, we have 0 decoding progress, but 83 seconds containment time. That is extremely good, especially considering that we are in such a high competitive scene right now. So therefore, fantastic stats on both sides. The Hunter as well, having 12 hits on the survivors, knocking down 7, and therefore forcing the team basically to surrender. What we saw at the end game, where the Hunter was able to really bring down these survivors. And I just want to highlight one thing that you mentioned, which I think is very important. We will see GH coming for the Call of the Abyss 5 finals in the Southeast Asia region, because I saw in the chat people were asking, isn't this a server where 2 teams will advance? Yes, that is right. 2 teams will go to the global finals of the Call of the Abyss 5, but we already have GH set. Therefore, the next battle, LUV versus BL, is still a very, very deciding match. Only one team will proceed into the global finals of Call of the Abyss 5, so definitely stay tuned to see which team which team will make it. And here we have the stats again, as we already I am talking too fast today. As we already mentioned, very, very close matchup, and here we can see the MVP Sneaky really coming in with the survivor kills and hit survivors on average 17.6 eliminations, almost 4. So fantastic job, definitely well deserved MVP of the day, or at least for these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how Sneaky is able to play in the finals as well. Again, remaining ciphers 0.67, so it really goes to show how the survivors were really, for the most part, not able to pop most of those ciphers. Eliminations almost 4 again. Really goes to show that Sneaky again did not drop a single game here. Only wins in this best of 3 here. So very impressive stuff from this Hunter. And we'll have to see what Hunter Sneaky will bring out in the finals. Again, has the Sculptor, has the Bloody Queen, as the Dream Witch. What are you going to go up against a BL? BL also has a wide hunter pool as well, so that's going to be interesting to see which team will be able to play here and win in the finals. Again, LUV versus BL. It's going to be an incredible matchup. So let's hear which team you guys are rooting for in the chat. Going to be very close as well. I personally don't know how this could go either way. Usually, I like to try to predict which team has the advantage, but based on how these teams have been playing, I think it's dead even.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm very curious to see the Bloody Queen gameplay because I'm very, very sure that we can expect another Bloody Queen gameplay on the matchup between BL and LUV. But for now, I would say that's it. We saw LUV going against HS, LUV advancing into the next bracket. We are going to have a little break right now before we are jumping into the final match of the day, the final match of the Southeast Asia qualifiers between BL and LUV. So definitely make sure to stay tuned. We are jumping into approximately 10 minutes of a break. So make sure to get yourself something to drink, stay hydrated, get yourself something to eat. And yeah, that is also it for you today. Thank you so much for casting with us. I'm really looking forward to the future cast. But any last words for you?
Yeah, it was great commentating with you again, Grizzly. I'm really looking forward to COA. Being able to commentate with you there should be very fun. We'll have some very exciting matchups, so that should be that's definitely something I'm looking forward to. For now, I'm gonna go ahead and probably go to sleep because it's 6 a.m. for me. But yeah, again, great stream, great cast. It was a lot of fun, and best of luck to the teams in the finals.
You have a good rest.
Hey bears, I am the Gaming Grizzly and I am more than excited for the Call of the Abyss 5 Southeast Asia Qualifiers this weekend. Make sure to join the live stream and cheer for your favorite teams.
Hey everyone, this is Kahel, and the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 Qualifiers for Southeast Asia is about to begin this weekend. Now I hope everyone's excited for that. These are the top 8 teams in the whole region, so we are about to see some top tier gameplay from these teams. Do show your love and support to them by sharing it to the whole community and tuning into the stream. I will see you there!
Hello everyone, my name is Eli O, North American streamer and commentator. This weekend will be the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. We will see the best of the best from Southeast Asia competing it out to see who will reign victorious and who will earn the right to compete against the rest of the world in the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. This is going to be a very intense, very fun, and exciting tournament. I hope to see you all there. Let's have ourselves an amazing qualifiers.
What's up, IDV fam? This is Nello Mello. We will be heading into the Southeast Asia qualifiers this weekend to determine which team will be joining Team GH to go into the Call of the Abyss 5 main stage. Don't forget to come and support your favorite team because they will be needing your support. And mark your calendars, I will be seeing you there.
Hey guys, Botch Spice here, reminding you that Call of the Abyss season is upon us. You heard that right. The Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 Southeast Asia qualifiers will be happening this weekend. So I hope you guys can take this time to support your favorite team, send them your love and support, and we'll see you at the stream. So good luck and have fun, stay focused, don't give up, and let's make Southeast Asia great.
The first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. accentuated sign of fate's shifting course, appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。 而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However,
welcome back to the final day, the final match of the Southeast Asia qualifier for the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. Again, only one team will proceed into the global finals of the Call of the Abyss 5 because we already have GH moving on for the Southeast Asia region. So this is definitely a very, very important match. There's a lot on the line. I'm very curious to see the two teams that have been qualified, which is BL going against LUV, and we have already seen a lot of fantastic matches today. Of both of these matches, we saw, for example, a little bit of a off-meta pick when it comes to like Guard 26. We saw fantastic matches on the Bloody Queen side as well, and then we also saw absolutely fantastic survivor gameplays. For example, we saw the Acrobat coming to the mix. We just recently saw the Wildling, the Cowboy, coming to the mix. I'm curious to see if we can expect that in the final matches as well. But for now, we are back. I am here with Nello. Mello, nice to have you on my side. Are you excited for these matches? How do you feel?
Woo, so excited. It feels like the night's just beginning because, you know, there's not a single down moment. I was watching you and Eli behind the scenes, and nothing short of amazing. And both these teams have actually came so far through. BL beating Adams and then beating NM team just to come to the grand finals, as well as LUV team beating Rename. Definitely one of the finalists for the SEA Qualifiers, COA 4 last year. So that's a very notable accomplishment. And then going up against HS, HokkaidoShrimp, also a very formidable team, making it all the way up against BL. Both of these teams are so strong. Sneaky has been amazing us the whole night with her Bloody Queen, and then coupled with Senki, the Breaking Wheel. But you know what? I want to show you another side as well. BL, they also have Carol on the Bloody Queen, and her Bloody Queen is bloody amazing too.
Oh, I can only agree. From what I have seen, absolutely fantastic. The Bloody Queen coming in, as well as the Breaking Wheel, Carol coming in with a lot of meta characters, Breaking Wheel, Dream, which we have the Bloody Queen, but we also have Guard 26 in case there are too many characters banned on the Hunter side that are good on these maps. But also highlighting these plays from the Survivor side, we had Rem on BL, who was coming in as Postman, a character we haven't seen too often, to be honest, which is still definitely a good pick when it comes to decoding buff and just generally buffing all the teammates and supporting the teammates in their missions, for example, to kite, to decode the cipher machines, and to rescue the survivors that are on the rocket chair. We also saw MX coming in as Thief in the last match. As I said, it's the same with Love, where we saw the cowboy from
Cowboy as
Meaningless
well.
or from the wildling from Liebe. It's the question if those matches were just like, hey, it's the last match. We almost have this in our pocket, or we already have it in our pocket point-wise, so we can bring out these characters. Or if these characters are actually characters that they main and that they have up their sleeve just for these final rounds to throw off the Hunter. Because we have seen this over and over again, that there are teams that are extremely good against the Survivors or against the Hunters, but then there is a different Hunter coming to the map, and that is completely throwing off the team. Because obviously, if we look at Ever Sleeping Town map, you usually, at least for, let's just say for the Northern American European, so that is what I am used to. We usually see a Breaking Wheel, we usually see a Sculptor, and there's not a lot of other options when it comes to the Ever Sleeping Town. So coming in with a Bloody Queen right away might throw off the opponent's team, but then on the other side, we are on Southeast Asia, where we can definitely see the Bloody Queen being more in the meta than on the Northern American European server. So it's, first of all, always very, very interesting to see what these teams do. But then it's also very, very interesting to see the differences between our servers and how the strategy changes, because obviously different servers, different players, different meta.
Yeah, and that's what we hope to see as well, like improvisation, bringing in new things, like from the rise of the entomologists last season, and then right now they're utilizing patient even more, psychologist even more, and now you're seeing acrobat in the qualifiers. I think the ones that are actually innovative, like they not only adapt, but they learn to make their own meta. So I think those are the kinds of players that are really, really scary. The teams that are innovative, ready to try risk, ready to try new lineups. So I hope that's what we're gonna see. Like what you mentioned, we saw the teeth, we saw the cowboy, we saw the wildling. So definitely hoping to see more of this kind of innovative pick. But you know what? Before that, just want to say that the chat is welcoming us back. Actually, Grizzly, I just have to say, Southeast Asia region is the only YouTube chat that I would open and I would feel safe opening because of how welcoming everybody is. And I wonder if you share the same feeling, because are you in the chat now as well?
I always have the chat open. No matter what, I always have the chat open. I'm not looking at the chat all of the time, but every now and then I'm just, taking a peek at it, and I'm trying to see what is going on, what people are talking about. And yeah, I can only agree. This chat of this tournament, Southeast Asia qualifiers, so far, I have not looked into the chat once and was, surprised in a negative way. It was always very, very loving, very supporting, especially for the teams, especially for the players. Also, supporting for us, which is always, that's just heartwarming. Not gonna lie, I really appreciate that. And yeah, you're very right. It's just, at the end of the day, this tournament would be nothing without the people that are watching it. So basically everyone in front of your TV, in front of your laptop, in front of your phone, however you are watching the tournament, this would be nothing without you. So we should welcome you back. Wait, I did that, right? I said welcome back.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Don't forget to keep your food and drinks really, really close. And they're also very kind. They keep reminding the commentators. I saw that they keep reminding you to remember to hydrate. So they're really kind. So don't worry, guys. There's a really big cup here, a very ancient cup. I wonder if you guys have it at home. So yeah.
I need to get one of these.
Yeah, you need to. It's multi-purpose. You do everything with it. cook noodles and drinking from there as well. But you know what? Let's just go through some of the things that they've been shared. Billie Eilish in the Discord has been sharing really wonderful stats there. Fun fact of COA 5, guys. Do you know that the top 3 most banned characters, guys? Take a wild guess. What are the 3 most banned characters? I mean, without looking at Discord, Grizzly, what do you think?
Let me take it. I actually don't have it open,
Okay,
but just
okay.
from what we have seen, Mercenary might be one of the top bands. We have Seer and Forward. I would like those are the survivors you always see being banned. Now, am I right about that?
Awesome. You got Seer banned for 30 matches out of 34. Wow. And even the Forward, 17. And the Priestess, actually, for 13 matches. Priestess top 3. Wow. So, well, you're very close. 2 out of 3, definitely there. Machinery is also very close by, actually. Actually at the 4th place, I believe. But, and speaking of which, though, actually, the Patient has also seen a lot of bans, though. Is there a reason? Do you think are they scared of the couple power? Emil, Ada?
I mean, I genuinely don't think that it's the couple power that connects them way first. That is like the little speed boost when they are together is really not that important because survivors usually don't have to be together, and at least in these competitive scenes, they are trying to stay away from each other to decode cipher machines, and only if they have to rescue. I just think the Patient definitely provides a good option as kiter and is very good with the grappling hook to just get away and to transition from one area where you can kite in to another area if you need to. So definitely survivor that can just buy a lot of time for the team. So I feel like it's understandable that the survivor is slowly rising up into the most banned characters. But I also want to mention, just to go back to the top 3, that the Priestess, I am not surprised about that. Priestess, I would also have said, is in the top 3, but obviously I can't put them all into the top 3. But Priestess just so strong on the Ever Sleeping Town map, so strong on the Moonriver Park map, and can really provide a lot of support, especially on the bigger maps. So it's not really surprising to see that the Priestess is one of the most banned characters. I'm curious to know, now that we talked about the most banned survivors, what's on the list for the Hunters?
List of the Hunters. Since the Hunter bans only starts on BO2, we've seen a lot, depending on the map as well. Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel definitely one of the most banned ones. Simply because you saw how well they drive. Kids nowadays, they don't have license, but they drive so well. What is this? And the upper, but definitely 5-star driving right there. And you know what? We'll keep that for later because right now BL has banned. Sorry, it was actually Team Love that started by picking the Ever Sleeping Town as the first map. So I think they're ready to bring out the Breaking Wheel. Maybe we'll see a battle of the Ubbers because it is a map where Breaking Wheel thrives in. But what do you think, though, Grizzly?
So that's going to be very interesting because we have seen Law, for example, really accelerating with that Bloody Queen on the Ever Sleeping Town. And when it comes to BL, obviously, Carol, Breaking Wheel. It's a fantastic map for the Breaking Wheel. Arguably one of the best maps for the Breaking Wheel. And I almost assume that we might see exactly that matchup. In round number 1, where you don't have any bans, we could see Carol coming in with the Breaking Wheel, and Sneaky on the Hunter side, as I already mentioned, we have seen Sneaky coming in with that Bloody Queen. So that's potentially what we can expect from the Hunter side. If we look at the surviving side, we see, as you already mentioned, some of the top 3 survivor bans, starting with the Seer right here, and we have BL coming in on the surviving side. Very curious to see if we have another Patient, Postman, or potentially Thief when it comes to MX's gameplay.
Yeah. I think BL has sort of picked up on Love's lineups, and they probably think that Sneaky does not play Breaking Wheel, because we've seen Sneaky on Dreamwish, we've seen Sneaky on Bloody Queen, Sculptor, but we've never seen Sneaky on Breaking Wheel. The only time when Breaking Wheel is allowed to thrive is when they subbed in Sneaky. What is it? Farfalla? The other one, Senki. Sorry.
Thank you.
But
Yes.
yeah. So I think they're not afraid of Sneaky bringing out the Breaking Wheel in this map, because now you can see MX and Ram is already gonna pick the first 2 picks. Definitely the top, like what you mentioned, the top 3 picks. Forward has to be one of them. Seer's gone, so they'll pick up the Priestess instead. Because again, Ever Sleeping Town, just a character that is not afraid. Sorry, Breaking Wheel is not afraid of the Priestess in this map. So it makes sense why Sneaky might have allowed the Priestess to come online. But then again, the mechanic is again left open. I'm not really sure if they're gonna pick it up, but here you have it. You're gonna see the last 2 picks, Psychologist and the Merc. Wow.
Really, really curious to see. You said that, you know, the Priestess is allowed and that the Breaking Wheel is not necessarily afraid of the Priestess. The thing is, we already mentioned it. Sneaky is not too well known for a Breaking Wheel, and here we can also see that Sneaky is opting out for the Sculptor instead of not only instead of the Breaking Wheel, but also instead of the known Bloody Queen that we have seen so many times before. So I'm very, very curious to see. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong stats right here. No, Sculptor, very well known. We have Sneaky on the Sculptor, not so well known as Breaking Wheel though. So it was kind of predictable that we have the Sculptor coming in. But again, for the Sculptor, the Priestess might be a little bit of a bigger problem, and in general, the Mercenary not so much. You can just do 1 chip damage and bring down that Mercenary really fast. But it is round number 1. We have all Hunters available to both teams. Sculptor is the pick of Sneaky, and yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes. I'm curious to see how the Priestess especially will perform on this map, and how the Priestess will provide support for the rest of the team.
I think it's actually very interesting that Love has actually picked this map. I believe Love picked this map, Ever Sleeping Town, especially since they know that Sneaky does not play Breaking Wheel. And this map is so good for Breaking Wheel. It's as if it's allowing BL to make use of that Breaking Wheel in this map. It's like allowing Carol to go rampage with Breaking Wheel in this map. And because if you want to play Sculptor, you can choose some other maps instead of allowing Ever Sleeping Town, especially if the Hunter from Love does not play Breaking Wheel herself. So it actually got me curious. It actually got me intrigued as well. But correct me if I'm wrong. It is Love that picked this map, Ever Sleeping Town, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I genuinely cannot tell you who was picking the map.
Oh, it's okay.
But either way, you are very right. If Love was picked, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if Love was picking that map, because we have seen Love accelerating on this map. Whenever Love's Hunter Sneaky was playing on this map, it was definitely a fantastic outcome for the team. And on the other side, yes, you're very right. If it was BL, that's definitely the map that Carol would want to have as first maps. Yeah.
So sorry. I just rewind the live a little bit. It is Love that picked Ever Sleeping Town, so very interesting there, right? Because it's allowing the Breaking Wheel to go online, and they have no Hunter bans this round. So I think, well, we'll just have to see how they deal with it, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, first half, we are gonna see the Sculptor chasing BL Rem. Rem is gonna take the first kite. Wow.
Immediately going for the Priestess, which is a really good find. As soon as the Priestess is having the need to utilize the 2 porches that she has no other ways to kite longer to provide more time to the team. There we have the first one. We also have no chance of utilizing that global port now that both porches are gone. And that is giving Sneaky a really, really good chance to get the first survivor down very, very fast in the game. But at the same time, look at that, Ram just really predicting these statues and really utilizing that hit right here to transition to a different area, to transition to an area where they can kite a little bit longer and buy more time for the team. Cypher machines are already at 50%, so that is doing really, really well for Team. Ooh, that's very, very difficult right now for Ram though.
Okay, he's trying to play the cat and mouse game. Rem, unfortunately, is going to be the first target down. Right here, we can see that the Cyphers are being coded really, really hard. Even the forward has his Cypher almost done. almost close to 80%. Mini Blue on the Mercenary, we've seen how Mini Blue performed on Mercenary before, not really failing rescues, succeeding most of the time. And he's already on the vicinity, trying to get that rescue onto Rem. And Rem has another portal key up he already has one portal key up. So BL Rem is going to do a redemption kite right here, and he's gonna get hit right there. And looks like Rem will have to try and at least die at the very corner, but he's allowing that last hit to go to connect. And Sneaky on the Sculptor is already at full presence. So I really have to wonder if BL is going to try and rescue the second time, because now he's going into the basement. Oh no!
Yeah, that's for sure a difficult task right here. Against the Sculptor going into the basement, such a narrow place where all these statues can come in. Definitely a task, but at the same time, do you want to leave the Priestess just on the chair and concentrate on the Cypher Machine? You can still go in for the rescue with one survivor. As you can see in the bottom left, we have the Ford coming in with the rescue attempt, while the Mercenary as well as the Psychologist will concentrate on these last two Cypher Machines. We can see only one Cypher Machine is being recorded right now, because Sneaky is just putting pressure on the rest of the team while they are trying to decode, and the Forward already taking one chip damage, deciding to transition away, take that knight, and very good teleportation.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Sneaky is being really aggressive right here. Instantly chasing. Oh, careful of the tram. Do not want to be knocked out by the tram again. Sneaky, yeah, he's gonna change target, but MX is already creating such a long distance, and this is where you see how annoying it is to have a psychologist in the game, because while Forward was being chased, MX actually healed the scenery, Mini Blue. And right now MX is gonna take the second kite. Her stress level is gonna go down really soon, and the one hit is going to get MX down really soon. Can MX make it through the pallet? No. Sneaky has downed the psychologist, and look, Grizzly, the basement again. Oh,
that is going to be very good for Sneaky right here. Really putting all the survivors into the basement right here, and that is really putting pressure on the survivor side, because what are you going to do now? Are you going to rescue while you still have two Cypher Machines remaining that you need to prime, that you need to pop? And we can see exactly what is going on. We can see the rest of the team, they know that rescue is going to be extremely dangerous, extremely difficult, and we also have to bring down these Cypher Machines. So let's concentrate on the most important task right now, which is decoding Cypher Machines and bringing down the Cyphers. We have the Mercenary who is transitioning in, most likely trying to dash in for the rescue after halfway, and it might actually work, since the Forward is now getting the chance to decode these Cyphers and to prepare for the Cypher pop.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's no choice. Mini Blue has to use up all of his pads. He's basically naked right now, and just because he wants to ensure that the rescue happens, and he's gonna get that hit. Is he gonna prime? The Cypher is gonna be primed. Sneaky has detention, and MX, there's a pallet to put down there. He has to buy enough time so that they can run to the exit gate straight away. Hermes, the Forward is already at the gate right there, trying to open the gate. MX at 25% damage left. Oh no, he's gonna be down right away. And look, Grizzly, Sneaky has a teleport ready. So as soon as he shares MX, he's just gonna go and teleport. This is so scary for BL right now.
That is extremely scary, but at the same time, Love was able to not only eliminate the Psychologist in time to teleport to the Forward, but we can see right here that the Mercenary is going to start opening up that gate. Will they be able to do that in time? BL was having a fantastic situation right here, with the Psychologist buying a lot of time and being able to let the rest of the team transition to the exit gate. But then Sneaky just teleporting over there and forcing the survivors away from the gate might be able to get at least a 3 survivor elimination, but there's also still the dungeon on the table. And I think if we would look at the Forward is probably already at the gate trying to open up that gate, and Mercenary is now slowly transitioning towards the middle dungeon right here. Will he get the dungeon? He can still take an entire detention.
Yeah, he can. But that's the thing. Oh, he has to last. He has to last for another 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The Forward is there, but I don't think Mini Blue is gonna be able to buy enough time. Yeah, it's going to be a 3K on the side of Sneaky. Oh wow, Grizzly. making it work in this map. The Sculptor against BL round 1, very, very strong.
Fantastic job right there. That was extreme. Like, until the very end, I did not know if this is going to be a tie. I did not know if this is going to be a 3 or even 4 survival elimination. That was really head to head. These two teams were not giving each other anything. And just that teleportation, especially late game, was changing everything. Being able to get down that priestess in time to make use of the teleport and push away the fort from the gate and forcing them all to transition across the entire map. Very, very good job. Then still, survivors coming back right here, really, really engaging into that kite and being able to buy time for the fort to open up that gate again. And Mercenary literally sitting on the dungeon, but just that 1 second was missing and Sculptor was coming in, basically hitting him away from the dungeon and securing that 3 survivor elimination. Fantastic job. Honestly, both sides, that is exactly what I was expecting from them. Exactly what I was looking forward to. They are giving each other nothing. They are head to head, and this is probably going to be very, very interesting final right here.
Yeah, definitely. The benefit of the doubt in the beginning, why giving BL this map, especially since Carol is very proficient in breaking will. But I can see the reason why Sneaky is persisting on the Sculptor. Very close to getting that draw, but fortunately, that timing, like what you said, with a detention build, that's what made all the difference. The timing was so good. As soon as he checked the psychologist, the timing for the teleport was done. Nothing could have been done there. They basically used up everything, the balls, the pads. It just wasted a lot of their times, and it just shows the experience of the hunting, and the timing and where they went to. I have to say nothing short of amazing by Sneaky right here.
That
But
is
now-
for sure, but
yeah.
but you can also look at the side of LOV, where they were just able to really open up that gate. And this could have gone differently, right? Like the forward
Yeah,
could have
BL
been
was so fast.
just at the gate for 1 second earlier, and that dungeon would have been opened, and that hit that the Mercenary took could have been enough to just stand on the dungeon and get into it. I would have expected that LOV Sneaky. Oh, sorry. BL was on the surviving side, exactly. That Sneaky would utilize the Sculptor's ability and chip damage the Mercenary to immediately bring him down. So that was definitely giving the chance to BL to get out with the Mercenary too. But wow, it's just like these small details, these second these situations, these decisions that you have to make within the last second that will give you the point or not. And here we can see the stats real quick. We can see the Mercenary again with a 93-second kite. Fantastic job.
Wow.
Was almost able to get through that dungeon. We have the Priestess who was getting the early game kite. 1% decoding, was doing the best she could on that one cipher machine, but then was immediately get pushed off. And yeah, was a really, really good find, because as soon as these first 2 portals are being used, the Priestess has a little bit of a deficit when it comes to skills and items to use. And therefore definitely a good find for Sneaky early in the game. But you also have to acknowledge how well the forward and the psychologist were coming in and not only decoding but also taking time off the hunter. So again, you can't really say that either team was extremely dominant. It was really, really well balanced from the survivor side as well as the hunter side. LOV was taking home 3 points for that round, while BL was securing 1 point, which is also very, very important for BL, because you don't want to give the hunter 4 survivors, because that is not only giving him 4 survivors, that is giving them an additional point, 5 points for that round, that they were definitely for sure possible to deny. They were almost getting the tie, as I already mentioned. But yeah, that's definitely putting BL on the spot right now to get the 4 survivor elimination if they want to take home round number 1.
Yeah. The saving grace was that 1 point, because if it was 5-0, we've seen so many times of the teams that fell apart in round 1 simply because they got 5-0'd very, very early into the rounds. And in game number 2 and game number 3, they ended up struggling really, really hard just for that extra little points, and the pressure was so intense. So very good job, Sneaky, 3-1. and BL fortunately getting that one point. I have to say they're both really strong. It's just that very unfortunate that you do notice that both of them died at the basement, and it made the rescue so very hard. And if it wasn't at the basement, I think it would have been a little bit different. The story might have been a little bit different, but excuse me. But I definitely think that very sturdy performance by Sneaky in the very first round, and we just have to see how BL Hunter Carol is going to pick up for his team in the second half.
I just want to highlight what you mentioned. I was just looking at the stream and was trying to find the moment, but I think BL was also one of the teams that in the last round, round number 3, they just tied. They didn't get a point advantage, they tied. But since they were doing so well in the previous rounds, they
Yeah.
were already securing the victory, even if they just tied. And coming back to that, we also had Love going against HS, where Love was winning round number 1. But then tied in round number 2 and tied in round number 3. But these ties, they're that fair game, right? They won round number 1, so they took it home. So what you said, taking some points out of this game as well on the Survivor side is definitely a good thing, because round number 1 can already be the deciding round if these teams go against each other and just tie for the rest of this grand final right here. Then the round number 1 can already be the deciding round, as we have seen before. So definitely a fantastic job on BL's side to get that one survivor. And now it is on Carol to really take home that victory with a 4 survivor elimination to get round 1 under the belt of BL. On the other side, if we have Love coming in right here with the survivor side, really escaping with 3 survivors or even tying, that could be extremely well for them too. So it's still open for both sides. Very curious to see how Love will how BL will jump into this and how Love will counter that.
Yeah, definitely. I really like the fact that they are putting so much emphasis into BO1, because they, from experience, from history itself, they know that round 1, no hunter bans. They can bring out the best hunters. They should maximize the points that they get in BO1. Definitely, I think Carol, his objective, very simple, very straightforward. It's only the first half. He just needs a 3K just to tie at the very least. And of course, best case scenario, getting the 4K would definitely help the team immensely, because they will be winning round number 1. But seeing how well both of these teams play, even Love is showing so much strength in their survivors. I have to say it's quite a task for a Carol to carry. And speaking of which, Carol, definitely just a little bit fun fact. Sneaky, pride of Singapore there. She is the only Singaporean in Team Love. So that's a fun fact to point out. She's the only Singaporean in the team, the Vietnamese team Love. And fun fact as well, Carol is a guy. For those of you in chat who are wondering, Carol is not a she, not a her. It's actually a he, him. So there we go. Just pointing it out for you guys. So yeah, going into the second half, do you think that Carol should respond with a mirror match, like bringing out the sculptor, or should just go for the breaking wheel full force? Full force.
I am not too sure. I think full force is the right thing to do right here, because obviously you want to secure the points. Obviously you want to go full force and you want to take this home, because this is your one shot that you get to get into the Call of the Abyss 5 grand finals. So why would you just try to mirror it with maybe a character that you are not too familiar with, when you can play the breaking wheel that you absolutely know how to play, that you understand how to use on the Ever Sleeping Town, which is arguably the best map on the game for the breaking wheel. So I am very confident in saying that we are going to see Carol's breaking wheel yet again. Really looking forward to that too. And again, I'm really looking forward to the response of Love when it comes to the surviving team, because they also know they need to get at least 1 survivor through the gate. This was already very crucial for BL to get at least 1 survivor, maybe even 2 survivors out of the game. But now that they have achieved it, obviously Love has to push as well. They also have to. They are on the spot. They need to get one up to 2 survivors through the gate or through the dungeons. And the thing is, we have seen this before. Currently, if we look at the matches, it seems like very, very hunter-sided, because we get most of the points from the hunter side, from the hunter players. They are usually securing the points for the team. And this means that it could be a little bit more tricky for Love in round number 1 to take home the points. But you know, if BL is able to get out with 1 survivor, almost 2, Love is definitely able to mirror that result as well in the second half. Right here we have the Seer being banned. Seer, as I saw it many times in the chat, Eli going back to prison, not being able to come out and play with his friends. And we can now see the first 2 survivor picks. We have the Ford, we have the Priestess, just these extremely strong characters that are usually top banned characters, as long as they are not banned, especially Priestess here on the Ever Sleeping Town. Yes, she is coming to play.
Yeah, mirror picks right there by Love, just following the picks by BL survivors and banning the Merc this time. That's the only difference by the side of BL. So Love right here is going to be potentially open to a psychologist or even a mechanic or even a patient, because patient is very strong in kiting as well in Ever Sleeping Town. And we just have to see if Love is confident enough to bring out the kiter in patient, or are they just going to go with double decoders, mechanic and the prisoner? Wow. Is this their plan of trying to counter whatever Carol might be playing, mostly Breaking Wheel? Because Breaking Wheel against I think it makes sense trying to rush the decoding, but again, Breaking Wheel's presence is so menacing. He can just go from one cipher to the other so fast. The ability to just change, like even if he doesn't get anyone down, just getting that one spike onto the survivors is already giving them threat. Like, okay, fine, you're decoding in the middle. I'll just go by. I'll just knock you through first, and then I'm gonna go and knock someone else. And then if you're still decoding there after I'm done here, I'm gonna get you next. So yeah, definitely seeing how Carol is gonna respond to this, I would say, Cypher Rush team, and they are heavily relying on just one forward to do the rescue. So very, very high risk, high reward play right there by the Team Love survivors.
Very well put. Yeah, high risk, high reward it is right here. I'm also very curious to see how this plays out, because the Breaking Wheel, obviously a character that can transition so fast from one area to another, who can put a lot of map pressure on the field, especially when it comes to having one survivor on the rocket chair and figuring out where the rest of the team is decoding and putting pressure on the cipher machines. So the question will be, which survivor will the Breaking Wheel Carol find first? If it's the forward, there's no problem for Carol at all, because with the wheel form you can just transition out of the area of the forward and find the next best target, which would be arguably the mechanic, and after that the... Oh, wow. There we go, already found the mechanic, did 1 damage, 1 chip, one spike on the mechanic, is now able to utilize that stun and is damaging the mechanic, who will go down if she's taking another spike or another hit.
Wow, that's quite on point. Like the trap just hit the mechanic straight away, and now Meaningless is looking to go down anytime soon, simply because she's in the open area, and Carol still has she still has a grab just to stop and hinder from running away. And look, Jin getting that hit again. This is crazy. The trap actually slowed down the forward, and now forward is not gonna be able to do anything against Meaningless getting shared. So it looks like it's a very, very good start for Carol. And you know what? I think that the survivors now, they definitely need to try and make something work. They cannot rescue late. You can see the Priestess already running towards there, trying to save Meaningless, and he saved the early rescue though, Grizzly. Very, very early rescue.
Wow, I am just in awe, just spectating Carol right here doing such a fantastic job. Just with the destruction of the Global Portal 2, destroying the escape route of the survivor that is getting up in the chair. We have the mechanic already having 2 spikes going down yet again. as we already said, two main decoders in the team are very, very dangerous, especially when it comes to the Cypher Rush. But look at the Cypher Rush. There is no real Cypher Rush existing. There is not a single Cypher machine being decoded, or at least not being popped. And the mechanic is already on the chair for the second time. This just shows how dangerous the breaking wheel is on this map, and how fast the breaking wheel can transition from one area into another to not only protect the rocket chair, but also to protect the Cypher machines from being decoded.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, you can see it's already full presence. 5 Cyphers remaining, already full presence. Holland is definitely a menace here. Speaking of which, hey guys, everyone in the chat right now, just cheering for the teams. And we can understand your excitement, because right here we are also very excited. On really soon here, because right now Holland is going to go and look for his second target. Definitely want to see who is going to be his choice, and he's going to find the Priestess right off the at the 2th floor. Priestess is going to be his target. Yoon is going to be chased, and Yoon just trying to make him break his form. And Yoon's gonna run out right now, but he still has a blink available. Yoon has to watch out, because right now blink is he's so close. This is so risky though. Look at him. The drop hit.
Wow. Wow, drop down right on the basement 2 right here, getting that survivor. And look at that. That is the second survivor. Now being in the basement right here, still 5 Cypher machines remaining. Mechanic already out of the game. Yes, we can see the Cypher progress is going ahead. We have 3 Cypher machines that are almost done. We have another one that is halfway done, which is not too bad for the survivor side. But if we are looking at the hunter side, come on. Mechanic already being eliminated. Now we have the Ford who was trying to come in for the rescue. He's getting denied. Utilizing that blink right here that you mentioned that is still in Kara's arsenal. Bringing down the Ford, and now going to adore me to
the prisoner
prevent that
now.
rescue.
Oh my god.
There's one Cypher machine decoded. There's one. I just want to highlight that. This is how crazy Carol can utilize that breaking wheel right here to put pressure. 2, it's already on the prisoner, and that might be... The stun is coming in. That is establishing a little bit more distance. It's giving enough time for the Ford to potentially heal up right here. Oh!
Discipline! The discipline by Carol to just stop, because he knows that a prisoner is gonna wait for him to draw. But look, Jin! Skill, my goodness! 4 Cyphers remaining. Grizzly, this is so crazy. Carol coming back so hard, and team Love right here, and Jin just gonna accept the fate, just gonna be brought down. And I don't know. It really looks like they are. It's gonna be a 4K. It looks inevitably like a 4K, simply because no one can touch the Cypher. Forward has expanded the last heal, and Miao has already been found. GG! My goodness.
I am speechless. What a performance right here. A match that lasted for what feels like 1 minute right here. We had 4 Cypher machines remaining, which I think is the first time in this tournament that we see 4 Cypher machines remaining after the game results were coming in. So fantastic job right here. Again, we saw how Carol was able to not only bring down the mechanics so early in the game and put pressure on the decoding side. No, it was also very, very strong when it came to bring down that priestess. Putting the spikes into the priestess, and then this drop down immediate hit, saving the blink, not utilizing the blink, which was very crucial later on when Carol was going for the forward. You can, like, it's just bam, 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 bam. That's how it went.
Yeah.
And yeah, with being in the basement, forward was not having enough time to rescue the priestess off that basement chair. And then the forward is going down, is not having self heal left, and you have
No. And the dungeon is still hidden, Grizzly, despite having 2 decoders, and the robot is online. The dungeon is still hidden. I have to say, Carol, he's no longer driving an Uber. He has upgraded into a monster truck, because that's what he did. He ran over all of Love survivors in the most spectacular fashion. Look at the decoding progress. Only the prisoner has decoded 132%. All of them, the rest of them, less than 100%. And even the containment time, Jin doing a very, very respectable 72 seconds. And the rest of them below 60 seconds. Wow. Do not,
Wow.
guys, do not let Carol be on the breaking wheel. Do not let him be the breaking wheel, especially on Ever Sleeping Town, because that's what happens. He runs you over like a sandwich, and my goodness, I'm lost for words. Seriously, I'm lost for words here.
Yeah, that is exactly how I feel too. Look at that. That is around 5 minutes and this game was over and there was only one Cypher machine decoded. Yes, there were a lot of other Cypher machines that were almost primed, but at the same time with Carol putting pressure all over the map on every single survivor, almost at what feels like at the same time. I feel like if we would recap what happened in the match, it would take us longer than the actual match was going on for. So that is just how much Carol should be feared, as you already mentioned, with the breaking wheel, and Carol should not be allowed on that breaking wheel ever again. At least
Ever
not when
again.
when it comes to love and they want to get points. And this is what we mentioned too. Carol knew that if we are getting a 5-point game, we are deciding round number 1 for us, and that can be the deciding factor. Potentially, we will end up tying round number 2. Potentially, we will end up tying round number 3. As long as we have round number 1 safe and secure, we are having the upper hand going into the upcoming rounds. But at the same time, you know, if anyone can turn all of this around and come back in round number 2, and not only in round number 2, but also round number 3, it is love. There is still everything on the table for both teams. We have seen them accelerate in both directions very, very well. So, wow, I am very excited, looking forward to that round number 2 and how these teams will perform there, what hunters we can expect. Obviously, breaking wheel, we will not see again. We will not see again the breaking wheel of Carol. But then there's also a bloody, there's also a dream, which there's also a guard 26 that Carol has up his sleeve. So there's a lot on the field right here, a lot of options on the field when it comes to the hunter side. And now Love is kind of in the situation where they have to get going. They have to pull the tempo and they have to get points for their team to at least tie that second round to make it into a round 3.
Yeah, definitely. But fortunately, the saving grace, 6-3. They didn't lose that much points despite losing the first game. So I'd say it's very comebackable. Is that even a word? But they definitely can come back from that in terms of points. And you know what? In the chat, guys, in the chat, pick up your jaws because this just happened. That's a scary hunter right there. Take away the breaking wheel pollen. I'm so sorry. You're not going to see the light of day for as long as you're on the hunter side. But you know what? We are going into a very, very short break. We will be right back in a few seconds. Guys, don't go anywhere. Bring your container, bring your drinks, bring your popcorns. I don't know if it's nighttime. Bring your dim sum or something. Bring your noodles because we are in for an amazing night. BL versus Love Grand Finals. Winner takes all. Represents Southeast Asia. Goes to the COA main stage. We'll be right back, guys.
What just happened?
I don't know. What? They are both very terrifying. So, Battle of the Survivors, I think. Oh,
We are
hello.
back. We were just coming to back from a little break right here because there are some technicalities when it comes to the live streams. But I'm very, very excited to announce that we are proceeding into round number 2 in the matchup
Yeah.
of BL versus LUV, and it's going to be extremely exciting. Currently, with round number 1 concluded, we can see that BL is having the upper hand, because Carol was just extremely destroying. Do I have to say anything else? Do I have to explain it yet again? That was a match where we couldn't catch up on casting, because you said you were just talking that one survivor was down, one survivor was put on the rocket chair, and you looked at the screen and there was already another one down. There was already another one chased. There was already another one in the basement. A crazy fast pace. If BL can keep up that tempo, that momentum right there, they're having a good chance of going to the global finals of the Call of the Abyss 5. But again, LUV, we have seen LUV being extremely strong as well, and if anyone can defeat BL at this point, it's definitely LUV. So there's everything still on the table. Nothing is decided yet, and I am very, very looking forward to that round number 2 that we are spectating in a few minutes.
Yeah, for sure. The battle of the lovers, love at first sight versus the boy love. I mean, just kidding. It's actually Team Brilliant, but they put it into boy love. So right now you're gonna see love is actually not gonna be. It's going to send the survivors out first, and BL's choice is the Red Church. We've seen how BL strategizes. This is the second time that BL chooses Red Church as well, especially in BO2, and we've seen how well they just try and get the draws. Carol was on guard 26 right here in this map, and he has been getting a lot of draws against the previous team NM. So let's see what he can do here, because right now LUV only has one hunter ban. What can they ban after Carol's pollen rampage? Are they gonna let pollen go out, come online, even if it's Red Church? Even if it's Red Church, is he gonna let BW go out? Because if he lets BW, if they ban BW, BL Carol still has a Bloody Queen, and his Bloody Queen is also 4K. What?
No, I just think it's hilarious how the BW of BL might be banned, but we have a BQ. So it's all about the bees right here. Yes.
All about the bees.
But no, I totally agree. Do you ban the bloody the bloody breaking wheel? Because we're gonna see we are actually seeing a Dream Witch ban, which we have seen Carol utilizing extremely well in this tournament already. So it makes sense. Kinda makes sense. A good hunter right here on this map. And allowing the breaking wheel, because there are a lot of tight corners right here, a lot of areas where the breaking wheel is not necessarily accelerating as good as it is on the Ever Sleeping Town map. But talking about the bans, we are also seeing a Ford and Seer ban. Therefore, we have the two characters that are in the meta that are still being allowed. Priestess and Mercenary coming to play. Very curious to see. We have the slowdown of the decoding progress with the mechanic ban, and Meaningless. Meaningless again, who could come in as an acrobat or yes. All right. Wanted to say or better, but acrobat it is. Absolutely want to see Meaningless as acrobat.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen how Meaningless was on the acrobat against Yasu from Team HS in the previous game. So he's definitely putting a lot of faith. The teams are definitely putting a lot of faith into Acrobat in this map, which is very understandable. The church in the middle with the windows in between definitely makes sense to bring out the Acrobat. But now we're gonna see the Coordinator. The Coordinator, a one-shot character against Carol's Sculptor. Guys, if you think that Carol's Breaking Wheel is crazy, well, guess what? He picked Breaking Wheel up. He practiced Breaking Wheel a week ago. But Carol has been playing the Sculptor as his main for even weeks before this. So I'm very interested to see if Carol's Sculptor is going to be as dominating, if not. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of things that Love has to handle, and with this lineup, it seems like Carol, I have to say Carol has the slight advantage simply because one statue placed properly can just negate the flare gun by the Coordinator, and it puts them at a lot of disadvantage if the flare gun does not connect.
That is for sure. Love is definitely going up against a lot right here. Love definitely knows that they need to break the tie too. I mean, they need to get at least a tie, but if they want to break that tie, they definitely need to get at least one survivor through the gate. And, you know, we have the Coordinator right here, which I'm absolutely excited about to see. And, you know, there's just one question. If you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in the moment, you know, would you capture it or just let it slip? And that's the question you have to ask the Coordinator. Would you capture it or let it just slip? So will that flare gun connect? Or will the Sculptor be able to nullify the skill of the Coordinator and make this match another 4 survivor elimination 5-point game for BL?
Yeah, and there you have it. MKai gonna be the first kiter, already expending one elbow pad. Carol is gonna try and force MKai to finish that second elbow pad, and wow, getting that hit! The drop pallet! Guys, be careful, especially when you're trying to drop the pallet against Carol, because Carol knows what's up. He knows what's up, especially when you try to drop that pallet onto him, and he just waits for like 0.5 seconds, get that hit onto you, and all of a sudden you are at a disadvantage. But fortunately, there is the support portal from the Priestess. MKai is gonna be trying to extend his kite with another elbow pad. Look at it, Grizzly. 3 elbow pads expanded in the time, and I don't know, even if they rescue MKai when he's down, I don't know if he's able to do that rebound kite, especially with the loss. Wow, getting him down, expanding that blink. Nice first down, Grizzly.
Yeah, Blink is coming in. Blink hit downing the Mercenary right here. Was able to down the Mercenary immediately because he was having chip damage already, and we can see how fast this match is going to start yet again. Not a single Cypher machine has been decoded, and the Cypher machines that have been decoded are only 2, or at least almost been decoded, have been 2, not 3. And that is definitely putting Love again into a very difficult spot, and they have to go in for the rescue. What are they doing now? Are they deciding to leave the Mercenary on the rocket chair for as long as they can to concentrate on decoding? Or are they going in for the rescue? Now the Acrobat that was trying to sneak into the area to potentially rescue is already getting sniffed out and is already getting damaged. So that is also a very, very overall good start for Carol again.
Yeah, but one thing is for sure, it's definitely not going to be 4 Cyphers remaining endgame, because they know that Sculptor has a blink. He's expanded his blink. They are not afraid of that. But look at that shark! That shark Carol, he just got a 25% chip damage onto the Priestess, onto the Acrobat. If the Mercenary is going to expire really soon, and once the second chase happens, the second survivors goes down, who can rescue? Because Coordinator is the only one who is at full health, and if he misses the gun, it's over. If she gets the gun, even so, she's gonna use up the only one resources that she has. And Meaningless right here is going to be the choice for the kite. It's going to be the choice for hunting. Meaningless already ready just to vault. Yeah, and he's gonna get that chip damage too. Look at how scary this sculptor is, especially in this map.
Wow, and again, if the sculptor is able to connect that hit right here, we have the execute down, 4 Cypher machines remaining. Blink almost ready again. Now concentrating on the priestess right here. Definitely a little bit of a slippery target, considering that there are portals all over the place. Carol concentrating on that one portal and really just trying to scare away the priestess right here to slow down the decoding progress. And look at that, already putting Meaningless into a chair where Carol can just really transition towards different Cypher machines and also protect the Cypher machine that is inside the building as well as in front of the building.
Yeah. You see the choice where he chairs the acrobat. Look, this area is very good for trying to kite out that flare gun. And is he gonna get it? Oh, almost trying to go for that terror shock, but hits the chair instead. My goodness, that was a very bold attempt, but you know, that's just how he rolls. And he's gonna get the Coordinator down. This is looking very, very good for Carol because right now Coordinator still saving the gun. Priestess, 25% chip damage. Acrobat at half health. They're gonna waste their time trying to heal the Acrobat if they want to go for a rescue, because they definitely have to rescue. There's a gun left for the Coordinator, but it does not seem like they're going for the rescue. Acrobat is just gonna finish that first one. Priestess is gonna be the one very, very high risk. Because one more statue, one normal hit, and it's over. It's over. The rescue fails, it's over. So right now, Mio has to juke that chip damage. Oh my god, I'm getting so nervous on Mio! Because that is gonna be the hit that he needs! Carol! My goodness! Ban that bloody Carol off the tournament, not just his breaking wheel. Sorry,
that is... No, that is crazy. That is such a fantastic gameplay. And I mean, if we look at the Cypher machines, I don't want to just point out how Carol is dominating. We can also see how the survivors were really, really good at decoding the Cypher machines. Almost popped 4 Cypher machines, and the last one was halfway done. But with the pressure that is Carol providing on this team, it's just extremely difficult to finish off these survivors. Oh, what a fantastic rescue! We have Jin right here in the open and... Wow! That hit connected and brought down the Coordinator at the same time. The Coordinator exhausted her flare gun, and that is it for the Coordinator right here. She is getting sent out of the game now. 3 Cypher machines remaining. They are working on the Cypher machines. We can see the progress is going on. But again, how are you able to bring a single survivor through, let's just say, the dungeon, if you have Carol on the map who's putting so much pressure on every single spot of the map?
Yeah, I mean, look at the immense pressure going on. I think, to be honest, I think that maybe Carol has been saving up his Sculptor in this map, because previously in this map, his Sculptor wasn't even banned, but he chose Bonbon over Sculptor and got a draw. But look at him, this is like an upgraded Carol 2.0. Running Menace, and he's already got the Priestess down. Acrobat at half health. Acrobat cannot pick up any items. Even if Priestess stands up, she already exhausted her self-heal. She cannot pick up anything. Meaningless is the last person standing, and I think it's gonna be really, really hard because yeah, that's 25% chip damage left. You can see Adore Meow 90% healed up but couldn't stand up anymore. 4K, a potential 4K,
wow.
And just in reality, wow.
Wow.
GG.
And I mean, look at the Cypher machine progress. There was definitely a chance for Love to turn this around, to make this their game and to get points out of this match against Carol. But Carol just being so aggressive and being all present everywhere at all times, really denying the rest of the survivors to really rescue each other, denying them to finish off these Cypher machines and just putting them into very, very difficult spots where it's just, you know, you have to make a decision, and these decisions are very, very difficult when it comes to going against Carol. Like, what are you doing? What are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
And we saw how the rescues, for example, just take the rescues. They were denied to, I would say, at least 50%. You couldn't go in because you took damage with the statues. They were high precision statues. You always took the damage. And if you took twice of them, you couldn't even go in without going down. So that is just a very, very difficult situation. Now, with a 5-point match for BL, BL is definitely, as we already mentioned, having the upper hand and keeping that upper hand, because the best that LUV can do is tie round number 2 and therefore go into round number 3 still with the with a point deficit compared to BL. Now, looking at the stats right here, yet again, look at the Cypher machines being popped. 1, 2, 3. There were still 2 Cypher machines remaining, and these survivors just got eliminated so early in the game as well, which is giving Carol more time. As soon as you have the first survivor out of the game, you have more time to just concentrate, to put pressure on the rest of the team. And wow, what a fantastic match.
What a fantastic match indeed. Carol definitely not showing any love tonight. All the love going to his team instead. This has to be one of the toughest challenge that LUV has to face in the form of BL Hunter Carol, because right now, if you think that game 1 was already bad enough, game 2, they have to pull off a 5-0 sneaky. Either sneaky or senki, they have to pull off a 5-0 if they want to bring it to a game 3. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, this might potentially be 2-0 tonight in favor of BL. So, Nikki definitely needs to pull out her inner Sneaky 2.0 to make it happen, to get that 4 elimination if they want to keep LUV at First Sight's hope up and alive for game number 3. And look at the chat going, wow, Grizzly, they're saying, I'm sorry, meaningless, we're over, Carol's my new love. Everyone's like, nerf Carol, please, FBI, call FBI on Carol, I'm scared of Carol, Carol gives me... So I don't know, there's so many things going on right there, Grizzly. Chat's going crazy.
Just watching Carol, honestly, saying I'm scared of Carol, I wouldn't want to go against Carol. Imagine you're just playing a quick match or maybe a ranked match, and you see that Carol is the hunter. Nah, I don't know. What are you doing? Like, just get on the floor, crawl, and take the hits, because you're gonna end up on the chair anyway. It's crazy how strong Carol has been in these last 2 matches, not only on the Ever Sleeping Town as Breaking Wheel, also continuing the rampage basically on the Red Church as Sculptor. And again, definitely putting their team into a favorable situation, a favorable spot, because now you already mentioned it. If LUV is not getting a 5-point match, a 4 survivor elimination either, then that means BL is already going to the global finals. That also puts a lot of pressure on BL, because they know they have to protect and secure that 1 survivor escape at least to make it into a round 3. But that might be... Oh no, not escape. Sorry, not escape. They need to get the 4 survivor elimination. But that might be a little bit difficult, because we have seen BL survivor team performing extremely well too. So it's definitely going to be a challenge. But for both sides, honestly, for both sides, we have seen LUV's hunter side accelerate in later rounds as well. So it's definitely possible for LUV, Sneaky, or Senki, depending on who is playing, to get a 5-point game to at least tie round number 2. It's still open for both teams. Even if it looks really, really good for BL right now, LUV can still take this home. I am sure of that. And round number 2, second half, will show us where this is going.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you still remember this match where BL went against NM in the very last match, and there was 0 rescue. They adapted the 0 rescue meta. LEB, leave everyone behind, and the creature was the only one leaving the gate, and that secured them that win. I wonder if they're gonna try and do this again, simply because, you know, as long as they get 1 person out, it's GG. It's in favor of BL. Yeah, but I think they have to give. Yeah, but I think they have to give.
I would love to see that, because that is a strategy you don't really see too often. That is definitely a very, very situational strategy. Here we can see the bans for the second half. It is the Seer, this forward. We have a Dream Witch band too,
Yeah.
which could
Respect
potentially
band
lead
too,
into the Respect
Bloody
band, which
Queen?
could potentially lead into a mirror play where we see the Sculptor on
yeah,
Love's
yeah,
side
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Sneaky Sculptor did 3-1 in the Ever Sleeping Town. In a map smaller this time, Red Church definitely gonna have that high potential to pull off the 4K. And MX, yeah, thank you for not bringing out Creature again. I mean, definitely have to give that respect to Sneaky because Sneaky is very, very scary. And if you bring out the Thief, you might end up emoting by mistake. But you know what? They're gonna pick up the 2.
It was an accident.
They're gonna pick up the 2 main survivors here, Mechanic and the Mercenary. So, like what Eli said in the previous rounds, he mentioned that having a Mechanic on the team, no matter what happens, at least you'll be able to. What is going on, guys? The Creature ban.
We have the Thief ban. We can see that Sneaky definitely does not want to hear the little lulu that we all love so much from the Thief. Sad times for the Thief are approaching, but at the same time, this is giving BL a good chance to utilize the Priestess right here, as well as the Prisoner for a little bit more of a decoding speed. Because again, they need 1 survivor through the gate, so having a Mechanic and a Prisoner really going in for the decoding speed, that could definitely be a really good strategy for BL. And could put Sneaky on the spot. I'm curious to see if Sneaky is actually going for the mirrored play and pull out the Sculptor as well, or if
Bloody Queen!
Sneaky is bringing out the Bloody Queen that we have seen in the past as well.
It makes sense that she bans Thief because Thief does counter Bloody Queen to a certain extent. I'm very surprised that BL. I'm very surprised that Sneaky actually respect banned the Thief. But again, you know, MX is a very proficient Thief. We haven't seen much of his Thief in the previous rounds, but definitely one force to be reckoned with, and especially since he just needs BL just needs 1 survivor to go out. So there you have it, the full lineup. This one is a very proper full lineup. 2 supporters, 1 rescuer, 1 decoder in the form of Tracy, the Mechanic, and against Sneaky's very amazing mirror. Each time she mirrors, she practically gazes into the survivor's soul and crushes it. So yeah, we have yet to see when she misses the mirror. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. Sneaky, all or nothing, 4K, go big or go home. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Grizzly, I'm so excited for this. Will Sneaky be able to pull off that miracle 4K with her kitchen knife there? Oh my goodness.
At the end of the day, we have Bloody Queen, and we always say Bloody Queen will definitely the chances there to get the 2 survivors eliminated for sure. The question is, are we going to see the trend that has been going throughout this entire tournament, where the Bloody Queen is not only a tie queen, but coming out on top with 4 survivor eliminations? So that is definitely what Sneaky is going for, the 4 survivor elimination, because again, this is already a match point right here. If Sneaky is not getting all survivors out of the game, if only 1 survivor is able to get through the exit gate or even through the dungeon, that means that BL is winning the spot in the global finals of the Call of the Abyss 5, and Love is eliminated out of the competition. And obviously Sneaky knows that there's a lot of pressure on the hunting side right now, but there's also, I would say there is a lot of heavy pressure on Sneaky and a lot of positive pressure on BL, because yes, they still need to get 1 survivor out of there, and that is also kind of a pressure situation. But at the same time, if they are not able to do so, they still will proceed into round number 3 with the upper hand, knowing that they tied round number 2 and that they won round number 1. So it is definitely a better view from BL's side right now. I'm just curious to see how this round will end. We're gonna jump into the second half. Bloody Queen on the hunt.
Yeah, gonna find Patient right off the bat. MX is gonna be doing that kiting. The mirror image still sticking towards MX. Getting that hit! You can see now why Sneaky's mirror is so crazy. Before the mirror expires, she even manages that 1 hit, breaking this pallet in order to avoid the loops. MX is going to be transitioning to the other side, trying to break the line of sight actually. Maybe getting ready for a hook right there. No, there's actually a support portal by the Priestess. Ram, MX is going to be able to go for another portal. Look at the insane support of the portal keys, which allows MX to maximize the use of the hooks, because right now, look, MX is already ready for another hook, trying to transition to another area, probably trying to wait until the mirror is being removed. Oh!
What a blink, denying that hook right here, denying MX from kiting any longer so far. Extremely good kite from MX, not gonna lie, with the support of the Priestess portals. This was an extremely outstanding start for BL yet again, but Sneaky knows what is on the line, is not messing around, utilizing the blink when Sneaky knew exactly what was going on, bringing down the first survivor. Now putting pressure on the rest of the team, not being able to hit another survivor with the mirror, but we have the dedication to the patient. Very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Machinery did not get hit. Definitely would be able to do a second rescue if needed. But again, still 5 ciphers remaining. The robot's down. Ram is in the middle. Definitely begs the question, how will they approach this? Are they going to go for another rescue? Because I think they definitely need to go for another rescue. Patient still has 2 hooks left, and not to mention Machinery, Mechanic, Priestess, full health. Mechanic's debuff has not really kicked in yet, just yet. And Priestess Cypher is almost done. 3 ciphers are actually on the verge of being done. 4 ciphers are being done at the same time actually. And right now, if there's anyone to come and rescue, I think it should be the Mechanic. Mechanic is already coming. Sneaky, being the shark she is, gonna spot out the Mechanic straight away. She has to avoid that hit. Oh my goodness, is she gonna be able to avoid that hit and get to the chair even faster? Because right now, Sneaky playing the mind games left and right, trying to play like Michael Jordan in the game. Wow, getting that hit on. Patient is gonna be rescued, but no tight turner, Grizzly. This kite is potentially the end for MX. MX needs to last for another. She has to last long enough, because otherwise it's gonna be a tough game for BL right there.
That is, here we have another very good point why you want to have Priestess ban, because that is just prolonging that kite by so much. Look at that, MX being able to circle around in the church, utilizing its own skill, and now getting away from the Bloody Queen, buying so much more time. Look at the Cypher machines. We have the Mechanics still on the map with the doll that just provides so much decoding progress in such a short time. 2 Cypher machines remaining, all survivors are still up and running. Yes, MX will go out of the game. If
no. Oh, so sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. We will see MX getting out of the game, but again, that was a fantastic start for BL right here. Sneaky would have to catch up a lot to get all of the survivors out of the game, because there are only 2 Cypher machines remaining, and they are both at around 50%. So definitely a really, really tough situation for Sneaky right here with the Bloody Queen, which we all know as Tie Queen, and it seems to be exactly that. It seems like it's going to be very difficult to get more than 2 survivors out of the game.
Yeah, this really looks like the battle of the survivors, whereas both hunters are really, really scary. And the deciding point right here definitely has to be which survivor is going to be making it out, which one wants it more. And right now, it seems like Sneaky is going to be finding that Mechanic on the half health. Gonna get that hit! Look, amazing mirrors! And I don't know, Sneaky has done nothing wrong. It's just that the survivors, they just have so many things that they can kite the Bloody Queen with. The Priestess, portal key support. Look, she's gonna teleport straight away, not even gonna bother to camp the Mechanic, simply because she knows if she camps, she's gonna lose this game. She decides to go all in, just gonna try and get Ram off that last cipher, gonna try and hit Ram, and she gets that hit. Wow. And
Go ahead.
The Mercenary is gonna get that free rescue, possibly going to go and finish that cipher. Look, Ram is already running away from this area, trying to make it so that at least she wouldn't be in the vicinity of the last cipher. So Ram is definitely trying to get that distance away. Even if she goes down, she shouldn't go down that near. Clutch portal! What is going on?
These portals from the priestess, not only prolonging her own kite, but also just how these portals were placed and how they were helping the early game kite just really reflects how this game is going. You can see Sneaky actually putting Rem into the basement, not messing around right here, really wants to get these survivors out of the game, now leaving her there, knowing that they have to leave this area. They can't stay here, they cannot camp because, as you already mentioned, they would lose the game. They only need one survivor out, so camping out that one survivor would allow the rest of the team to just Cypher Rush and get out of the game or get out of the dungeon. We can see the mercenary is coming in yet again for the rescue of the priestess. They are off the chair. You can see there's no fantastic job. There's no tide turner active, which means the priestess will get on the chair right away. But this is just buying more time for the mechanic now to get back on that Cypher machine and to decode, while Sneaky needs to take care of the priestess.
Yeah, I mean, again, Quan Li managing to miss that. Just managing to miss that vital hit. So right now, all he has to do is try and avoid that damage. Quan Li is already at the bottom, just forcing Sneaky to come back and camp this because look, he's not even gonna rescue soon. He's gonna try and wait until Mechanic absolutely gets that heal, and he's gonna hit 84%, gonna teleport straight away. Sneaky knows the last Cypher is gonna be in the graveyard. Mini Blue making the run of his life, but Sneaky with that charge attack is gonna bring Mini Blue down. Sneaky with the kitchen knife, keeping the hopes of Lover alive. And right now, gonna be cheering the Mechanic for the second time. So it's really such a clutch play. But again, Quan Li is already in position. Oh, Grizzly is so tense right now.
It is so intense, and I want to say that gameplay from the mercenary just waiting there for Sneaky to come back before rescuing off the chair was a fantastic job, just buying more and more time. But then Sneaky realizing the situation, realizing that they have to blink away, that they need to stop the Cypher Rush, and fantastic job right now. It really is everyone's game right here. You can see the mercenary will eventually go down, Mechanic will get on the chair, get sent back to the manor. I don't think that the priestess will be able to actually finish off that Cypher machine, so Sneaky has a really, really good chance to hit that if that hit lands. Oh, there was a portal coming in. Now, still can concentrate on that mercenary right here, potentially put that mercenary on the chair, and need to focus on that priestess, because now with the mercenary on the chair, there is a limited time until the dungeon opens up, and in this time zone, like in this time frame of the mercenary being on the chair till the mercenary getting sent back to the manor, that dungeon will open up right after, and therefore Sneaky needs to prevent the priestess from staying alive any longer than the mercenary is on the chair.
Yeah, I have to put my hats down for Sneaky. Sneaky just handling this immense pressure so well, knowing that she has to get a 4K, handling this slippery BL survivors, and it was looking so good. But right now, Sneaky, actually, she is the one at advantage right now, because as long as she camps this machinery, there's nothing the priestess can do. Priestess is already at half health, and she has actually the highest possibility to get a 4K this game, as long as she prevents Ram, the priestess, from rescuing Quan Li, the machinery. But Sneaky has to mind where she puts the camera at. Look, she is rescuing. The priestess is coming in for the rescue. Sneaky was trying to protect the dungeon right here, was expecting the priestess to come from a different area, but we have the priestess sneaking in. We have Sneaky on the hunter side, but the priestess is just as sneaky, rescuing the mercenary right here. Mercenary is now on the run. Wow! Avoiding the mirror hits right here with the portal. We can see that it's getting changed. I want to see the side to see what our mercenary is doing. Fantastic stun too. It's just such a back and forth. We can see Love. Sneaky. Oh, she teleported to the wrong Cypher! Oh my goodness, Grizzly! No! Oh, the
Cypher machine popped!
Oh my goodness, the pressure got to Sneaky. That last, she was trying to teleport to Quan Li's Cypher. My goodness, and she was already expanded. Quan Li gonna maintain that distance, gonna go down very soon. Oh my goodness.
Needs to get back to Ram right now. The mercenary cannot get up. Mercenary was on the ground and I think cannot get up on his own. And I mean, even if it's taking a long time, but the gate is open. The one survivor that BL needed was able to get through the back exit right here. That
My
sneaky
goodness.
rescue of the priestess right there, so late in the game. Sneaky was not
Beautiful.
expecting the priestess to come from that direction
Yeah.
and rescue the mercenary. Oh my, everything, as I said before, everything was still on the table. There was a good chance for Love to come back from this, to tie this round number 2 and to go into a round number 3, potentially winning that and getting more points than BL. But BL knew what they had to do. They had to get one survivor through that gate. They had to have one survivor escaping. And here we saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, that priestess at the back gate leaving meant
my
that
God.
BL will be the team that is proceeding into the global finals of the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. Congratulations to BL for winning the Southeast Asia server qualifiers for that huge tournament. I'm very excited to see BL on the main stage, or at least going against these top teams from all around the world, the top 16 teams. BL is one of them.
Yeah, BL, you beautiful boy, man, Ram. You know, just a beautiful rescue right there. Just shows how slippery this Ram is, and it comes with experience. It comes with experience. Just knowing that Sneaky might be facing her camera towards the open area, trying to see if she's gonna sneak the dungeon. But little did he know that little boy right there, that Ram, the sneaky troll right there, manages that rescue. And with the portal, do you see how much time he bought with the portal? And but Sneaky had a chance. That's the thing. Sneaky had a chance. But the last minute teleport to the wrong cipher. My goodness. But you know what? At the end of the day, both teams are so amazing because right now, look at us. We're so excited. We're so hyped about this simply because it's their energy that's feeding us. It's their energy, it's their performance that's feeding us. So I'm really happy that I'm commenting this grand finals with you, Grizzly, and I also share your feelings. Congratulations, VL. Congratulations, VL, and of course, congratulations, Team Love. Anything from you, Grizzly, please? Sorry.
Yes, of course, absolutely. I want to agree with everything. Love, Sneaky had a fantastic chance of getting that 4 survivor elimination. You have to see how well coordinated the entire team of BL is and how well coordinated they were acting in this entire gameplay. But still, Sneaky being able to eliminate 2 of the survivors and putting so much pressure on the last 2 remaining survivors, even with 2 Cypher machines almost being primed. That was extremely special, extremely good gameplay right here. Game sense over the top right here from Sneaky. And there was no mistake made. The thing is, you have the mercenary on the rocket chair and you have the dungeon. What you know right now is as soon as the mercenary gets out of the game, that dungeon opens up. This is giving the chance for the priestess to sneak in. So you can't really sit on that rocket chair until the very last moment and wait until the mercenary goes back and then go to the base, to the dungeon. You have to be prepared that the priestess might pop out somewhere and you have to leave the rocket chair a little bit earlier. And that is exactly what was giving the priestess that opening, that chance to go in for the rescue, to buy a little bit more time for the team. And then again, the teleport that was going to a Cypher machine where no survivor was working on, that was definitely giving BL the chance back to take this home, the chance to get that 1 survivor at least out of the gate. And this is exactly what they took. They saw, okay, teleportation happened to the wrong Cypher machine. We're just gonna pop off. We're gonna split up. And, you know, with 2 survivors going to each gate, there's almost nothing that you can do as Hunter. And yeah, there we have it. Fantastic gameplay. BL is taking it home. Definitely share a lot of love for the team Love. And of course, share a lot of love in the chat for all the teams that were participating in the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of the Abyss 5 main event.
Yeah.
But yeah, on top of all of it, we can come to the conclusion that BL is the best team on the Southeast Asia, one of the 2 best teams in Southeast Asia right now that will represent this region in the global finals. Congratulations yet again. Absolutely fantastic gameplay. It's a beautiful moment for us to just sit here and watch this entire miracle unfold.
Yeah. Definitely. I think I agree with you. It's safe to say BL definitely one of the top 2 teams in Southeast Asia. In terms of competitive mobile Identity 5 tournaments, And you know what? All the other teams done so well. As a matter of fact, every result actually came pretty close. And to come to this point, you guys definitely so amazing. And you guys are opening up so many love for the game itself. You know what? The one thing that I really love about having tournaments like this is it just brings people together. It just allows people to sim for the characters that they love so much, to sim for the new players, even the veteran players. And it just gives a whole new appreciation. It just makes me want to come back and play it every single day. And I think you feel the same way too, Grizzly, because your room's filled with Identity 5 merches, and I'm just so excited for this game right now. I'm just so excited for this tournament, this event going on. Yeah.
That is for sure. I absolutely love to see the support from the viewers as well. Just everyone sharing their love for the teams, and I'm very, very excited to see more of these teams that we have been casting over the past 2 weekends from the North American European Global Qualifier, which was won by B4U, to now the Southeast Asia qualifier that was won by BL, as well as we have GH coming from this region going into the Call of the Abyss 5 mainland event. Global finals of Call of the Abyss 5. I'm so excited to see all of these teams yet again come out to play on the main stage, or not necessarily coming out on the main stage, but competing again on the global finals. Super, super excited for that. And I can't wait to see more of these teams.
Yeah. And just looking at the chat now, I'm really happy that everyone is so happy for both teams. No one's talking ill about anyone at all, because they have definitely won our hearts with their love at first sight, with their boys' love. Just kidding. And yeah, and they even said something. Let me see. There's this penguin, love lost, but they got our heart. So that's really, really sweet. And I'm glad that everyone is so supportive as well. And, just staying up here, listening to us, giving our commentaries on these amazing, amazing teams. Thank you so much, guys. You have been an amazing viewer, amazing player, amazing community, and I'm so proud that everyone who comes to Southeast Asia region says that our chat, our community is one of the friendliest, positive, toxic free chat ever, community ever. So thank you so much for making this and making us proud, guys. Grizzly, any afterthoughts you want to share with the
I mean, I can only support what you're saying right here. Everything amazing, amazing audience throughout the entire qualifiers right here. An amazing set of teams that we were able to spectate and watch, and just overall an amazing experience with all the people that are involved. And yes, the chat, I'm looking at the chat right now, and you can just see how much love is going out to all the teams. Even if you have one team advancing into the next brackets or advancing into the next tournament stage, you can still see the love. We have a lot of love for Sneaky right here. People saying GG, Sneaky was slaying after all. And I just absolutely love it. Here we can see the stats. We have I need to look at that a little bit closer. Did we get a tie?
Yeah,
2
a
points?
tie. 2 points. The mercenary actually escaped through the dungeon. He was already waiting on the dungeon when Ram left. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have the stats right here. And you can really see that game was taking quite some time. Remember the Breaking Wheel game? 5 minutes? This one took twice as long. And if we look at the decoding process, we can really see how Sneaky was pushing these survivors away from the Cypher machine, forcing them to open up an entire new Cypher machine and to separate their attention between the last 2 Cypher machines. And overall, survivor side, containment time of the hunters, almost everyone above 60 seconds, except of the mechanic, which is still really, really good, because mechanic was obviously concentrating on the decoding right here with 228%. Fantastic team coordination. And we also have the patient with a lot of decoding time, but that was also supported with the priestess. Just the entire team composition of BL, fantastic job. But we also saw the Bloody Queen with a lot of hits. Now, let's go to the match results right here. Team BL was coming out on top in round number 1, which was putting Love into a little bit of a difficult situation when it came to round number 2. And BL was just keeping that cool head, just being relaxed, being calm, and putting the pressure yet again on Love with the first victory, 5 points in the first half of round number 2, and then just making sure that they would get at least one survivor through the gate. They actually tied right here, and therefore taking home round number 1 and round number 2. MVP, well-deserved goes to Carol, because, I mean, what we just saw right here, that is incredible, fantastic gameplay. We have eliminations, average eliminations 4. Every single survivor gets out of that game. Remaining ciphers.
Not even 3, right? It was 4, right? It was actually 4.
I mean, it's the average.
Yeah.
It's the average. It was 4
crazy.
in one game, and I think it must have been 2 in the other game. But still, absolutely outstanding stats right here. Definitely deserves the MVP. And here we have the brackets. Again, make sure to send love to all of the teams. We have BL, we have Adam, we have SG, NM, Love, Re, GG, and HS. Every single team that we have spectated this weekend was performing extremely well, and in my opinion deserves a lot of love. After all, only one team could come out on top after this tournament bracket was ending, and it was BL. So yet again, qualified team is BL. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and also kisses go out to the BL, to the community team, and also a very special shout out to the administration, the production team behind the scenes. They're keeping everything running smoothly. Look at the beautiful presentation in front of your screens right now. It's not going to be possible if not for these teams of amazing production. And you know what? There's even a Billie Eilish. Sorry, that was actually a joke. Billie Eilish does not play IDV, but there's a Thailand Billie Eilish right there in the production team. So thank you so much. Wow. Such an amazing night filled with love, excitement, and everyone's just sharing their love and enjoyment for the game. I hope that you guys have enjoyed our commentary. Gaming Grizzly and me, Nello Mello, we are just so happy. Oh my god, I don't have a plushie to bring.
No, I was just reading the chat. That, I should just bring out the little Ripper right here. The
so cute.
mini Ripper. And just look at the little rose. It's having a little rose right here for all of you.
Oh my god. I want to get one too. Oh my god. Yeah, roses for all of you guys. Amazing night. And yeah, I really have to get one of those. I need it in my room right now. But
They're
you know
fantastic.
what?
Not gonna lie. Yeah.
Fantastic. And yeah, hope that you guys will continue to support us. We will be also appearing in the COA Global's main stage, which will take place when announced by Identity 5 on the page itself. So please stay tuned, because COA, if you think that this is exciting, guys, I think that we have a very strong chance to compete with the mainland China, because right now BL, GH, and B4U from NAEU as well. I think that all of us, we have a very strong chance of competing and being on par with the mainland Chinese teams. So definitely looking forward to that. Yeah, those are my last thoughts. I know I've called this many times for you, but Grizzly, any afterwards?
Yes, we definitely have a lot to look forward to with the Call of the Abyss main event, where the top 16 teams are going to compete against each other. You already said it. If you guys thought that this was already exciting, entertaining, and very, very close when it comes to the team competition, this is just the beginning. Those were the top teams out of the region, but still we are going to transition into the top 16 teams worldwide Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. Absolutely excited for that. I'm looking forward to every single team that will make it into the finals. I'm looking forward to all the matches that we will experience in the near future. As you already said, we have to look forward to the announcement of Identity 5. And of course, I'm already very excited to see the global finals, the final match, because that is just going to be so exciting. I can't wait to be there with you guys. I can't wait to cast the tournament with you on my side, with the rest of the casters. We have we have the a front row seat. We have a front row seat to the action right here, and I am very, very appreciative. I speak too fast. Appreciative of that. And yeah, looking forward to that. I hope you guys, as you already mentioned, enjoyed our cast, and I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. And I'm looking forward to see you all on the Call of the Abyss 5 finals.
Yeah. And with that, it's me, Nello Mello with Gaming Grizzly. We bid you a very, very good night. And for those of you on other time zones, a very good morning to start your day with. And we're going to be seeing you in COA main stage. Don't forget to keep supporting Identity 5. Don't forget to keep supporting the community. Guys, we will be seeing you very, very shortly. Goodbye, guys.
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end.